A man works himself to death. The overtime finally takes him, and the lights go out for good. So when he opens his eyes again, breathing in a body that works, his first thought is almost grateful. They say reincarnation is a roulette wheel. Spin it, and you might come back as a dog, a pig, a cockroach on some stranger's floor. He came back human. He thinks he got lucky. Then he sees the name hanging over his new life, and the luck curdles in his throat. Han-si, ha. He knows that name because he read this story. He used to enjoy this bleak little novel back when it was just words on a page and not the walls around him. And the status screen floating in front of him spells out exactly who he's become with zero mercy. F. Rank Tamer. No real abilities. Charm. 4. Disposition. Neutral evil. The system's own summary of his worth, a hopeless fool. Here's why his stomach drops. He knows where this character's story goes. Han-si. Ha is a petty nobody who gets shunned at the academy, drifts into dark magic, and signs his name in blood with a coven of black magicians. He becomes just enough of a villain to matter, right up until the novel's real heroes wipe him off the page. He isn't a character. He's a speed bump, a death flag with a face, and he just woke up inside it. And the timing could not be worse. Right now, in this very room, those dark magicians are mid-ritual, drawing blood and swearing oaths, and they're eyeing the new kid like fresh meat. Something behind his eyes ticks upward. Synchronization, 10%, 70. Complete. The novel's memories slam into place just in time for him to hear it. Footsteps down in the basement, and they are coming for him. So he runs. And while he runs, he digs through everything he remembers about this useless character, looking for a single loose thread to pull. There it is. The real Han-si Ha was never actually weak. He was born with a monstrous amount of raw mana. He simply never learned how to aim it. Nobody in this story ever taught him to. But our guy remembers the page that explains where to start. The hallway dead ends, and in the dark at the bottom of it something hisses back. A hatchling, scaled, cornered, and terrified. A baby dragon that every instinct in this world is screaming at him to run from. Instead, the system offers him a quiet little prompt. Taming ability activated. Do you want to tame the suspicious hatchling? And for the first time since he died, the burned-out office worker almost smiles, because calming a frightened creature is the one thing his old life actually made him good at. No force, no spell. He lowers himself down, softens his voice, and does the slow work, the way you'd settle any scared animal. Reassurance first, then trust. A few small, patient gestures, and the screen blinks back at him. Taming successful. But watch the corner of his stats while it happens. His charm is ticking up. His disposition is bending away from evil. He isn't just taming a dragon. He is quietly overwriting the villain he was sentenced to be. Then he tests his new partner. All right, reptile. First command, open that lock. The hatchling lunges, and the iron holding him prisoner crumples like foil. Good job. His first ally in this world has teeth. All that's left now is one door, and freedom on the other side of it, which is, of course, the exact moment it goes wrong. Footsteps close. Someone has been standing in the dark this whole time listening, and they heard every word. He just tamed a dragon in the dark, and something heard the whole thing. He spins around, and a dark magician is already on him, blocking the only way out. He's an F-rank nobody with one baby dragon and a head full of a novel he wishes he'd never read. The villains who are supposed to wipe him off the page are standing between him and the only door out, and he has about 3 seconds to think of something. So he reaches for the one spell this useless character technically knows. It's the first piece of self-defense magic every student learns at the academy, a basic little trick that floods a space with smoke and hides you inside it. Han-si Ha was never any good at controlling magic. But he doesn't need finesse right now, he just needs to disappear. He pours everything he has into it and prays it holds. And the cave goes white. Thick smoke swallows the room, the dark magician swings into empty air, and for one beautiful second it works. The villain can't believe it. Some no-talent brat with zero experience just blinded a real mage with a beginner's cantrip. But smoke cuts both ways. Han Si can't see his enemy either, and his enemy has done this 100 times. A hand closes on his throat out of the haze. Suddenly the smoke he hid in is a trap, and he's choking inside it, lifted off his feet, unable to see, unable to breathe. The villain's voice is almost bored. Give up, and it'll be painless. And for a sickening moment Han Si believes it. This is exactly how the character he's wearing was always meant to die. Anonymous in the dark, a footnote. Except he isn't fighting alone anymore. He still has one card on the board, and it's the one nobody in this story ever saw coming. He chokes out a single plea to the little creature beside him. If you really want to get out of here with me, then cooperate. And the hatchling answers. The thing he tamed minutes ago unfolds into a snarling orange beast, eyes blazing, and lunges straight for the man crushing his master's neck. The grip breaks. Han Si drops to the dirt, gasping, alive, with a baby dragon perched on his shoulder like it's always belonged there. And off to the side, another voice mutters the line the whole chapter has been building to. I can't believe this guy actually did it. The throwaway villain, the death flag with a face, just walked out of his own execution. As promised, he tells the creature, I'll take you with me, deal honored. Then the cave spits them out into open desert. They walk for what feels like an hour under a brutal sun, nothing in sight, the dragon panting in the sand at his feet. He's free, but free and lost in a wasteland isn't much of a win. Until a horse-drawn cart rolls into view down the canyon, and Han Si does the only thing a broke man with no money can do. He asks for a ride on credit, flashing a golden card that marks him as a student, sponsored by the Ardell Academy, and somehow it works. Get in. Because that cart is headed exactly where the novel always said the real story begins. The Ardell Academy. The gleaming marble halls, the crystal chandeliers, the place his memories warn is more dangerous to him than any dark magician. He's barely through the gates before a sharp-eyed assistant professor named Selin looks him up and down like something the wind dragged in. Such an unrefined student in this sacred academy. He survived the villains. Now he has to survive the people who are supposed to be on his side. Before our guy even sets foot on campus, he's already famous, and not the good kind. Across the academy, students are whispering the same thing about him. Han Si, the one who can't control his own innate magic. The one who's on the verge of failing out. He's the kid everyone has quietly written off, and he hasn't even arrived yet. So naturally, on the first day of the new semester, he shows up late. A professor catches him sneaking in and chews him out for it, and a passing teacher decides this failure isn't even worth the energy to scold. Sai, just smiles, bows his head, and promises he'll come earlier from now on. Inside, he's relieved. Better to be the forgettable late kid than anything memorable. But the gossip is already moving faster than he is. Up on the balcony, the students won't let it go. Did you hear Han Si? Rolled in by carriage, looking miserable as ever? Was he really planning to drop out? Of all days, he picks the first day of second year to be late. One of them smirks and asks the cruelest question of all. How did a guy like that even make it this far? Wasn't he supposed to wash out by now? And here's what none of them know. Ha agrees with every word. He remembers exactly who this character is because he read the book. Han Si, a third-rate villain extra, violent and incompetent, the kind of side character the story barely bothers to explain. And he remembers the ending. As the Academy arc plays out, this nobody gets brutally buried alive by the protagonists. That is the death waiting for him if he plays his part. So he refuses to play it. Sitting in that classroom with a polite little smile on his face, he lays out his whole survival plan in his head. And it comes down to 2 rules. Rule 1, live quietly and carefully, dodging every single death flag the story has set for him. Rule 2, graduate from this academy in one piece. As he tells himself, he'd rather suffer through overwork twice over than get buried alive. He just wants to be an ordinary, boring student nobody remembers. There's just one problem with quietly graduating. This place is a meat grinder. Ardell Academy runs a brutal 6-year course for kids aged 14 to 19, and competition is so vicious it's basically a survival arena. Starting in second year, anyone without real ability gets cut, and only 10% of students ever graduate with results that mean anything. And the main characters of this story, the ones destined to bury him, are sitting in the second year right alongside him. That's the wall he's staring at. How is a guy who knows next to nothing about magic supposed to compete with literal main characters? The professor in charge of the entrance exam isn't making it easier either. Professor Grint, whose exams are famous for being absolutely no joke, word is that even the real Hansai had a miserable time clearing them, and Grint is the one deciding who deserves a place here. Then Grint explains how the exam actually works, and it gets worse. You choose 3 subjects, written and practical, but the order you pick them in is decided by pure chance, drawn as fair as a lottery. Sai has stomach drops because he was counting on choosing carefully. He knows almost nothing about magic yet, and now the whole thing is being left to a random draw. Grint reaches for the cane on his podium, ready to pull the first name, and the first name out is Han Sai Ha. Most people who get reincarnated into a fantasy world panic about magic. This guy is panicking about his class schedule. Han Sai had died of overwork as an intern veterinarian, woke up inside a novel as its doomed loser character, and now he is staring at a list of course titles so brutal they look like a threat. Hydrology, rituals, hellishly difficult, every one of them. The other students have already written him off. Let the loser drown in the hard stuff, they figure. He is just doing the groundwork for the rest of us. And then he keeps reading and his whole face changes. Monsters, anatomy, basic taming and behavioral studies. He leans in slowly because these subjects look exactly like his old major back in the real world. Veterinary science. The degree that worked him to death is now sitting on the syllabus as free points. He came back as the Academy's biggest loser, and he just found the one corner of this world where being a tired animal doctor is a cheat code. But there is a problem he cannot study his way out of. He has a dragon, a bright little hatchling that follows him everywhere, and dragons do not belong to nobodies. Owning one when he cannot even handle mana is, in his own words, begging for suspicion. Too many eyes are on him here. Too many people waiting for the loser to slip up. So he needs somewhere the little guy can run wild without anyone keeping score, and he knows exactly the place. The underground training dungeon of Ardell Academy. The kind of place where you sign in, rent a weapon, and disappear into a wilderness nobody is watching. At the desk they ask for the names of the 2 entering. He gives his own. Then the attendant looks at the dragon and waits, and Han Sai Ha realizes the thing has never actually had a name. So right there at the desk, he tries to name a dragon, and the dragon is picky. He offers something. The hatchling makes a face that clearly says no. He tries again. Another disgusted look. This baby reptile has standards, and out of pure spite he nearly registers it as bastard before he reconsiders. Then it lands. How about basilisk? The little dragon perks up, second year, Han Si, Ha and basilisk, entering. And just like that, the loser walks into the dungeon with a named monster on his shoulder. Inside, the quality of the place stuns him. It is a lush green wilderness packed with low-level monsters, perfect practice fodder. Little cube creatures, slimes that wobble around like they own the place. He points across the clearing at a cluster of them and tells Basilisk to look at those blocky things because now they are going to go blow them up. The hatchling squeaks. The plan is simple. He handles the taming. Basilisk handles the violence. What follows is barely a fight. The dragon warms up, opens its mouth, and a blast of fire turns the swarm into nothing. The cube monsters panic in a pile right up until they are gone. He keeps going. Half a day later, he is still wiping them out, lying in the grass exhausted while his dragon squeaks proudly beside him. For a written-off F rank, the doomed extra of this whole story is learning to fight by treating it like a vet visit with a flamethrower. And he is happy. He is already thinking about the treat he will give the little guy back home. But he forgot the one rule of being the loser nobody respects. Out here, where he is supposed to be invisible, someone has been watching. A dragon that listens that well to a human is not normal, and one horrified witness has just seen the whole thing in front of them. This is not right, they keep saying. This is not right. Who could that possibly be? A student is bare, knuckle-scrapping with a red monster lunging at his face, and the kid 2 feet away is losing his mind, screaming, "Sit down, stay still, where are you going?" Because the thing tearing across the training ground at them is a hellhound, a black, red-eyed nightmare that beginner students are not supposed to be anywhere near, and Han Sai, Ha, is walking toward it like he's late for class. Everyone here knows the name Han Si Ha, second year. A commoner, which at the Empire's most prestigious academy basically means furniture. The kind of guy the rumor mill says couldn't finish a single match his whole first year, stuck in the weakest subject on the board, basic taming, the dumping ground for students with no future. So when he strolls up, grabs the hellhound by the scruff, and the snarling demon dog just goes quiet in his hands, the watching students short circuit. Is that really the same Han Si Ha they knew? He doesn't even seem to notice the staring. He looks down at the calmed hellhound, shrugs, and offers it to the kid who'd been chasing it. "It seems settled down now," he says. "So why don't you take him? Like he's handing over a stray puppy and not a creature that eats people." The kid stammers a thank you, completely thrown, and the question is on every face around them. How did he do that? And here's the part that makes it worse. A monster comes sneaking up from behind, and without even turning around, Ha snaps off a blast of borrowed magic and blows it apart, clean, green slime everywhere, debris flying. Somebody gasps that the accuracy on that spell is not beginner level, not even close. They ask if he saw it coming. "Of course I knew that," he says, smooth as anything. He absolutely did not. He had no idea a thing was creeping up on him. But the truth would ruin the bit, so the lie stays. Watch him a second longer, and the cracks in his cover get bigger. There's a small orange fox creature riding on his shoulder, treating him like family. And then, on his arm, against a sky full of stars, a tiny dragon, a real one, a hatchling perched there like it's nothing. A second-year commoner from the basic taming class is casually walking a baby dragon through a training dungeon. Just who is this guy? Someone finally says out loud, and it's the only honest reaction in the place. There's one girl here who isn't gawking, Adela. Brown hair, green eyes, a sword in her hand, and zero patience. She's a commoner too, looked down on for it, except she's never once dropped below third place in the entire academy. She's the talent everyone underestimates, and right now she's clearing the dungeon like a chore. "You into burying things alive?" she asks, Ha flatly, before flattening a wave of monsters herself. These two might be the strongest people in this beginner zone by a mile, and neither is even sweating. Which is exactly when it all goes wrong above their heads. Up in the administration tower, a panicked staffer slams in shouting emergency. There's a problem in the beginner dungeon training ground. The spell running it has malfunctioned. Somebody botched the casting. The headmaster goes pale and asks the only question that matters. Who is down in that dungeon right now? The answer comes back. Second year. Student Adela, sir. And Han Si Ha. And that name lands like a death sentence. A man covers his mouth, sweating, and says the ugly math out loud. If it's Adela, she might be fine. But Han Si Ha, with no real talent, doesn't stand a chance of surviving a malfunction like this. He might already be dead down there. They don't know what we just watched. They have no idea who Han Si Ha has quietly become, and they're about to find out the hard way. A handful of academy students are locked inside a training dungeon, and every monster they kill just gets back up. The slimes keep coming, the grass underfoot is burning black from their venom, and outside nobody even knows they are trapped. One of the students is screaming. He has cut these things down a dozen times already, and there are always more. This was supposed to be a routine exercise. It has quietly turned into a place people die. Here is the part that makes it worse. This dungeon runs on slower time than the world outside. They have been fighting for over 3 hours in here. Out there, barely 30 minutes have passed, so when they wonder why no help has come, that is the answer. By the time anyone on the outside notices something is wrong, everyone in here could already be gone. And the one person not panicking is the one nobody trusts. Han-si. Ha just stands there calm, a small red dragon perched on his shoulder, while a stronger mage demands a plan. Because remember, Han-si, Ha is the doomed villain extra, the hopeless loser. The boy the original novel barely bothered to keep alive, so when he says he has a plan for everything, the look he gets back is pure disbelief. But Han-si Ha read this book. This exact disaster, the glitched dungeon, is a scene from the Academy series he used to know cover to cover. And he remembers something the others can never know. In the original story, Han-si Ha faced this same trap, tried this same method, and failed so badly it cost him his life. He is standing in his own death scene. This time, he plans to walk out of it. So he buys time and gives one order. He tells the stronger fighters to just hold the slimes back and keep them from getting closer. It will not take long, he promises. Then he turns to his dragon. Basilisk, gather all the vines. The little creature lifts off into the night sky, and Han-si Ha goes hunting through the dungeon for something specific, something glowing faintly blue in the dark. Found it. The vines are the trick, and they are not random. He has observed that these particular vines are fire, resistant. The dragon hauls them in by the armful and weaves them into a barricade, a wall of living rope that will not burn. He herds the survivors behind it and tells them to get inside the barrier. They have no idea what he is building. They just know the slimes are still multiplying on the other side of that wall. Then comes the part the panicking mages would never have risked. All he needs to do now is add fire. Real fire made of pure magic. He raises his hand, and a glowing arrow of light tears off the cliffside into the dark. Burn them all. The blast detonates over the field in a wall of golden flame, embers raining down, and the slimes that kept coming back finally stop coming back. The barricade holds. The fire eats everything but them. When the smoke clears, the field is scorched bare, and the doomed extra is still standing, drained but alive with his dragon nuzzling his shoulder. And the students who watched him pull it off are looking at the hopeless Han-si Ha like they are seeing a completely different person. One of them, a commoner the Academy would normally let die without blinking, quietly admits she owes him her life. So she asks him for one thing in return. Then she actually says the favor out loud, and the look on his face says he did not see this one coming. He is sitting on a bench, calmly feeding a baby dragon, the single most broken item in the entire novel, and he's doing it like he's tossing snacks to a stray cat. The creature gulps it down, and in the original story, men killed each other over what this kid just ate for fun. Let's back up one chapter. The Academy ran a dungeon, the students cleared it, and Han-si Ha walked out of it with the prize nobody else recognized, a slime orb. The professors handed out rewards, waved off the weird error dungeon, and moved on. But our guy knows what he's holding because he read the book. Those dark mages were breeding these slimes in the basement, and condensed down into one orb. It dumps the slime's entire stat pool straight into whoever swallows it. To everyone else, it's junk. To him, it's a cheat code. So he aims it at his partner. The little basilisk, Atrax, is already a hatchling with absurd talent, monstrous mana, a beast that grows into a nightmare. Si Ha holds the orb out and basically dares him to try it. The dragon refuses, curls up, plays dead, screams that it tastes terrible without ever once putting it in his mouth. Classic. So Si Ha hits him with the oldest trick in the book. You won't know unless you taste it, right? The dragon caves, and the second it swallows, the system pings. The stat sheet rewrites itself in real time. Defense up, toxic resistance up, the base mana, the one number that normally takes forever to climb, just jumps in a single bite. Atrax freezes, blinking at his own body, and then the little gremlin gets it. Suddenly, the thing that tasted terrible is the most delicious meal of his life. His owner just watches, arms crossed, that quiet payday, notification smile on his face, because this is exactly the part the novel never knew how to do. Then the mood snaps. He gets summoned to the dean's office. Word is spreading. A regular student closed an entire dungeon without a scratch, and it was Han Si, the kid who was, quote, on the verge of failing out. The same Han Si, everyone wrote off as the gloomy creep in the corner, and he is not thrilled about this. The last thing he wants is to get famous in this story, because in this story, getting noticed is how the doomed characters get buried. That's when she walks in. Brown hair, green eyes, arms crossed, and she looks at him like she's never seen him before in her life. He plays it cool and says he doesn't even know who she is. He's lying. He knows exactly who she is, Adela Stivia, the only great magician to climb out of a commoner background and hold the top 3 at Ardell Academy, the genuine main character of the book. And in the original, she is the one who cruelly buries Han Si alive. He is standing across a room, trading bored small talk with the hand that is written to kill him. So he makes a decision that night, staring up at the stars. If he's going to survive a story that already chose his grave, the gloomy, doomed extra has to go. The next day he walks into class, and nobody recognizes him. New hair, new posture, a completely different person. Students whisper, "Who is that?" He looks familiar. And then his old tormentor finds him. The red-haired noble who used to treat Han Si, like a personal lackey, grabs his shoulder, grinning, demanding to know where he got the goods, sneering that maybe he got some polymorph treatment. He expects the same pathetic doormat he's always bossed around, but the thing looking back at him isn't that boy anymore. And the bully's smile is starting to slip, because he's beginning to wonder if he's even talking to the same person. The whole academy has a bet running, and every coin is stacked against the broke F-rank kid. You got kicked out of your own family, the nobles laugh, so you think you can tame a real dragon by throwing money at it? And Han Si, the office worker reincarnated inside this villain, just smiles and says one thing. If you have a problem, let's settle it. Exam results. The loser does whatever the winner says. The red-haired noble nearly bites through his own teeth. Is this guy insane, he snarls, but Si, is not bluffing. In his old life, he had a nickname, the crazy dog of the intern world, the one who charged straight at anything unfair and never got outworked. So when the bullies circle him, he doesn't flinch. He picks the fight right back. A blonde noble shoves in next, demanding his name like a king addressing a peasant. "I am Fabian Den Edwin," he announces, "and you didn't even know it." Fabian is no random extra. In the novel, he led the pack that hounded the original Han Si, into the dirt, so Si, gives him a real answer. He glances at the little red creature on his shoulder and says, "Basil, bite him, for real." The hatchling detonates off his shoulder in a streak of light, and a grown noble goes scrambling. But there is a quieter watcher in this room. A girl in a black vest has been studying him, and she cannot square the math. She remembers him as a bully who only mattered because he was born noble. Now he bites the nobles instead. But she also sees the truth he is hiding. His magic isn't even refined, and he is betting against Creek, the kid he is supposed to lose to with no plan at all. So she offers him a deal. She trains him through practice duels in exchange for learning taming from him. One last spar before the exam, she warns, and this time you won't get pushed around like yesterday. She comes in swinging, glowing sword against his raised shield. And somewhere in those brutal little duels, something clicks. If he can beat her, she says, maybe he can beat Creek too. Then the day everyone bet on arrives. The taming exam runs inside a sealed magic cube, and the rule is merciless. Your tamed monster fights a virtual beast matched to your exact level, and if you win, you pass. One by one, the names get called. Then next, Han Si, Cube C. He steps in with Basil on his shoulder, takes one look at his opponent, and his face goes still. Wait. Could this be an Adeptheon? It is, and it should not be there. The Adeptheon is a monster from years above his level, the kind first. Years aren't supposed to survive one on one. Somewhere a system admin forgot to delete it from the pool, and the proctors are already scrambling to stop the exam. Too late. See how steadies the trembling hatchling. Basil, don't be scared. And then he does the one thing no panicking student would think of. He stops attacking and starts reading the monster. Snakes, he murmurs, almost always have their weak point in the eyes. He slips Basil into the giant beast's blind spot while he draws its attention, channeling blue magic to keep that slitted yellow eye locked on him. Be careful, he warns. If it crashes into us at full speed, it's over. The cube shakes. The monster lunges. And in the half-second its guard drops, Sai gives one cold command. Crush its eye. The proctors had braced to call off a tragedy. Instead, they watch a broke F rank extra take down a monster built to murder him, and the clock barely moves. The result flashes over the silent hall, and it is not the failure the whole academy bet on. It is two short words none of them saw coming. S grade. Picture a kid who looks at a brutal exam, solves every question in his head, and then deliberately writes the wrong answer on all of them but one. Not the easy one. The single problem so impossible they buried it in the test on purpose, just to weed out the second, years who didn't belong. He nails that one perfectly, fails everything else by choice, and walks out smiling. That kid is Han Si Ha, and he just turned a math test into a flex so insane the professors can't stop talking about it. Rewind. Sigh, I used to be invisible here. Mediocre grades, head down, avoiding attention on purpose. Because that is exactly how this doomed extra was written to survive. But lately something has cracked open in him, and he can't help showing off. His classmates rave that he's S rank in taming, and he just mutters that no, that's not even the impressive part. Meanwhile, a girl named Adela is melting down over the same exam. She bombed it, especially the geometry and vectors, especially the cursed problem 27, the magic circle question nobody in their year could crack. So when Sai Ha casually mentions he solved 27, and only 27, perfectly, on purpose, she just stares at him. That doesn't make any sense, she says. And honestly, that's the whole point. The professors get there slower and it lands harder. An old instructor sits with one test paper, every answer wrong except the single unsolvable one, and you watch the realization crawl across his face. You can't fluke problem 27. This kid aced the impossible question and threw the rest away to prove he could. He says the name aloud, quiet like he's deciding something. Han Se Ha. There are all kinds of students at this academy, he murmurs, and this one we watch. The next day, the second-year rankings go up, and a crowd packs the board. People who knew exactly who Sai Ha was supposed to be expect him near the bottom. Instead, his name sits at 11th place. A nobody villain extra and F, rank tamer everyone wrote off, suddenly 11 slots from the top. One student refuses to believe it, another just goes pale. And Sai Ha walks past the chaos with a tiny, infuriating smile. But the person losing it hardest is a red-haired boy named Creek. Creek is the rich rival who has spent years picking fights, and he ranked far below the guy he loves to look down on. So when Si-Ha walks up and says, "Follow me," Creek explodes. Si-Ha answers by smacking him clean on the forehead and calling it payback for being annoying. Then he drags him to an abandoned clubroom in the basement, and you can see Creek bracing for some humiliating punishment. Except the favor Si-Ha actually wants is stranger than that. He wants Creek, who happens to be extremely well-connected, to spread rumors. He wants as many people in their grade and across the school as possible to hear about him, as fast as possible. Creek is baffled. "You want me to tell everyone about you?" he asks. And it dawns on him that this guy genuinely has a plan he's not explaining. Han Si-Ha, he thinks, really is the real deal. Here's the part Creek doesn't know he's serving. Sai Ha isn't just any disgraced extra. He's the cast-off son of a great lord, Han Te. So the man who cut off all support and left his own boy living on the brink of starvation. And up in a castle on a hill, a servant brings that lord news from the academy about the son he disowned. The disgrace he was sure would never amount to anything ranked 11th. His reputation has flipped. People are calling him kind, upright, and handsome. The Lord, mid-signature, freezes with his pen in the air, and the rumor mill's Sai, ha just switched on, has carried his own cast, off son's name, straight to the father who threw him away. There is one machine at this academy that decides your entire future, and Han Si Ha is about to put his hand on it. It reads what you truly are deep down, then locks you into the department that fits. And Si Ha knows because he read this story exactly what it is supposed to read in him, the thing that gets him killed. Rewind a beat. Sai Ha is the reincarnated office worker stuck inside a doomed villain, and lately he has been quietly clawing his way off his death flag. People are starting to notice. His own family back home actually catches it first. The man who used to dabble in dark magic has changed, they admit. And a relative who had cut him off announces he is restoring full financial support. Sai Ha, who tricked his way into that allowance in the first place, just grins. Enough money to coast a whole semester without lifting a finger. Small wins. But the real test is today. At Ardell Academy 2nd, years are sorted into departments at the advancement ceremony. Theology for prophecy and divination. Natural sciences for research. The magic department, the prestige track every genius wants. And then there is the necromancy department, the only place in the entire empire where black magic is legally studied. One by one, a student places a hand on a glowing magic die, and it reads their nature and calls out where they belong. Here is why Si Ha's stomach is in knots. In the original novel, the die looked into Han Si Ha and sent him straight to necromancy. His dream of crushing the classmates who ignored him with black magic granted. And 3 years later, that same necromancy crowd gathers to start a rebellion and seize the academy, and every last one of them gets wiped out by the protagonists' group. That is the future stamped on him. He just has to walk up and let a magic rock confirm it in front of everyone. So the ceremony begins, and the names get called. First place, again, is Li Han, the actual hero of this entire story, sent to the magic department to absolutely nobody's surprise. Then, a white-haired girl steps up, Solia Arcanant, the light magician from the novel, a genius among geniuses. Magic department, obviously. The big names keep stacking up at the top of the ranking, and Si Ha can feel the whole room bracing for the freak who flirted with dark magic to get called next. And then he is called Han Si Ha. He walks out alone onto that floor with every eye on him, and the whispers start immediately. Surely he is going necromancy, right? Heard he messed with black magic. He places his hand on the die. The thing hums and flares, and the tear is already sliding down his face before it even speaks, because this single roll is the difference between freedom and the exact grave the author dug for him. The die delivers its verdict. Student Han Si Ha assigned to the magic department. Not necromancy, not the rebellion, not the death sentence. He grips his tie, eyes wet, and forces out a single shaking yes. The room buzzes. Half of them are baffled why someone with his reputation isn't headed for black magic at all. They have no idea they just watched a man dodge his own ending. He barely has a second to breathe it in before something genuinely impossible happens. A familiar voice cuts through the crowd, warm and easy, calling his name like they are old friends. Si Ha turns, and standing right there grinning at him is Li Han. The protagonist, the one person in this world fated to eventually destroy him, walking straight up to say it is nice to see him. And Si Ha's only thought, frozen and quietly terrified, is the obvious one. Why on earth is this guy talking to me? Han Si Ha survived the exam that was written to kill him, and his reward is a roommate. The catch is that the cheerful orange-haired kid unpacking across the room is not a random face. In the novel Sai, Ha is living inside. This guy is the hero's most capable ally. The protagonist's right hand has just been assigned to share 4 walls with the villain extra. And everyone is asking the same question. Han Si Ha, magic department. Half the academy heard that the dark, quiet new kid got placed with the mages, and they cannot make it add up. One classmate flat out says it. Were you always magic department? See, Ha just looks away and mutters likewise. The less they study him, the longer he stays alive. Because there is one name he is terrified of studying him back. Lee Han, the real protagonist of this story, the kind of impossibly confident lead who boasts like a web novel hero and means every single word of it. People say Lee Han is so meticulous that he is almost impossible to read. And he has one rule Ha knows by heart. Any evil force must be eradicated, so Ha is sweating over one thought over and over. Does Lee Han already look at me and see a dark wizard who needs to be put down? Because in the original story that is exactly what he becomes. Then the orange-haired roommate sees him and absolutely loses it. You are the famous one, right? The new kid who bowed to no one and made an actual royal cry with a single word? That is you? See? Ha blinks? Yeah, that is my name. Why? The roommate nearly faints. He has been bragging about getting the legend as a roommate, and the legend has no idea he is famous. So the kid appoints himself tour guide, and here is the part Ha clocks instantly. This roommate is an informant, wide network, knows everyone, light on his feet and sharp underneath the goofy grin. In the original story, he is one of the protagonist's most valuable allies, an astute and versatile play, who only looks harmless. Ha just inherited a walking intelligence file, and he is already deciding how to use him. The tour does not exactly inspire confidence. The new dorm looks like a 5-star hotel, sure, but the cafeteria nutritionist is, quote, super experimental, and tonight's special is a floating plate of Firebore 4-leg salad stamped with a skull. You never know what is going to come out of that kitchen, so the roommate suggests they just eat out instead. Then they pass the outdoor magic practice yard, where the kid casually mentions that at least one person gets carried out of there every single semester. He says it like it is a fun fact. Ha files that one away too. And then the sky turns on them. Halfway through a normal walk back to the room, the daylight drains out, and a heavy purple cloud rolls over the building. The roommate stops smiling. That is not an ordinary cloud. The first drops fall black. It is not rain, it is poison rain, soaking the lawn into muddy ruin. And through the downpour, something huge and shadowed is already moving across the grass. Students start screaming to get inside, that the buildings are safe. But Ha is not looking at the shape in the dark. He is doing the math, because the eerie sky is just the cover. The real horror is quieter. People are already gone. Students have vanished without a single trace, washed clean away in the storm. And as the panic spreads, a golden plaque lights up in front of his eyes with the words he has been dreading since the first chapter. The dormitory kidnapping incident has begun. 2 students woke up at the bottom of a nightmare. Purple sky, black rain, and a dungeon that wasn't built to be beaten. It was built to break them. A quest screen flickers in the dark and names it. The dormitory kidnapping incident. Find the missing students. A timer ticking down over their heads. And the boy reading it realizes something worse than the monster in front of them. This place is too clever to be an accident. He kneels in the muck and tries to think his way out. White, knuckled and furious, because nothing he tries sticks. A figure in a black robe stood above them moments ago, sneering, and then walked away. They weren't even worth keeping. No family rich enough to pay a ransom, no worth as a hostage. To the people running this trap, the 2 of them are leftover pieces, dumped in an error dungeon, and forgotten. And the one classmate who could have warned them is asleep across the school, completely unaware. But the boy notices the one thing they have. Her name is Solia, a Solius, class student, which means light magic, purification, blessing. And this entire dungeon is one enormous tree soaked in black magic and toxic rain. He stares up at it and lands on a theory. Whatever this thing is, it should be weak against light. So they make a plan, and Solia floats up to deliver it. She gathers everything she has. A star of golden light blooms in her hands. The one kind of magic black magic is supposed to fear, and she pours it straight into the tree. And for one beautiful second, it works. The screen lights up. Success. Then the tree's roots peel off the walls, wrap around her like she weighs nothing, and throw her screaming back into the rocks. The voice in the dark laughs. Did you really think that would work? You're just a pair of green second-year students. And that's when the dungeon shows its real cruelty. As Solia lies there gasping, the black fog reaches into her head, and a voice softer than the rest leans in close. It knows the one wound she would do anything to undo. Her family. It offers her a deal sweeter than death. I can revive them, it whispers, easily. All you have to do is say yes. She starts to cry, and you can feel her slipping. The boy sees it happening and screams at her to snap out of it, throwing himself at the only weapon he has left, which is his mouth. He mocks the thing, dares it to drop the bark and show its real face, anything to buy a few more seconds. There's no deal worth making with a gloomy piece of tree, he shouts. But Solia is barely there anymore, the timer is gone, and the tree purrs the worst, 3 words yet. Let's see your desire. And then the whole sky turns white. A massive pillar of light rips down through the dungeon, scours the black fog out of Solia's mind, and lights up the cavern like a second sun. Both students freeze. Where did that come from? Standing at the edge of it is a boy in a dark robe with a tiny red dragon perched on his head, holding a wand like he's been waiting for this. The F-rank nobody. Nobody bothered to fear. And here's the part that makes them stare. It was just basic light magic, he tells them. He found a magician class and amplified one beginner spell 1,000 times over into the exact thing this dungeon was weak to. The black robe miscalculated. It left a sleeping student behind as a leftover piece, and that piece just walked in and gutted the trap. The classmate asleep in the dorm. Solia is free. The fog is gone. Then a sword comes up, one word leaves her mouth, and the real fight begins. A dark mage is standing inside Han Sai-ha's head, and he's using Han Sai-ha's own memories to talk to him. Whispers that gnaw at the brain. Fragments of the original Han Sai-ha's life twisted into a leash. This is mind control magic, and against most people it would already be over. The mage smiles because the conditions were perfect. He picked this fight on his own ground, and he's so sure he's already won that he asks if he should burn out Sai-ha's other eyes too. Here's why the mage feels untouchable. Behind him looms a massive glowing tree, an ancient one called Latismus, and it is not decoration. It enhances mental magic. It makes mind, controls spells stronger than they have any right to be. The mage has already fused himself with it, like it's part of his body now, so when he says he has even less reason to hold back, he means it. To him, these are just students who haven't even graduated yet. There's just one problem. The mind control isn't working. Sai-ha is still standing there, thinking his own thoughts, watching the spell crawl around his skull and refusing to bend. The mage can't believe it. Such a basic, low-level brat. How can he have this much power? And while he panics, Sai-ha is already doing the thing he does best. He's reading the enemy, because Sai-ha knows exactly what that tree is. It's a grotesquely oversized baobab, a hybrid that dark mages built by modifying a monster, and monsters like it for all their power are weak. They lack durability. The tree boosts the mind magic, sure, but the tree itself has a flaw, and Ha already knows it. The thing is weak to light. It's weak to fire. So he turns to his ally, the girl with the sword, and to the little creature riding shotgun, and gives the order. Let's go, Basil. But Basil doesn't get a clean hit. A red leaf the size of a shield slams into Ha and knocks the wind out of him. That genuinely hurts, and he yells about it. The mage laughs that the kid got distracted, that a trunk slammed him while he wasn't looking. The sword girl drags him to his feet and tells him this time he owes her one. The fight is slipping. They need one strong, clean blow, and they don't have it. And this is the part the mage never sees coming, because the whole time Ha has been setting a trap. He didn't just attack the tree, he set the stage. Suddenly it starts to rain and the mage stops, confused, asking why it's raining when he just lit a fire. And Ha, soaked and grinning, gives him the worst 3 words possible. You took the bait. The fire the mage was so proud of was exactly what Siha wanted. Thanks for that. Now the rain does its work. The tree's light dies in it, and the mind control collapses with it. The mage feels the spell unraveling and refuses to accept it. No way. Not from such a basic, low-level kid. He scrambles, muttering that he needs to find the cube, whatever the cube is. But it's already too late. Basil unloads. A hand comes down in a burst of yellow lightning and sparks, and the mage who was inside has mind a minute ago is the one getting buried now. And just like that, it's over. The fight that should have ended these students ends the dark mage instead. Ha is gasping for breath, his fire creature on his shoulder, when a new voice cuts in from the warm light behind him. A woman with long white hair and purple eyes is smiling at him like she already knows his name. She tells him those strategic commands just now were genuinely impressive. Right. She says it like she's heard of him, and she says they have something to talk about. A girl who could cast almost anyone at Ardell Academy is staring at the new kid like he just rewrote the rules of magic. Because he did. Solia Arnant owns light magic the way other people own their name, and a supposed F, ranked nobody, just enhanced a simple lightning spell into something that should have fried him on contact, then dropped a light barrier so clean it looked like he knew her power better than she does. She has no idea what she's looking at. Rewind a few minutes and you get why. Solia was kidnapped. The plan was ugly. 2 Ardell students snatched, brainwashed, turned into obedient pawns by people skilled enough to pull it off. They had her. Then this brown-haired extra walked in, read the whole scheme, and took it apart. He gave the orders. He drew the staff. He shut the trap before it closed, so now she can't stop asking the one question that won't leave her alone. How did you already know my light magic? He shrugs it off. But the people around him are starting to look at him differently, and that look does something he wasn't ready for. On the front lines of his past life, the ones that worked him into the ground, he never felt this. People at his back. People worried about him. One of his companions yells at him for almost getting himself killed, and under the panic it's pure affection. And the burned-out salaryman who died alone, feels it land. So this is what camaraderie feels like. He never got to have it, not once. He doesn't get to sit in the warm feeling, because he came down here for something colder. There's a wild swamp hidden inside the academy grounds, a place no sane person wanders for fun, and he wades right in with his red-haired friend Basil grumbling and the baby dragon overhead. Stop complaining, he tells them. I came to find the hidden place. Then he presses a hand to an ancient stone pillar and grins. Found it. Here's the part that makes this a heist. In the original story, he remembers this relic and treasure trove belonged to Ihan, the real hero, who was supposed to rescue an exhausted Solia and claim it as his reward. Except Ihan showed up a step too late. Han already saved her, and now he's at the door first. The chest cracks open and Basil screams. Gold coins, solid gold bars, bracelets. Han smirks down at the pile. Now this is all mine. The dragon loses its tiny mind. It hurls itself onto a gold bar and clings to it like a long-lost relative, because of course the creature that loves yellow snacks also loves yellow metal. Take whatever you want, Han laughs. Some long-dead cult that worshipped Cerberus stashed it all here years ago, and Basil knows that only because he paid attention in history class. Then Han spots the one thing worth more than every coin here. A dark, aged book. Basil panics and tells him to put it down. It could be cursed. Han reads the title, and it literally changes in his hands. A beginner magic spellbook. A high-grade artifact that reads your disposition and hands you exactly the magic you need, letting you instantly learn spells Ardell students bleed a year to master. For a man trying to survive a story that wants him dead, that isn't treasure, it's a lifeline. Then the book glows wrong, and a message blooms in front of his eyes that nobody else can hear. Greetings to the outsider who has crossed worlds. All your actions will twist the choice of this world. Somewhere in the dark, something with a smirk whispers that the world is bending now. And Han Si, Ha swallows, because he knows exactly what he is. He was written to be a character who never survived, and something just noticed. There is a book in this world that has never once been wrong. It sees through every legend, it speaks only the truth, and the moment Han Si Ha laid eyes on it, it told him the future. This world will walk the path of destruction. That is not a warning, that is a guarantee. They call it the prophecy book Carmen, and whatever Carmen says will happen. So Si Ha is staring at the page that promises the end of everything, and the worst part is the question forming in his head. What if he is the reason? He was never supposed to matter. He was a man dropped into a novel he had already read, and his whole plan was simple. Stay an outsider, live quietly on the edge of the story, far from the heroes, and let the plot happen to other people. Survive by being nobody. But the meddling he has already done has set off no small amount of butterfly effects, and now he can feel the ground shifting under a story he thought he had memorized. So he sits in bed and spirals. He got greedy. He wanted to live well and comfortably, and that greed pulled him into the heart of the academy he swore to avoid. He got involved in matters he should have left alone, made enemies he never needed. And somewhere in the depths of his despair, a thought stabs him that he cannot take back. That maybe, without meaning to, he had quietly wished for all of this himself. Then the world does the cruelest thing it can to a man drowning in guilt. It rewards him. When it came out that the recent incident's mastermind was a dark wizard, the academy turned around and praised him. Him and Adela celebrated for courageously saving a classmate, even though the two of them had walked off campus without a shred of permission. The academy did not want the scandal leaking, so the troublemaker becomes the hero, sweat drop and all. But the Doom does not care about awards, and neither does the calendar. The very next day, before he can catch his breath, the professor drops the first assignment of the practical magic class, a group project. Ha's soul nearly leaves his body, because if the dark wizards do not end this world, group projects might. Everybody knows the rule. One driver does all the work, the free riders coast for the grade, and Ha knows exactly which seat fate has saved for him. It gets worse. The assignment is to dive into a dungeon and bring back the item hidden inside, and the higher the dungeon's level, the bigger the reward and the harder the fall. The professor leaves the groups to the students, and that is when the genius walks over. Ihan, the actual main character of this story, extends his hand and asks Ha to join him, all because Ha pulled a suspiciously good grade in taming. And Ha, who built his entire survival around avoiding this exact person, looks the protagonist dead in the eye and says no. It is too burdensome. A flat, cold rejection, right to the hero's face. Of course, the universe ignores his refusal, and somehow Ha ends up locked into the group anyway. So if he has to play, he plays to win. He knows something nobody else does. There is a hidden level item buried inside the haunted forest dungeon, a treasure the third year Ihan only discovered far later in the original novel. Ha drops the hint so casually that the whole group swallows the bait, marveling at how he always finds out the impossible. They settle it fast. The haunted forest, 2 days from now, everybody prepares. For once, Ha lets himself believe he is playing the story instead of being played by it. He is no longer a stranger passing through. He is diving in with both hands, steering toward a reward he was never meant to touch. But somewhere in the blue dark, a figure he has not noticed lifts a cigarette to their lips and watches the plan come together. And as the smoke curls up, they let one quiet thought settle. This could not be more perfect. Yesterday, this kid was the joke of the magic department, the outcast nobody picked for a team, and right now a prodigy from a completely different department is begging to follow him into a dungeon. That prodigy is Usher Barton, a first year and a rising star in foresight magic that older students openly worship. He looks at Ha, the boy everyone wrote off, and asks if he can come along. Why would someone like that chase someone like this? Because of one rumor. Han Sai, Ha can see ghosts. That matters because of where they are headed. The Ghost Forest Dungeon. A B-grade dungeon, and B-grade is never the kind you walk out of by accident. There is even a rumor the barrier holding the ghosts back has gone weak, that they might be slipping out. Most students would hear that and find an excuse. Usher hears it and wants in, as long as he can stay close to the one person who can actually see the things waiting inside. Then there is Han Gina, watching all of this with her arms crossed and her suspicion turned all the way up. She does not trust the new boy, and she says so to his face. But the professor already signed off on one condition. She comes too as his guardian. So now the group is locked in. The outcast, the prodigy who admires him, and the girl convinced one of them is up to something. Before they go in, the rules land like a warning. Inside the dungeon, you cannot see the ghost monsters at all, not with your eyes. Each person gets exactly 2 special items on entry, and without them you are blind in the dark, swinging at things you cannot find. That is why the professor hammered one word into them: cooperation. Get greedy, chase your own points, and you could be fighting before you ever even spot a monster. So they split the work the smart way. The ones strong against dark monsters take point. The heavy firepower stands ready to burn. Some wear the blindfolds, trusting the rest to guide them. It is a clean plan, careful, exactly how you survive a B grade. And then they step inside, and Han Sai, Ha quietly makes the whole careful plan look unnecessary. Because he has no theology training, no special items, nothing the rules say you need to even perceive a ghost. He just walks in like a warrior charging a battlefield and starts tracking the ghosts' every movement as if he can see them plain as day. The theology students stop and stare. They are not even being allowed to help. The outcast of the magic department is clearing their dungeon for them, and he is making it look easy. That is the exact moment the floor changes. A voice cuts through, sharp and certain. A powerful energy is coming from the right. The boss monster is already on the move, far ahead of schedule, and the air goes heavy in a way no forest ghost ever felt. Because this boss is not the kind you fight with a sword, the Ghost Forest's boss can reach into your head, read your memories, and turn your own mind into the weapon that breaks you. The plan was to ignore the voices, hold on and let the strongest handle it, but something is wrong. The attack does not feel like an attack. It feels like nothing. Ha is suddenly standing in a space of total darkness, a void where nothing exists, where he cannot sense a single thing, and the certainty that has carried him this whole chapter just evaporates. Then the dark shows him something, a memory. And the boy who has been living inside someone else's story goes cold, because he is looking at what might be his real one. Han Sai. Ha is trapped inside his own worst memory, and the monster that put him there is grinning, because it didn't attack his body, it went somewhere far crueler. The dungeon boss is a mental magician, and its power reaches past flesh and grabs the one wound a person never lets heal. So instead of a sword, Ha is staring down the version of himself he tried hardest to forget. Time, the room tells him. It's still unchanged, and the voice in the walls calls him pathetic. The memory is from before he ever woke up in this world, back when he was just a medical intern. A brilliant one. He'd discovered that a senior who everyone treated like a god was a psychopath running near, abusive experiments on helpless patients. So he did the obvious right thing. He exposed it, to the professors, the hospitals, all of it, no matter how powerful the man was. And the world punished him for it. Overnight, he became the whistleblower who ruined a legend's career. No hospital would take him. People shunned him in the hallways, talked behind his hands, watched his own hands start shaking outside the operating room he was no longer allowed to enter. He says it himself. Every single day felt like his sanity was being chewed away at the roots, until he ended up at a veterinary hospital, the last place left, and finally walked out on his own. That is the wound the boss is pressing on. It wants Ha to drown in it, and it almost works, because that despair is so loud he can barely remember he has a body to go back to. Then he hears something that should be impossible in a sealed mental prison. A small, stubborn cry. Quoo! It's Basil. His baby dragon clawed its way into the attack to find him. And here's the part that hits. The boss invaded Sai, Ha's mind through his pain. But Basil felt that same pain from the outside and followed it home. Because the bond between a tamer and his monster runs straight through the heart. The dragon nuzzles into his neck like nothing in this nightmare can touch them, and just like that, the despair loses its grip. And in that calm sigh, Ha finally understands the thing he never let himself say. He didn't report that senior just because the man was arrogant. He did it because he couldn't betray the one instinct he's always had, to protect the helpless. The injured animals, the patients with no voice. That instinct destroyed his old life. In this one, it's a superpower. Taming was always the thing he was built for. So he stops grieving and starts fighting. He tells Basil they only have to break one thing, and he means it. Not the illusion, the source. He spots it now, the boss's true heart, a black lantern burning with purple flame, the core keeping this whole prison alive. Basil roars and rockets forward through the fire, while Ha conjures glowing blue spears, and they tear that lantern apart in a single clean strike. The world shatters. A blue screen lights up over his head. Ghost forest, B grade cleared. He walks out of the dungeon into the rain, holding a lantern that turned out to be a rare hidden item, and his friends rush him, half relieved, half stunned he survived a mental attack at all. And then he sees the part that wipes the smile off his face. Two of his allies, including Ha Yul, are gone. Captured. A hooded figure steps out of the dark, the leader of the second-year necromancy students, and tells him his demon project has just begun. Then he offers Ha a choice. Hand over the people behind him and walk over here. A circle of student necromancers stands in the dark outside the academy, and they think Ha is one of them. They have spent weeks pulling him into their little plot, and tonight they finally say it out loud. The ritual is almost ready. They just need him. And the truly insane part is that he is letting them believe it. So they walk him through the shopping list like he is a co-worker, pig's blood, a bundle of straw, ogre scales, the root of a demon tree, and then the last ingredient, the one that makes his skin crawl, a medium, a living person to anchor the thing they are dragging up. Even better, they say, if that person comes from a holy bloodline, they are building a demon summoning right under the school, and they want a body to pour it into. The leader keeps smiling the whole time. He calls Ha a good choice, says their group is perfect, asks if they should work together again. He genuinely believes he has recruited the famous new first year. And somewhere in the back of Ha's head, a single cold thought is doing the math. This is Seymour Parker, a character written to grow strong enough to one day rival Lee Han himself, which means letting him finish this ritual is not an option. Then Ha drops the mask, and the night turns. He tells Seymour the plan was actually good. He made two mistakes. First, he trusted Ha way too much. Second, he underestimated him just as badly. And the warm, friendly conversation they were having a second ago freezes solid, because the boy they thought was their puppet was never on their side at all. Seymour does not take it well. He calls Ha a roach, screams that if he is going down he is taking Ha with him, and throws everything he has. A bolt of lightning cracks straight at Ha's chest. It connects, and it does almost nothing. The strongest opening move these necromancers had just bounced off the kid they wrote off as a low-grade nobody, and you can watch the confidence drain out of every face in the circle. Across the field, a girl who has known Ha for a long time sees the dark magic flaring, and her heart drops. She sprints to him through the chaos, terrified he relapsed, terrified he crawled back to the necromancers who ruined him before. She reaches him asking if he is okay, if he was scared, and the honest answer is that he was never one of them. He just had to look like it long enough to walk into the middle of their plan and blow it apart. And now he stops holding back. Ha calls his partner, and the forest answers. A dragon screams down through the smoke, a basilisk wheels overhead, and the necromancer's boss monster suddenly has very loud company. One of his own allies is shouting that fire and lightning in the middle of a dry forest will roast their side too, and Sai-ha is sweating, because even he did not expect this spell to drain him this hard. Then he says the name anyway. Fire Spike. A pillar of fire and lightning erupts straight up out of the ground and swallows the clearing hole. When the light fades, 2 words are burning in front of his eyes. Level 10. A brand new skill unlocked in the middle of a fight he is barely surviving. But Seymour is not done. Even broken, even losing, he lunges one last time to drag Sai-ha down with him. And that is the exact moment Sai-ha's strength finally runs out. A new girl bursts from the trees swinging a glowing self, defense shovel her grandfather gave her, screaming his name, begging him not to faint. And Han-si-ha, victory in hand, starts to fall. He pushed himself so hard saving everyone in that dungeon that he fainted mid-sentence and had to be caught before he hit the floor. And by the time he woke up, the doomed extra everyone wrote off had become the most decorated student in the entire academy. He keeps trying to fail quietly. The story keeps refusing to let him. When the dust settles, the damage report is almost funny. His teammates got time off to recover. The Necromancy and Dark Magic Club got suspended on the spot, and his team became the only group in Professor Grint's class to walk away with a perfect score. He hears all of this in the Great Hall and thinks the same thing he always thinks. He did not mean to stand out this much. He just wanted to survive. But one loose end is still sitting in a cell. Deep under the academy, in the underground prison, a torch throws red light across the bars, and behind them is Seymour Parker, the dark magic ringleader who tried to summon a demon and got everyone caught. Word reaches him that someone has come to visit, and of course it is Han-si-ha. Seymour braces for the worst. He grips the bars and snarls. "Did you come to watch me cry? You walk out fine, and me, I get disowned by my own family." Then Ha does the one thing the villain never saw coming. He slides a letter through the bars, a document fabricated top to bottom, claiming the dark magic organization blackmailed Seymour into all of it. The unfortunate student who had no choice. With this, his family saves face, the scandal gets an ending, and the noble boy about to be thrown away gets a way out. It is almost flawless. Seymour just stares at it, stunned, asking the only question that matters. "Why are you giving this to me?" The answer is a chess move nobody else can see. When Sai-ha collapsed saving the day, Dean Ernest was so impressed he promised to grant whatever Sai-ha wanted, no limits. And Sai-ha spent that golden wish on this. He asked the dean to show leniency towards Seymour Parker. The dean is baffled because Seymour led the whole dark magic mess, but Sai-ha makes the cold case. Expel a talent this sharp, and you do not erase him, you sharpen him into something worse. Aim him the other way, and a future enemy becomes useful. Then the story pulls the rug out. There is a cheerful blonde girl with braids called Natalie. In the original novel, she was the bright, adorable, everybody loves her student. So when she suddenly showed up swinging a shovel in the middle of the necromancy department, it was a genuine shock. And here is what she really is. Not a sweet classmate, a spy, an observer the dean himself planted inside the department to watch the dark magic, and she has been quietly reporting the whole time. The cute one was the most dangerous person in the room. So Ha clears the board completely. He buried the villain's scandal, redirected a future threat, and exposed a planted spy, all while looking like he was just being kind. Then the rewards pour in. International Magic Research sends word to Ardell Academy. Professor Grint hands him extra points for the biggest contribution in the practice class. He tries to wave it off, says he would honestly rather avoid any more troublesome tasks. Please, no more. And the Academy answers by announcing his new standing. Ha is now ranked 3rd in the entire magic department, which is the exact opposite of what he wanted. He grabs Atrax and shouts that this whole thing has finally driven him mad. The man came back to life with one goal: stay invisible, stay alive. And now his ranking has climbed so high that the attention he was running from is only getting worse, and the spotlight is swinging right back at him. Han Sai had just wanted a free prize. He cracks open the reward chest from the competition, the kind that's supposed to drop a shiny artifact and make your week. Instead, the thing inside makes his little red dragon shriek and back away, and the system whispers a word that turns his blood to ice. He came here for loot. He's walking out holding the start of the end of the world. But back up, because the room is having a great time before he does. Everyone's tearing into their personal rewards, and one poor classmate is sobbing over his haul, wailing that he wasn't even aiming for third place. Another clutches his chest like the unfairness might kill him. It's all golden sparkles and bragging rights. Han watches with a tight little smile, already dreading his own box because he's read this story, and stories like this never just hand you a present. And the timing is brutal because the Academy is shipping them all off to the Magic Research Conference in the Sainan Empire. It's a 3-day showcase where the best young magicians from every nation gather to swap knowledge and quietly try to humiliate each other. This year's topic is herbalism. Han, who knows nothing about herbalism, gets handed a beginner's textbook and told to study on the ride. He already hates it. The school's honor is on the line, and he's the least qualified person in the building. Here's the part nobody around him knows. Han is carrying a map. He lifted it off a dark mage by accident, and now he can't risk leaving it in the dorm. His friends saw it once and thought it was junk. It is not junk. Written on it plain as day is a single word he recognizes from the worst chapters of the novel: the cube. So what is a cube? In the story he read, dark mages built a tower as an amplifier, then poured nearly unlimited magic through these ancient artifacts to attack the entire world. A cube is a doomsday battery of concentrated dark magic. It can take a nobody mage and turn him into a monster. And the Sainan Empire, the exact place they're all heading for a school field trip, is where the very first cube is destined to surface. Han is not walking into a conference, he's walking into ground zero. In the original, the heroes do destroy the tower and seize the cubes before everything collapses. But the price is ugly. Good characters die screaming one after another, which is why even Han remembers this novel as a bleak, hopeless slog. And he's sitting in his bed holding the map that kicks the whole nightmare off, trying to convince himself he can just rest one night first. He does not get to rest. Something moves at the window, and a cloaked figure slips into his room, ignoring the perfectly good door because of course he does. It's Casper, a scout mage hiding under an invisibility cloak. He knows about the cube, and he wants the map. Then he tells Han the thing that drops the temperature of the whole room. His parents spent their lives finding and sealing these cubes to protect the world, and dark mages killed them for it. Now he's finishing what they started. This is Li Han, the actual hero of the novel, standing in Han's bedroom asking for the one item Han knows he can't give up. Hand it over and the first cube falls straight into Dark Mage hands, and the story's difficulty spikes off the charts, so Han refuses. But he doesn't slam the door either. Keep the map, he says, and let me come with you. Li Han studies the strange F-rank Tamer who somehow knows too much. Fine, but first, one condition. Tomorrow they win the competition together. Then they go dig up a weapon that could end the world. Han just smiles and says, "Got it." A teenager stands in a glowing academy hall and quietly proposes that they break into the Ministry of Magic and steal from it. He is not joking. The night before, Lihen pulled Han Sai aside and laid out something they absolutely have to do, and now the plan has a target. There is a cube sealed somewhere inside the most heavily guarded building these kids have ever seen. And on the map, its location points straight down to the 3rd basement level. The problem is obvious. A direct approach is suicide. Security is brutal, and access is controlled down to the breath, so 2 students trying to sneak in have exactly 0 chance, which leaves one absurd loophole. There is a tournament coming. Win it, and you do not just take home a prize. You earn a personal tour of the Ministry of Magic. The front door they could never force open gets held wide for the winners. But the tour is for 3 people, and the contest itself is team-based. So Lihen makes a suggestion. They bring a third along, someone called Abel, and they keep the whole thing a secret from Adela as long as they possibly can. Han Si, hears the catch buried in all of this, and his face goes flat. Whatever they are walking into, it is going to be dangerous, and reality starts to sink in fast. Then the tournament reveals itself, and the bottom drops out. It is a potion-making contest, judged by a panel of top-tier professors fronted by the master of herbology himself, Professor Bruce Miller. The rule is simple and merciless. Earn a passing score from every single professor on that panel, or you do not win. And Han Si, goes pale because he has a tiny confession. He does not know a single thing about herbology. So he does the only thing he can. He puts his brain to work. Most of the textbook content he needs got drilled into him by Ihan on the train ride over, and now he has to squeeze a miracle out of borrowed notes. He sits down to brew something no judge has ever tasted, because Miller said it himself. The essence of herbology is creating magic that has never existed. So Han Si, decides to give them exactly that. What he hands in is the potion of artistry. He adds his own twist to an old empire recipe, and when people drink it, something strange happens. Their main spells fire off with noticeably greater power. A flood of creativity wells up inside them, like a childhood imagination switching back on. It is a buff potion and an inspiration in one bottle, and it does the one thing those picky judges never expected. It impresses them. The team wins, and the gates open. And true to the plan, they arrive safely at the Ministry of Magic. 3 students in red cloaks walked politely through the lounge, the training grounds, the registration office, every door but the one they actually want. So the moment a professor steps away, they slip the leash. They find the route to the basement, confirm nobody has detected them yet, and Lihen pulls out his ace. A teleportation scroll that drops them straight past the guards. There is only one catch. There are just 2 charges for 3 people. Down they go anyway, into a dim vault where something is glowing in the distance. The lower levels are quieter than expected, because the real security is stacked 1 floor below, so they creep toward the shine, half certain it is a trap, half certain it is the prize. Then Han Si, looks at it and goes still, because he is the only one who knows for sure what that thing is. And the system answers for him. A window blooms open. Main Episode 2, the first cube. Retrieve it from the sealed vault. Reward, an easier road ahead. Failure, death. The vault door seals shut with the students still inside it, and a calm machine voice announces that for security reasons, an explosion is about to be triggered around the entire room. One of them screams at the others to run. Then the chamber detonates. Smoke, debris, and 3 terrified academy kids who came down here looking for a treasure and walked straight into a trap that was waiting specifically for them. They survive the blast, barely, coughing in the rubble. And that's when a familiar voice tells them to stop making such desperate excuses. Standing in the doorway, perfectly calm, is Professor Divert Grenouille, the mathematics professor from Ardell Academy. Han Si's brain just stops. Why is a school teacher standing inside a top-secret vault? The professor smiles, and his eyes glow an unnatural blue. He thanks them, truly thanks them, because their security was far too tight for his grand plan to retrieve the cube alone, and they were in a real bind after losing their map. So how fortunate that some students accidentally found the cube for him. The man teaching them numbers every week is a dark mage, and they were never explorers. They were his bloodhounds. Then he asks the question, "Would you prefer to die here?" He raises a hand, and purple lightning rips across the room. The kids are flattened in a heartbeat. The gap in skill is just too enormous. One of them admits it out loud, that they can barely keep themselves alive, while the professor calmly tells them to stop struggling because they've clearly reached their limit. Game over. Except the smug part is the part Han Si lives for. Because while everyone's eyes were on the lightning, a glowing golden cube ended up in Han Si's hand. He shoves it at Adele and tells her to take it and go. She rounds on him, furious, demanding to know what happens to him. He just smirks up at her and says it again. Damn it, just go. So she runs, the cube vanishing into the dark with her, and Han Sai-ha turns to face the dark mage completely alone. The professor is almost impressed, stealing the cube right out from under him, and now sacrificing yourself so your little friends can escape. How touching. He demands to know where they took it, and Han Si-ha, bloodied and grinning, says he has confidence in exactly one thing. A wall of glowing chains erupts and pins the professor in place. It worked. Out in the dark, a small orange shape exhales fire. Basilisk, his baby dragon, just bought him the one opening he needed. He bolts into the night with the basilisk at his side, counting the hooded figures already closing in. 2 behind him, 2 more rushing from the left. He throws up a magic barrier, tasting blood, and realizes the professor's lightning did far worse damage than he let himself feel. His magic is almost gone, and then he hears the words that turn his stomach to ice. Capture the Tamer first, because if they take him, the dragon dies with him. He keeps them alive long enough to lose their pursuers in the trees. Adele finds him safe for now, screaming at him to never do anything that reckless again. But Han Si-ha isn't listening, because his eyes have dropped to the small body beside him. Basilisk took an arrow that was meant for him, one he never even saw coming, and the dragon is in critical condition. Even Professor Bruce, they tell him, couldn't save wounds this bad. So Han Si-ha grabs a glowing elixir, drinks it down, and lifts a blade. The bottle is a creativity buff, a desperate gamble that lets him invent something that doesn't exist yet. Golden light crawls up his arms as he makes a vow into the dark. Starting now, he will absolutely save him. It is the middle of the night, and a teenage boy kneels in the dirt with blood on his shirt, performing open surgery on a dragon. No spell circle, no glowing healing magic. Just gloved hands, surgical tools, and a creature that should already be dead. Everyone in this world treats monster wounds with magic, so to them, what Han Si-ha is doing looks like madness. He calls it the only thing that might work. Because the dragon basilisk is too far gone for magic alone, an arrowhead is buried deep, the bleeding will not stop, and Han knows what nobody around him wants to hear. If he forces this with raw mana, he burns through himself and kills the dragon anyway. So he does the unthinkable for this world. He cuts, he finds the arrowhead, and in a steady voice that does not match his shaking body, he tells them he has it out. Here is the part that breaks you a little. In his past life, Han was a surgeon, and he lost it. Some trauma took his hands, until he could not even hold a scalpel without freezing in front of the operating table. He tried again and again, dozens of times, and his body just refused. He died never getting it back. Now, in a borrowed body under a foreign moon, kneeling over a dying dragon, his hands are finally steady, and he realizes he might actually be able to save it. No healing magic, just clean cuts, careful medication, and a knowledge that does not exist anywhere in this world. The bleeding slows, the vitals hold, and the exhausted little creature finally flops down and announces it is all done, while a young boy stares at the revived dragon like he just watched a god walk by. Adele, the friend who had been watching over Han with a terrified expression the whole time, can only manage 2 words. Well done. Then everything goes dark, and Han wakes to a familiar ceiling. He has been unconscious for days in Ardell Academy's infirmary, and Adele bolts upright the second his eyes open, shouting his name. The fight is over. He survived. But the thing they fought so hard to win is now sitting in his hands like a loaded gun. Because the cube is still here. A glowing object that every dark mage and half the major organizations in the world are quietly hunting. Han is told he cannot let it be taken, that they bled for it, that the black magicians are out there right now searching for it. And worse, rumors have already started spreading that Ardell Academy was attacked by outsiders. The rumors are wrong about the details. They are terrifyingly accurate about the rest. That is when the real trap springs. The magic department drags the boys into a trial because the vault those students broke into belonged to them. A green-haired professor named Louis Maxwell stands up and demands they be severely punished for daring to break in and steal magic department property. And here is the problem. They did break in. They have no clean defense, no witnesses, nothing but the truth that they were trying to stop a catastrophe. And the truth is not enough. Then a blond man in a gray suit and yellow glasses walks in and lights the whole case on fire. Headmaster Ernest, calm as anything, announces that he is the owner of that vault. The students only went down there because he instructed them to. The magic department never even knew what was stored inside. The verdict collapses into an apology letter and 30 hours of community service. Han walks free, staring at a man who covered for him completely and then said 5 quiet words. I won't ask anything. And somewhere in the background, a professor who knew far too much has already left one strange note behind and then vanished from the academy entirely. In the original story, 10 students walk into the basement of Ardell Academy to hunt a monster, and not a single one of them ever walks back out. The hunting party leaves, the door closes, and the page just ends. That is the future Han Si. Ha is sitting on while a classmate cheerfully signs herself up for it. But first, the part that makes the clever people nervous. A note turns up, pulled from the late Professor Grunius's bookshelf, and it is gibberish, a code written in arithmetic. 2 + 2 = infinity, nonsense symbols, math that refuses to behave. Nobody can crack it. So they hand it to the F, rank nobody as a joke, and Han Si, Ha glances at it, says he will give it a try as if it is nothing, and gives them the answer. He plays it off as pure luck. The people around him do not buy that for a second. One survivor straight up thanks him, says the only reason he is still breathing is because of his partner here, and he means it. And that is exactly the problem with being too good. Solve the impossible riddle, and suddenly everyone is asking the same quiet question: who is this guy, really? The loudest version of that question lives in Li Han. He has been circling Han Si, since the semester started, asking about him over and over, handing him cards and advice and watching how he uses them. In Li Han's eyes, this kid has been suspicious from day one. Calm, composed, the exact temperament of someone one bad day away from becoming a dark mage, and then something shifts. After actually spending time with him, Li Han admits it out loud. Maybe he is not such a bad guy after all. Meanwhile, the strangest fortune teller in the building is keeping score too. A little floating fox creature called Biulnim, perched over a glowing purple orb, reads the future for snacks and bread, and the future keeps circling back to Han Si. The prophecy says something huge is coming. Something about him is going to flip the whole academy upside down. The orb glows. Nobody likes what it is hinting at. For now, our world, rewriting protagonist, is on his knees with a mop. He racked up community service, so he and Adele are scrubbing the academy for 30 hours, and he keeps stopping to wipe down a speckled egg instead of working. Then a kid sprints in screaming breaking news. The monster of the basement is back. It started as the usual school ghost story. A scream, a shadow in the training grounds, a thing in the dark that no one could prove. Except this time, a student swears it was no small creature, and a rumor sharpens the whole thing into something worse. They think the monster is a drake, hiding with a stealth skill, which is exactly why only certain students ever catch a glimpse of it. And that rumor lights a fire. Catch the drake, the students whisper, and you get enough extra credit to skip straight to 3rd year. So Derek starts rounding up volunteers for a hunting party, selling it like a free win. Han Si, Ha watches the line form and thinks there are even more fools at this school than he expected. 10 kids against a monster the professors could not handle. Here is the part that turns his stomach. He knows this episode. Derek's hunting party is the original story, and in the original story, the hunting party never comes back. Not one of them. The only difference is that in the book Han Si ha read, one person was never on that list, and she just raised her hand. All right, Solia says, I'll do it. A team of students sets traps across every inch of a pitch, black specimen room, spikes, snares, magic, the works. And then they watch in horror as the monster strolls around every single one of them like it has a map. Drakes are not supposed to be this smart. Something is very wrong down here, and nobody in that room has figured out what yet. But to understand how a school exercise turned into a death trap, we have to back up to the kid who picked the fight. There is a young mage who grew up under a brutal father, a man who built his family's name through raw talent and demanded his heir show no weakness ever again. The family has since lost its prestige, and this kid has decided the only way to restore it is to win the upcoming final. The one obstacle standing in his way has a name, Ha. So he hatches a plan. He'll join the monster subjugation team going into the underground specimen room, rack up a flashy win, and prove his value before the final. Drakes love the dark. He reasons, so that is exactly where one will be lurking. He even pays a fortune teller for a prediction, and the answer he gets back is not the one he wanted. He cannot catch the Drake alone. He brushes it off. Big mistake. The moment the Drake actually appears, the whole confident plan falls apart. The students who were supposed to back each other up freeze instead, and the thing tears through the room with terrifying precision. It dodges the traps it should not even know about. It strikes exactly where the team is weakest. 2 students are already down before anyone says the obvious. They cannot win this, and they cannot leave. Then somebody finally says it out loud. A Drake does not have this level of intelligence. It is avoiding traps it has never seen, attacking like it knows the room better than they do. This is not a wild animal. Something is steering it, and up in the shadows, a cloaked figure with glowing eyes stands behind the beast, smiling because he has been holding the leash the entire time. His name is Hughes Stancer, a 5th-year Tamer, and this was never a training accident. 15 years ago, he claims the academy wronged him, and tonight is his revenge. The professors leave their students unguarded and reckless. He sneers, so let them struggle in the face of death. He has dropped a controlled monster into a room full of kids on purpose, just to watch them break. But there is one student he did not account for. Almost everyone else is too hurt to move, which leaves exactly one person still standing, the only light attribute magician left. The others beg him to save his power and run. He looks at the carnage, at the friends who cannot lift a finger, and decides he is not going anywhere. Even if he has to burn every last drop of magic he has, he is going to fight this thing alone. And here is the part Hughes never saw coming. Ha does not attack the Drake. He goes after the connection holding it. Tamer against Tamer. He starts prying the beast loose from its master's grip, and the Drake begins to thrash because its leash is being torn away. Hughes panics. He had everything under control until this one unexpected variable showed up and started unraveling his work. Then the horrible truth dawns on him. The kid wrecking his plan is not just some light mage. To do what he is doing, Ha would have to be a tamer too. There is a Drake tearing through the room, and instead of running from it, Ha walks up and steals it. The monster already belongs to another tamer, but the system asks him a simple question. Take a monster someone else has tamed, and he taps yes. The forced affinity climbs. The beast that was rampaging a second ago goes quiet, and the whole fight just ends in his favor. The students around him cannot process what they just watched. One of them says his name like it's an accusation. No way did you tame that thing. Because the answer breaks their entire picture of him. He's supposed to be the failure. The bottom, rank nobody. And he's standing there with a dragon that obeys him, acting like reptiles are just easy to get along with. But the trouble isn't over, because the dark mages hiding inside the school still aren't finished. One of them screams for his master while the wolf monster snarls and the students freeze in place. It's the kind of moment that should end badly. Except the Drake he just claimed slams the attacker into a wall, and by the time the dean arrives after the report, the whole thing is already handled. Now here's the part Ha actually cares about. That fight gave him a brand new skill called Tamer's Touch, and he has never seen it once in the original story he's living inside. He's annoyed it comes with a time limit, and he half wishes he could have tested it more on the Drake, but a skill that doesn't exist in the book he memorized means the page is changing around him. He's writing things the author never did. Then the dean does something even better. He thanks Han Si-ha for his hard work, tells him the families have already sent a reward, and hands over a chest. Han Si-ha hovers his hands over it and basically begs the universe out loud, a grade, please be, grade or higher, I'm not asking for much. The lid bursts open in golden light, and out floats a leather briefcase that he can barely hold for grinning. It looks like luggage. It is not luggage. The case is the kind of item that's useful in a fight and just as useful in ordinary life. The sort of thing nobody in the original story ever bothered to grab. And tucked inside the reward is a note from the dean, a sheet of formulas. Han Si-ha stares at the symbols he's been stuck on for weeks, and suddenly the math cracks wide open. The dean just handed him the answer key. So he starts pulling threads, sneaking through lockers and the necromancy classroom. He chases a hunch and lands on something cold. Student number 14 left this academy a long time ago, leaving no trace they ever existed at all. He found a cube too, another one, and he decides to hide it somewhere safe in his subspace before the dark mages or a professor can take it from him. However, things did not go according to his plan. A girl named Yoon starts trailing him with a deal he can't quite refuse. Enter the astrology contest, win an award, walk away with 3 theology credits and a clean shot at the exam. She's the department's top student, and she's basically offering to hand him the test. He sweats, he stalls, he tells her to stop following him. And on the day of the contest, he catches sight of a face in the crowd that looks an awful lot like his own. Of every person who could have walked out as the judge of Han Si-ha's contest, the worst possible one just did. That black suit, that cold half, smile, that face that looks unsettlingly like Si-ha's own. It's his older brother. And in this whole world, this is the one man written to hate him. Si-ha looks at him and thinks exactly what the whole crowd is thinking. If I'd known he was judging, I never would have entered this stupid contest. His name is Han Si-yuk, and the room is already whispering his legend. A genius prophet from the magic department, on the elite track since day one, shining without the family's shadow on him. But here's what makes those eyes so dangerous. Si-yuk was the illegitimate son. He grew up swallowing discrimination while Han Si-ha, the legitimate child of Count Han Tae, so got the name and the place he never had. So he learned to despise the little brother who was handed everything he was denied. Look at his eyes when he stares Si-ha down. There is nothing brotherly left in them. Which leaves Si-ha doing the math in real time, a judge who hates him, holding the score. One spiteful number and the whole team goes down, nothing to do but give it everything and pray the man's pettiness loses. His teammates are sweating too because this contest is no joke. The magic department's team is far ahead, and someone keeps muttering the answers might have leaked. The judges shut that down cold. Leakage is nearly impossible, they say, so stop the suspicions and move to the awards. Then the announcer steps to the podium, and the tense room holds its breath. The first place team in the astrology contest is Han Si-ha's. He didn't just guess. He identified the object, including its exact location, nailing what even the elites couldn't. Si-ha's face collapses into relief. Thank goodness. His own teammate is stunned it actually happened, and for one clean second the villain, Extra, is standing at the top with a real win nobody can take from him. And that, of course, is when his brother ruins it. As the trophies are handed out, a quiet line drops. Han Si-yuk wants to see Han Si-ha. Privately, Si-ha walks into a luxurious sitting room with one tear he won't let fall, already braced for the knife. This is the brother who used to call him pathetic, a disgrace. He's not someone who'd ever do anything good for me, Si-ha thinks, so why am I here? Si-yuk pours the tea and gets to the point. He has advice. Si-ha's no longer young enough to be handed easy passes, the gloating that hides a warning. Si-ha's patience snaps. Whatever, just say it. And what Si-yuk says lands like a slap from a direction he never saw coming. This summer break, you are to stay at the Kastika family estate. If I say stay, you stay. That's all. You may leave now. Si-ha walks out genuinely rattled, because this makes no sense. The brother who shoved him out of the family is now ordering him to camp on its grounds, and he can't find the angle. Out of nowhere, why me? He files it away and lets the school year close. Finals end and summer arrives. Apella brags he aced his exams. Adela admits she's heading home to a family that isn't fond of her coming back, a girl who in the original story was always alone. They wave goodbye at the train and promise to meet again in a month. So Sai follows the strange order and arrives at the Kastika estate, dragging his suitcase into the courtyard. "I'm back," he calls. A tall figure is already waiting, and the welcome he gets is a raised hand and 4 flat words, "Not until I give my permission." The door shuts in his face before he's taken a single step inside. And just like that, the summer he was ordered to spend here has locked him out before it even began. The family that threw him away just summoned him home, and they think he's coming back to grovel. Han walks into the Han estate as the abandoned child, the one the servants used to ignore, the one his own father wrote off years ago. And the whole house is buzzing with a rumor there was a scandal at the Ministry of Magic. A trial, a mess, and they've already decided their useless boy is somehow at the center of it. So when he sits down at that long, opulent dinner table, his father doesn't greet him. Count Han Tae so opens with an accusation. He's heard Sai attended a Ministry of Magic event, and to a man who expects nothing from his son, that can only mean trouble. Why were you there? What did you do this time? The contempt is so automatic nobody even pretends otherwise. Answers flat. He attended that event as the school representative. Not as a suspect, as the one student Ardell Academy chose to send. You can watch the father's certainty wobble for half a second, then snap right back to suspicion, because a man like Count Han would rather believe his son is a fraud than believe he's gifted. So he goes for the throat. He demands the report card, convinced the grades are faked, that the boy bribed someone or doctored the numbers, and he says it right there at the table. It's actually harder to cheat the practical exams, tells him, and hands it over anyway. The father starts reading, ready to find the lie. There is no lie. Top in taming, top in practical magic. And that's only the midterm. On the final, the boy did even better. The count reads it twice, hunting for the fraud that isn't there, and the room goes quiet. His abandoned, written, off, F, ranked disappointment of a son is ranked number 1 in the subjects that matter. And then the father breaks, not with anger. The cold Count Han Tae, the man who has sneered at this boy his whole life, stands up, grips Ha's shoulders and gets misty-eyed. "I'm so proud. It's about time you grew up." Ha just sits there sweating, question marks floating over his head. The servants who used to ignore him are suddenly bowing and preparing 10 horses for the road. He came home braced for a fight and won the whole war by handing over a piece of paper. But Ha isn't here to enjoy being adored. 2 days later, he's already on to the next problem in front of him, a mottled blue and white egg. A grade Apira's egg, the kind that's loyal and perfect for travel once tamed, and notoriously harder to handle than a dragon. He sets the temperature perfectly, crushes gemstones into powder for its first meal, and waits, telling himself this part should be easy. It is not easy. The Pira cracks out of its shell and starts wrecking a Han family room he is absolutely not allowed to damage, in the house he just won over. He grabs for it once, fails and stops, lunging at a terrified newborn only makes it wilder. So he calms the scared thing first, the way his old life taught him. A drowsy hypnosis spell drops over the Tira, the panic drains out, and the second it goes still, his affinity locks it in. No broken furniture, just a sleepy monster that's now his. And word gets out fast. A second-year student, taming 2 monsters at once, and one of them a Terra, a creature half the academy swears is impossible to handle. The other tamers can barely process it. Han keeps quietly turning a death sentence into a winning streak. But far from the academy, behind a wall of fire and a cracked mask, a hooded figure stands before a glowing barrier, and that story is just beginning. Han has read this story to the last page, so he knows exactly how everyone is supposed to die, which is why nothing should be able to surprise him anymore. And then a name appears on the registration screen that absolutely should not be there, and the man who knows the future starts screaming. But back up, because the morning started so well. It's course registration day at Ardell Academy, and the whole campus is in a quiet panic. Here, you don't just click a button, you drag yourself to a place called the Magic Center before dawn, draw your own magic circle to log in, and pray the magic flow at your spot is strong enough to push your picks through first. His classmates are losing their minds over it. One friend hunches over his scheduler for hours, threading classes around free periods until his timetable is basically a work of art. Sai watches the chaos with the calm of a man who already memorized the answer key. His whole strategy is 3 words. Move accurately and swiftly. Take what you need. Drop everything you don't and get out before the server chokes. So he does. Hand on the screen, one clean press, registration locked. I got everything, he says, and he means it, because there is exactly one professor in this entire academy he has spent real effort avoiding. Professor Grint, the man who once strong armed him into a theology competition of all things, and would rather walk into open flame than sit in that classroom again. And this is the part where the universe laughs. In the crush and the chaos, panics, fumbles, and ends up registered for Professor Grint's class anyway. Then his eyes catch something worse. A name on the roster that was never written into the story he memorized, a name that should not exist here. He grabs his head and howls, and his little familiar Basil just sighs and says, "Yeah, Master's lost it again." But here's why a name out of place actually terrifies him. The story he knows is already coming apart, and he is the one breaking it. Take the necromancer of the dormitory. Necromancy students fall under the sway of the dark wizards. The dorm becomes a graveyard, and a skeletal hand the size of a building comes down on a girl channeling holy gold light. A real disaster with real casualties. And in the original story, that horror wasn't supposed to happen for another 2 whole years. It happened early because of him. The dark wizards kept getting thwarted over and over by one annoying beast, Tamer always a step ahead, so they panicked and rushed their entire timeline forward. Sai walked out of that nightmare with some very nice rewards, but the lesson underneath it has teeth. Every time he wins, the future he memorized shifts a little further out from under his feet. Then time skips. A red train cuts through the forest, and the second semester drops its grand tradition on them. Survival. They haul the second years out past the Empire's border to the Keisha Plains and call it a team building camp. In reality, it's a shakedown. The seniors score the juniors, those scores get welded onto their grades, and they stand over the new kids demanding their rations and their blankets like warlords. One junior dares to ask the obvious. If we hand over all our food, what exactly are we supposed to eat? A senior tells him to shut up. And through the whole ugly performance, one student has not moved an inch. Sai just stands there, watching, perfectly still, while the seniors strut and bark. Finally, one of them notices and gets in his face, demanding to know why he's been frozen this whole time, like he thinks the third years are a joke. Sai looks up at him, and the worst possible thing happens. He starts to smile. Because honestly, all of this is just a little bit funny. A senior decides a first year is too cocky, so he quietly empties the kid's survival bag and leaves him 1 bottle of water for 6 days in a monster forest. The plan is simple. If Sai is really as gifted as everyone keeps whispering, then let the great Sai try surviving with no food, no rope, and nothing but a rock for company. That senior is about to learn this was a very bad idea. Back up a step. This whole thing is a graded camping trip, and the academy is buzzing about the second years, who are suddenly outclassing everyone above them. A third year named Kassan can't stand it. He isn't even a cruel person. He's just bitter that these younger kids are this good, and the bitterness needs a target. The target is Hansi. So Kassan gets in his face. He drags up the rumors, the family that abandoned him, the father he supposedly disappointed. And Han Sai-ha doesn't crumble the way a bullied extra is supposed to. He just calmly asks Kasan whether what he's doing right now counts as teamwork or as a threat. Because the dean pulled Han Sai-ha aside before this trip and said teamwork was the most important thing of all. Funny then that the senior is the one breaking that rule. That answer lands like a slap, and the whole confrontation tips into chaos. Han Sai-ha's creatures bristle at the tension, a sparking little dragon and a snapping fox ready to defend him. Somebody ends up bleeding. The seniors back off rattled, and Kasan storms away muttering that he is going to kill that brat. He doesn't fight fair after that. He finds someone weaker to do his dirty work instead. That someone is a senior called Leveni, who happens to be packing the supply bags. Kasan leans on him with a grin and asks which bag belongs to Han Si-ha's group. Then he guts it. Out come the rations, the rope, the extra water, until 5 people are left with a single bottle and a couple of stones and a smug little speech about how the genius can clearly survive without food. Han Si-ha's group accepts the bag without knowing it's been rigged to fail. The next morning the trip begins for real. 6 days, survive without serious injury, and you pass. Get badly hurt and crawl back to base, and you fail. Han Si-ha's group hits a fork with 2 paths and picks left because someone heard left was the safest and fastest way down. They walk and walk. And slowly a cold feeling creeps in because everything around them looks exactly the same. It's not paranoia. They're walking in circles. The terrain itself is soaked in illusion magic, the kind that quietly drains your energy and loops you back to where you started while you think you're making progress. Han Si-ha realizes the rigged supply bag wasn't even the real danger. The forest was always built to swallow careless students whole, and right now it has them. He works the puzzle, finds the seam in the illusion, and finally drags his exhausted group out the other side. Out of the loop, soaked by sudden rain, they spot it at last. A cave, dark and dry, the perfect place to shelter and finally light a fire and rest. Relief washes over the whole group as they hurry toward the mouth of it. And that is the exact moment the dark inside the cave opens 2 glowing red eyes, and something with teeth rises up to meet them with a roar. Someone in the group looks up at the boar and announces that dinner tonight is roast pork. It is a great line. It is also extremely premature because that boar is currently airborne, glowing, and very much not on the menu yet. This is supposed to be the easy fight. It is the worst one they have had all week. The thing came down near a cave, and from a distance it really did look like a big, angry pig. Then it lunged, and it knocked Basil clean out of the air. Basil, the baby dragon. A hatchling that is supposed to be able to handle most fully grown mages getting bounced off the field by livestock. The whole party freezes because if Basil is struggling, the math on this animal stopped making sense a long time ago. Han Si-ha clocks it first. Something is off about this wild boar. A swordsman tries to read it through his blade and comes back rattled, saying his weapon barely bit through the hide. This isn't a beast that wandered too close to camp. It is a reinforced creature, juiced up by something out here in the forest, and it is wearing a pig as a disguise, which means the polite half of this fight is over. So they stop holding back. They have been drilling Basil on a new trick lately, taking all that scattered breath and funneling every bit of it into one single point. The hatchling shakes off the hit, gets back to its feet, and lights up. Then it fires, a spear of yellow and blue lightning punches straight through the boar, and a creature that shrugged off a sword folds in a single heartbeat. Even the people who have seen Basil fight before just stare. A hatchling doing that. And now for the heroic reward, butchering it. Han Si-ha, who studied anatomy in a past life and absolutely did not sign up to gut forest pigs, gets handed the knife because he is the one person here who knows where the parts go. He grumbles the entire time. Then the meat hits the fire, the smell takes over, and 4 exhausted students who have been walking all day with no real food go completely silent over a skewer of roast boar. Better than expected. Suddenly the day is salvageable. But over the campfire, the mood drops. The truth is, they are stranded. It will take the academy at least a week to even reach them, and tonight proved the woods are full of empowered things wearing harmless faces. One reinforced boar nearly ended them. Nobody wants to say out loud what a worse one would do. They agree to rest, set a watch, and not think too hard about tomorrow. Later, one of them cannot sleep. The mage girl stands at a broken opening in the rock, staring up, and asks Ha to look at the sky with her. And quietly she tells him why she became a mage. When she was small, before she understood anything, her entire village was buried beneath the earth. Everyone gossiped that a dark mage had been hiding among them, that the whole place was cursed. None of it was true. People who had done nothing wrong vanished without a reason, leaving only her behind. Ha listens and thinks about his own past life, the overworked man who woke up inside a novel as a tamer. He has carried a secret this whole time too. He almost says it. Then she turns to him with the one question he is least ready to answer. They came down here to grab one glowing red cube, and the second Ha's hand closes around it. The floor wakes up. A rune lights under their feet. The whole cavern shudders, and something huge starts dragging itself out of the rock. They got greedy, and the dungeon noticed. For a second, he thinks the worst is over. They already put down a wild boar on the way in. The cube is in his hand, and all that's left is to climb out. Then, the rumbling gets louder. Blue light pours through a crack that was not there a moment ago, and a wall of blue-gray stone stands up on its own. A golem. Red eyes blink open in its skull, and it starts smashing everything it can reach for no reason except that it can. His friend says it first, the thing nobody wanted to say out loud. First a boar, and now a golem. There is no way they win this fight, so the plan turns simple and ugly. They run. They scramble for the opening in the sky while the cave comes apart behind them, the golem chewing through everything in a straight line toward their backs. But running only buys seconds, because past a certain point the illusion magic here stops them cold. There is nowhere left to go, so they do the math out loud, breathing hard. They have to face this thing themselves, and the water mage of the group goes first. She winds up and hits it with everything she has. The golem does not even crack. Of course it does not. It is solid stone, and they are about to learn exactly how solid. Here is the part where Ha looks insane. He turns to her and tells her to stop punching it and just give it a good splash of water. She stares at him like he has lost his mind. And honestly, fair, because anyone who knows monsters knows this. Earth and stone creatures shrug off water magic completely. Soaking a golem should do nothing. She tells him so. He tells her to trust him and do it anyway. So she does. A wave of water crashes over the golem and soaks it head to toe, and for one ugly second it looks like she was right and he was wrong, because the rock just stands there dripping. That is the trap. That is the whole plan, because Ha was never trying to hurt it with the water. He was just getting it wet. And now it is your turn, he says to the small white creature waiting under his hood. The freezing creature does its work, and the temperature falls off a cliff. A sudden chill, snow in the air, and the soaked golem locks solid inside a block of crystal ice. And here is the beautiful part, the part that makes this whole stunt physics instead of magic. Water expands when it freezes. No matter how huge a rock is, fill its cracks with water and freeze it fast, and it has to shatter from the inside. The golem cannot break the ice, so the ice breaks the golem. One stomp, and the whole thing comes apart like cheap pottery. It works perfectly. It also nearly kills him. Ha overcooked his own magic to pull it off, and the second the golem is dust, he floats up off the ground, clutching his head, saying he used too much, saying he genuinely feels like he might die. His friends crowd around asking if he is okay, and the answer is obviously no. And right then, half conscious and wrung out, he hears it, footsteps, real ones, coming closer in the dark. The seniors have finally found them, and now they are going to want to know exactly what these two did to wake the thing up. Han Si had just walked out of a forest that was supposed to kill him, holding the one thing every dark wizard on the continent wants, a glowing cube. And he already knows the catch because he read this story. In the original work, the hero who claimed a cube like this one paid for it with his own eyesight. So Han is carrying a prize and a price in the same hand, and he hasn't decided yet which one he gets to keep. Rewind to how bad that forest actually got. The mission ended with a golem so monstrous the Academy issued a full evacuation order with a 1-week deadline. Every student in the forest saw it. The whole campus felt it. And somehow Han and his crew walked it back down to a slap on the wrist, a penalty so light it barely counts. Everyone's safe, everyone's alive, and nobody in that room is calm about it. Because of what they dragged home. A red cube, recovered from ground the dark wizards were quietly hiding it on, wrapped in illusion magic and barriers, so nobody would ever come looking. Han turns it over in his hands and asks the question nobody wants to answer out loud. Who cast that magic? Whose forest was that, really? And the longer they sit with it, the more it feels like those dark wizards are not somewhere far away anymore. They're getting closer. Then the meeting puts a name on the thing in the dark. The dark sorcerer R, a master thief and fixer who built an army of beastmen and tears through empires for fun, and his specialty is exactly this, stealing cubes. Han listens to that resume and does the math instantly, because he knows how this villain operates. It doesn't matter how early you grab a cube. A master like R finds it eventually, which means the unexpected cube now sitting on their side of the table just made them a target. So the meeting ends. Everyone's told to go rest, and Han goes somewhere quieter to do the real work. The status window in his head is asking one cold question. Who does he bring with him into the center of this story? The original novel already has its chosen players. Natalie, the brain, reliable, obvious, safe. But for some reason the first name that surfaces in his mind isn't from the script at all. Yoon Ha, a genius nobody bet on. And then there's the one he really shouldn't trust, Seymour. Top of the theology department, a messed up personality, an uncertain position, a kid who has spent his whole life watching his own back. The original work would write him off. But under a sky full of stars, Seymour makes a quiet vow that the novel never gave him. He will never betray Han. And Han decides he'd rather break the script than follow it off a cliff, so he bets on the people the story tried to throw away. Which brings us to the part where the genius Tamer does something genuinely unhinged. He looks at the cube, the most coveted item in the entire world, the thing armies are willing to die for, and he asks himself the obvious Tamer question: what if I don't use it? What if I tame it? The basics of taming are active interest and conversation. So Han hauls the cube to a cliff, sits down, and starts talking to a rock. "It goes exactly as well as you'd think," he shouts encouragement at it. He gives it a pep talk. The cube does nothing. A tiny bird shows up just to confirm that yes, this is a stone, and Han slowly realizes he might be the dumbest main character alive. He grabs his head, ready to quit, and then the system pings. Affinity. Rising. The rock that cannot possibly hear him is starting to like him. Why is this real? Most tamers in this world tame beasts. Things with eyes, with teeth, with a heartbeat you can feel under your hand. Han Si had just tamed a cube, a glowing chunk of crystal with no face, no pulse, and absolutely no business obeying anybody. And the system asks him the question dead seriously. Do you want to tame the cube? He hits yes so hard the button practically screams it back at him. This is the thing nobody else in the story has figured out. Cubes are not creatures. They are not supposed to be tameable. But the moment Han forces an affinity bar onto one and watches it climb, a whole new game opens up that the rest of the world doesn't even know exists. He calls it secret cube taming, and the first one comes easy. Solergy, tamed before he's even broken a sweat. Then the second cube laughs in his face. The difficulty doesn't go up. It goes vertical, and here's the part that tells you how far he's come. He's annoyed. Not panicked, not scared, just bored, sitting cross-legged on a rug muttering that this is so slow. The man who woke up an F, rank death flag, is now whining that taming an impossible object is taking too long. He even catches himself and admits that if he complained out loud, tamers across the whole world might throw stones at him. Because each cube hides a unique skill. One of them can carve out entire spaces just by burning mana. With Basil, with Clostea, and now these cubes under his control, his level has quietly blown past every average tamer alive, and he's collecting them for a cold reason. The Rebel Core storyline is unfolding, and in that plot, cubes get stolen, so he keeps at least one on him at all times, a weapon disguised as a hobby. Meanwhile, his dragon is going through a phase. Basil has awakened basic polymorph, which sounds terrifying and is mostly a letdown. Han asks if it can change anything beyond its color. Basil grins and says it can adjust its jawline. That's it. A baby dragon with the power to slightly improve its own bone structure. Han stares at it the way you'd stare at a magic trick that turned out to be a sticker, and accepts that he'll be hauling this thing around for a while anyway. Then the chapter softens. Because there are no pets in this world. The concept just doesn't exist here, so when Han finds a shivering white cat and it takes him days to win it over, something in him recognizes the feeling. It reminds him of Basil. He can't just leave it out in the cold, so he brings it home. The overworked man who got reincarnated into a Doom novel is, underneath all the power, gaming, still a guy who picks up stray animals. And that's where Natalie comes in. Blonde, sharp, and the kind of student who casually mentions she's made artifacts before because her dad helped her build one. She's studying the Empire's enhancement items, and Han, leaning over her book, offers to help her out. He's relaxed. He's showing off a little, and that's exactly when he gets careless. He blurts out that he knows about cubes, and the second it leaves his mouth, he wants it back. Because cubes are barely understood by anyone, students would be the last people on Earth to know a thing about them. Natalie's head snaps up. How does he know about cubes? In his panic, he realizes he's said far too much. But before he can scramble for a lie, she answers her own question first. She knows about them too, and the reason lands like a dropped stone. Her grandfather was the one who created them. Han Si-ha has spent this whole story chasing one secret, and the girl sitting next to him on the bench just casually offered to hand it over. He needs to know everything about the cube. The problem is, he is the one who named the cube, and there is absolutely no way he can let her find that out. So he keeps his face calm, plays dumb, and lets her talk. Her name is Natalie, and in the original novel she was nothing, a minor side character. The kind who helps the hero once and never touches the main plot again. Which is exactly why Han almost overlooked her, but then she says the words that change everything. The one who created the cure, the man who first built the cube, was her grandfather. Han has to physically stop himself from reacting. He decides honesty buys honesty, so he admits more than he probably should about what he already knows. And little by little, Natalie opens up. She tells him the cube was stolen from her family. Her grandfather built it, it was taken, and ever since it has been turning up in places it was never meant to be. Like, for instance, the academy. Then she explains what the thing actually is, and it is so much bigger than a power source. Her grandfather wanted to build a magical train, something engines alone could never move. Magic could not do it either. So he traveled across the entire continent, hunting for a material that could produce nearly infinite magic, condensed into something small enough to hold in one hand. He found a glowing mineral deep in a jungle wall, and from it he forged the cube. But here is the part that makes Han go quiet. Natalie says every artifact this powerful demands a price. The bigger the power, the bigger the cost. Some of them, she says, take the user's life in exchange. That is the law her family lives by. And Han, who has watched these cubes being used like toys all over this world, suddenly understands what is sitting in everyone's pocket. A miracle that quietly eats the person holding it. He floats a guess, careful to sound like he is just thinking out loud. Is that why each cube ends up with its own unique power? Natalie's eyes go wide, because that is exactly the secret. He nailed it. He covers fast, swears it was only a lucky guess, and inside he is sweating, because the truth is, he knows these things better than the woman whose family invented them. And just like that, the heaviest secret in the story is his. He walks away with everything he came for. Then the chapter does a hard left turn into pure comedy, because a girl named Joy comes flying and declaring that she and a stray kitten are now officially family. Natalie picks up the abandoned thing. Someone insists it is more of a fortune cat than a real one, and Han ends up holding a tiny gray kitten while everyone argues over who it likes best. It is the lightest the cast has been all arc, a breather earned by all that dread about the cube. Han even gets accused of being a devil, mostly for being good with animals. Then someone bursts in looking for him with that specific kind of urgent face. There is big news. It is about his brother, the one he has been competing against. He has just been appointed as an investigator for Ardell, and the smile slides right off Han's face. Over a decade ago, an entire village was buried alive, every person in it swallowed by the earth for reasons nobody could explain. And then the people in charge did something stranger than the disaster itself. They buried the truth too. The Ministry of Magic looked at a village full of corpses and decided the world was better off, never knowing why. No one dared to investigate it. They called it the Catablam Cold Case, and for 10 years it stayed exactly that, cold, closed, forgotten on purpose. See, Ha learns all of this because of one man. There is a new professor at the academy now, teaching magical manufacturing studies, and that is the least interesting thing about him. This is Han Si-hyuk. He doesn't just teach, he's also been appointed as an investigator, and on top of that he happens to be the single most famous prophet in the entire world. People speak his name like a legend, and Ha, who knows this whole story, recognizes him for something far worse. In the original novel, Han Si-hyuk dies. He turns to dark magic, and the heroes cut him down for it inside this very academy. That is the man now walking the halls as a celebrated genius, completely unaware of the ending written for him. And Ha is the only person alive who knows it is coming. So why is this prophet so obsessed with one buried village? Because of something he saw as a child, a prophecy, the kind that made his name, the kind the world now worships him for. And every gift he has ever shown, every case he solved before anyone else could even start, all of it circles back to this one mystery he was never able to crack. The world calls him the greatest. He calls it the one thing he failed. Here is the part that makes Ha's stomach turn. This Catablam business isn't in the original story. The plot he memorized, the script he's been quietly surviving by, has no chapter for this. It's a sub-episode. Something happening off the page, with no rewards he can predict, and no risks he can plan for. And the moment a story stops following the rules, you stop being safe inside it. Ha built his entire survival around knowing the future. This is the future going dark. Then it gets personal. Han Si-hyuk has a message for him. Come to my office, right away. Ha walks in already bracing, and the prophet lays it out like it's nothing. He wants Ha as his assistant on the case. Ha would have to go around quietly asking questions about a 10-year-old massacre that the ministry itself tried to bury, all while pretending he's just a curious student. Every alarm in his head is screaming, and he's also, against his better judgment, a little bit curious. But Si-hyuk isn't asking him to investigate openly. That would get them both killed. He has a cover already built, a royal banquet. The kind with dancing, champagne, fireworks, and the most powerful families in the magic world all packed into one glittering hall. And legally, Ha is registered as Si-hyuk's sibling, which means walking in at his side raises exactly 0 eyebrows. The perfect disguise. A massacre investigation hidden inside a party. Ha can barely keep up. A banquet, as in actual dancing and partying. as in the kind of room where one wrong word from a kid with a baby dragon could draw every dangerous eye in the building straight onto him. Siyuk just smiles and tells him to behave, no causing trouble, no unnecessary attention, since this is royalty they're crashing. And then the chandeliers light up, the music swells, the most powerful people alive raise their glasses. The royal banquet begins. A nobody academy student is standing in the middle of the emperor's own banquet, and he is not supposed to be here. Han Si-ha is on a red carpet under chandeliers the size of carriages, surrounded by nobles who would step over a corpse to reach the chocolate fountain. This is no random ball, but a banquet thrown by the emperor himself. He slipped in on his investigator, brother's coattails as an assistant, and he has exactly one job tonight: blend in and dig. Because Si-ha did not come for the fondue, he came hunting information. His brother, investigator Han Siyuk, is chasing the Catablam case, an old unsolved horror that nobody at the academy will explain to him. So Si-ha works the room the only way a fish out of water can. He smiles, he bows, he plays the eager student, and he goes looking for the one face here who might actually know something. That face belongs to Professor Bruce Miller. Miller is well connected, the kind of man who hears everything, and at first he plays the warm mentor. He calls Si-ha a remarkable student. Then his smile sharpens. He leans in and tells the boy something that lands like a cold hand on the neck. Do not trust these people. Everyone in this hall has a shady side. And then, out of nowhere, Miller asks how close Si-ha really is to his own brother. Si-ha keeps his face calm and lies smoothly. He says he is not close to the investigator, just someone he respects and looks up to. But inside, his mind is racing. Why would Miller suddenly drag his brother into this? And here is the worst problem. If even Miller, who knows everyone, has nothing on the Catablam case, who on earth is left to ask? So Si-ha scans the room and decides to gamble. He will just pick someone who looks important and start talking. He picks wrong and right at the same time. A blonde woman in a wide-brimmed white hat drifts toward him before he can even open his mouth. She is already smiling, and then she says the thing that freezes the blood in his ears. She calls him by name. He has never met this woman in his life, and somehow she knows exactly who he is. It gets stranger fast. She asks if he is Han Tae-soo's child. She knew his father. She mentions his brother Han Si-hyuk, a fact most people at the academy do not even know. This woman is surprisingly, impossibly well informed, and her golden eyes never stop measuring him. Si-ha realizes he has not chosen a source. He has walked straight into someone who was waiting for him. Then she asks him a question that is not really a question. If the Empire had to choose between saving a single life and saving 1,000 commoners, which should it pick? Si-ha says the 1,000, obviously. The woman just smiles and shakes her head. To people like her, those 1,000 lives are worth less than an ant's. If sacrificing inferior people stops a dark magician, then that is simply what the Empire does. Si-ha stares at her, and the word that rises in his throat is revolting. She is not done twisting the knife. She tells him to go back to his studies and leave this case alone, that it would benefit his future, that throwing himself in beside his unremarkable brother is beneath him. And then she drops it casually, the detail that makes his stomach fall. The Catablam case had 1,000 victims. The math she was playing was never hypothetical before he can recover. A voice cuts across the hall, and the title attached to this smiling woman makes his blood run cold. She tilts her head, amused, and murmurs that someone has raised quite an amusing child. The most dangerous person in the entire empire just leaned forward, smiled, and turned over an hourglass. 3 minutes. That is how long Han Si-ha has to explain why she shouldn't take his head off where he sits. He looks down at the sand already falling and feels his own pulse in his throat. His one comforting thought right now is that his neck somehow is still attached. He knows exactly who he's talking to because he read her. This blonde woman on the golden throne is the highest authority in the empire, and the novel spelled her out in a single line. She is the kind of ruler who would sacrifice 1,000 people to get one thing she wants. A madwoman who would kill anyone the moment her mood goes sour, and Han, being the genius he is, has just thoroughly insulted that exact person to her face. The room is full of people who would rather not be here for this. A nobleman behind him is already on his knees, sweating, begging her to spare the boy, just this once. The Empress isn't even angry yet. She's amused. She rests her chin on her hand, looks him over, and asks the question that's going to decide everything. Out of 10,000 citizens of her empire, why is your single life worth more than 1,000 others? So convince me, she says. Tell me why you deserve to live. And Han's first attempt is the obvious one. He claims he is an indispensable talent, the kind of mind the Academy of Ardell can't afford to lose. The Empress isn't impressed for a second. There are people far more talented than you in this empire, she says, smiling. 2 minutes left, the sand keeps falling, and his brilliant defense just got swatted out of the air. Here is where most people would panic to death, and honestly, he nearly does. He's grabbing his own head, shouting that he can't think straight with a blade hanging over him. But somewhere under the terror, the part of his brain that read this entire world starts turning. Begging won't move her. Flattery won't move her. The only thing that will buy his life is showing her something she thinks nobody else could possibly know. And then he finds it. A buried case. A village called Catablam, supposedly wiped out by a curse from dark mages. The kind of tragedy the Empire files away and forgets. Except Han remembers the truth the original story hid. Those villagers were never cursed at all. He stops cowering, looks the Empress dead in the eye, and says it out loud. None of the people of Catablam were cursed by anyone. Watch her face change. He keeps going, because now the clock is on his side. Your Majesty ordered that village buried, he tells her. The whole thing was hushed up inside the magic department. The documents themselves were rewritten because nothing was supposed to leave that place alive. He even guesses the rest. To pull off something that quiet, she used a piece she trusted completely. 5 of her highest noble counts, the ones who have served her for years. The begging in the room has gone silent. The Empress is staring at this nobody who just reconstructed her most secret crime from nothing but a clock and his own nerve. By every rule of this world, that knowledge should get him killed twice over. Instead, her smile sharpens into something close to delight. And Han, sweating, bleeding for breath, decides not to plead. He smiles right back and tells her the one thing she did not expect. If you'd only given me 5 more minutes, I might have figured out even more. So tell me, Your Majesty, aren't you curious? The sweetest girl in Sai Ha's office, the one who fetches his papers and smiles at the door, walked out of a massacre the Empire itself ordered. 1,000 people were buried that day so one monster could die. She is one of only 2 who lived. And before this chapter ends, a powerful man decides she cannot be allowed to keep breathing. But to understand that, we go back a step into a room of red and gold where a blonde woman folds her hands like a saint. This is the Empress, and across from her stands an investigator named Han Sai-hyuk, brave enough or stupid enough to speak his mind to her face. Most people who do that lose their head. Instead, she laughs. She calls him bold and refreshingly honest, and as a reward, she will let him live. That is what mercy looks like at this level, a gift with a hook inside it. Then the real gift arrives, a wooden box sealed with the Emperor's own crest, handed to the son of Count Han Tae, Su, with an order to open it alone. The boy is so shaken he barely manages a thank you, because nobody simply meets the Emperor. Inside is a fountain pen, a rare artifact soaked in dark magic, and the Empress does not hide what it is for. It is built to hunt down a dark magician. The throne is not handing out presents, it is handing out a leash. The next day, at Count Han Tae, Su's mansion, Kastika, the mood curdles. Tae Su has heard that His Majesty spoke highly of Si, Ha, and in the same breath that Si, Ha failed to recognize the Emperor and ran his mouth anyway. The Count's hand closes on something wooden until it snaps clean in 2. He is not angry the boy survived. He is terrified of what the boy might dig up. Because there is a case this family has been smothering for years, and now it is bleeding back into the light. The Catablam case. Sigh, Ha lays out the emperor's documents, and the official story and the buried story do not match at a single point. A dark magician named Nox had hidden inside the village of Catablam, blending in among ordinary people, impossible to pick out by sight. So the Empire made a choice the files were never meant to admit. They burned the village, the whole village slated as one giant sacrifice, because letting Nox finish his ritual would have cost far more. 1,000 innocent lives spent like coins to stop one man. Ha reads it with a tear on his cheek and disgust in his throat, and underneath the horror he finds 2 words that do not belong on a page about slaughter. 2 survivors. Somebody walked out of a place where nobody was supposed to. And he already knows one of their faces, Adela Stivia, a talented earth magician, a promising student, and the cheerful girl working as his office assistant. She has no parents and no family, and now the math is obvious. She lost them in Catablam. But that recognition is the worst possible thing, because someone else is doing the same math and reaching a colder answer. A survivor with her power who someday learns the Empire murdered her home on purpose could burn Castica down for revenge. That, he decides, cannot be allowed. He will find the second survivor and burn this file. But Su is not finished, and his last words change everything. Years ago, a prophet warned him that a child from that doomed village would one day matter. Call it the foolish decision of a father blinded by love, he says, but he could not let it go. He went to see for himself, and in the ash, where everything was over, a child was still alive. So he carried that child out of the fire and raised the second survivor of Catablam as his own son. A father is crying as he confesses the worst thing he ever did. And it is not the killing. He looks his son in the eye and admits the real regret. 10 years ago, when he wiped out a village, he let 2 people live, the 2 who might someday come back to put a blade through all of them. He says it plainly. He would make the exact same choice again. Sometimes the best decision of the past becomes the worst nightmare of the present. The man crying is Han-si Hayok, and the boy he is talking to is Han-si Ha. And before Ha can even process the confession, his father presses something into his hands, a long dark blade called the Sword of Earthquake Waves. This is not a family heirloom. This thing already buried 1,000 lives, a weapon that reacts to raw will and can crack the ground open under an entire dormitory. There is a curse stitched into the steel. The more blood it drinks, the weaker it grows. Every life it takes drains its own power, which is why they keep it off the ground untouched, slowly losing its edge. Ha does not even like swords. So he asks the obvious question. Why give this to me? And his father gives the answer no son wants to hear. Because there may come a day when you have no other choice. Then comes the warning that changes everything. Stay away from those 2. And the second name on that list lands like a punch. Adela. The girl's sigh, Ha has been growing closer to all year. Because Han-si Hayok has pieced together the full truth from documents he pulled straight from the Emperor, and that truth is a landmine sitting under Ha's whole life at the Academy. Here it is. Adela's entire existence is built on revenge for that village massacre. Her enrollment at Ardell Academy, every brutal hour she spent making herself stronger, all of it was aimed at one target, and the people who actually ordered that slaughter were her own empire. Ha is one of the very few who knows, and he realizes he cannot say a word, because if Adela ever learns who she has really been hunting, she will not just break, she will be devastated. So he makes a quiet, lonely decision. He will keep lying to her. For as long as it takes until she is somehow ready to hear it, he chooses to carry the truth alone. And then, as if the world wants to twist the knife, a folded note arrives, delivered by his little red dragon Basil. It is from Adela. She wants to see him. That evening, in front of the dormitory, the girl who lives for revenge is squealing and hugging a baby dragon like nothing in the world is wrong. There is a cherry blossom festival in the village square. Last year she missed it for training, and this year she really wanted to go, so they walk together hand in hand under a ceiling of pink petals at night. and for one perfect moment, none of the blood underneath them exists. She tells him to catch a falling petal and make a wish come true. She makes one of her own and refuses to say what it is. Secret, she says, grinning, and Se-ha looks at this strong, fragile girl and thinks the cruelest thought of all. The friendship he built just to survive in this story has quietly become a noose around both their necks. It is far too late to undo it now. Then he stops walking, turns to her under the blossoms, and says the 4 words that end the season. I have something to tell you. Pan Si. Ha is the only person at this whole academy who already knows how 3 of his classmates are supposed to die. He read it. In the original story, Golia gets killed, Adela is left horribly wounded, and Li Han is broken for good, and the worst part lands quietly, while Adela smiles at him under the cherry blossoms and asks if he'll come to next year's festival with her. He says yes. He can't tell her the truth. He doesn't know if there will be a next year. So under that calm face, he is doing math nobody else can do. He knows the big picture. He knows the players. Li Han, Adela, Golia, all of them, walking forward into a fight the story already wrote a body count for, and he is the one variable that book never accounted for. Here is the threat he can't say out loud. There are objects in this world called the cubes, and the enemy wants every single one. The black mages are gathering them to feed a device called the heart of the machine, which takes the cube's magic and multiplies it into something monstrous. With that power, they plan to crush the white mages and drag the entire world into an age of black magic. This is not a school rivalry. It's an extinction event with a schedule. And the schedule is the part that's making his hands shake. In the book, this whole catastrophe was supposed to happen 2 years from now. But because he exists, because his choices already bent the timeline, the black mages are moving early. The episode he had years to prepare for is starting now, and the people around him are still children who have no idea the clock has already begun. He keeps coming back to one cruel image. In the original, the young Ardell Death Squad threw everything they had at a high, ranking black mage just to protect a single cube. They needed a miracle. They didn't get one. Golia died in that fight. Adela was carved up, and Li Han watched it all and despaired. Han Si-ha knows that scene by heart, and he refuses to let it play out the way it was written. But how do you warn a room full of brilliant kids about a heart of the machine without sounding completely insane? He almost laughs at himself. Say it out loud and they treat you like a lunatic. So he digs for the one hard fact the novel actually handed him, and there it is. The story named the location. The heart of the machine sits inside the Black Mage's own base, a place called NGC, which means the move is obvious and terrifying. Don't wait to be hunted. Find their base and strike it first. And while he's planning his attack on them, they are in a dark, circular chamber planning theirs on him. 6 cloaked figures around a table, the mood grim, because they've taken heavy losses and they all agree on the reason. One brat keeps wrecking everything. Han Si-ha protects that cube harder than anyone his age should be able to, and they cannot figure out how a beast, Tamer, knows so much. Some of them want the simple answer. Kill the kid now, before he gets any sharper. Then a colder voice steers them somewhere worse. Killing him risks losing the trail to the cube entirely. There's a smarter play. Han Si-ha has an older brother, Han Si-hyuk, and something called Abaddon has just awakened inside him. Lure the brother out. Use one against the other, and as the council settles on that, a woman with purple hair and glowing red eyes smiles in the dark and makes the decision personal. She won't kill Han Si-ha at all, she will take him alive and she will join hands with his brother. Season 2 just chose its monster, and it already knows his name. In a room full of bookshelves, a hooded woman smiles at a secret only she is allowed to keep. Long ago, she planted something inside a boy named Han Si-hyuk, a power so vast it made him the prize talent of the magic department, the kind of prophetic gift people would kill to have. But that gift was never a blessing, it was a fuse. And whether Han Si-hyuk wants it or not, Lady Sepia promises the nightmare is about to begin, and it will lead him straight to his own destruction. Si-hyuk does not know any of this yet. But our hero does because our hero has read the script of this world. Ha sits in the academy common room, fingers on his chin, doing the one thing that has kept him alive so far, thinking 3 moves ahead of everyone around him. His problem is simple. His group is now carrying the cube, which means a clash with the dark wizards is no longer a maybe. It is a when, and there is one corner of the school where those dark wizards live, the necromancy zone, their fortress. The trouble is that you cannot just stroll in. The whole region runs on a force called Magi, an energy only dark wizards can sense and use. Ordinary people cannot even set foot inside. So Natalia asks the obvious thing. How do you walk into a place built to keep you out? That is when Ha plays the card he has been holding. There is a way to fake it. Far in the north, in the old Kastika territory, sits an abandoned mine. People used to call it the Obsidian Mine, and the stories say the magi flowing through it was strong enough that even normal folk felt something crawl up their spine just standing near it. Inside that rock is a tool. Carry a piece of that obsidian, and for a short window you can manipulate magi yourself. It is a cheat code into enemy territory. And here is the part that makes everyone go quiet. That ruined mine sits in the old Arcanate lands, which happen to be Solia's home. Her father, the man who once held that whole region, probably knows more about the place than anyone alive. So the plan writes itself. Skip class, ride north, find Solia's father, and walk out with the one stone that lets them invade the dark wizards on their own terms. For Solia, the model student, even skipping a single dance practice feels like a crime. She protests the whole way, but the closer the wagon rolls to her old territory, the more her face changes. This was her family's land before they went bankrupt, before they lost everything down to the burial plot. And seeing it again after all these years, she lights up like a kid. We are here, she says, almost crying with it. Then they step into the market near the village entrance, and Solia stops cold. She knows this street. The potion shops, the merchant guild, the largest market in the whole empire once stood right here. She points to where her childhood should be. And there is nothing there. Just empty stone and quiet buildings, like a memory someone scrubbed out. She grabs a passerby and asks where the potion street went, where the merchants went, where any of it went, and the answer lands like a slap. The shop owners, the traders, all of them, they ran. The most important market in the empire, and the people who built it abandoned it overnight. Solia stares at the hollowed-out town that used to be hers, and one cold question rises in all of them at once. What could scare an entire market into running away? It only took one blade in one man's back to erase an entire family from the map. Years ago, while the empire was bleeding itself dry in its endless war with the Black Mages, a man with a smile and a stack of paperwork drove a knife into the Count of Arcanant and took everything he had. The land, the title, the whole commercial district that thousands of people called home. And he did it so cleanly that almost nobody realized it was murder. His name is Count Duane now, though he stole that name along with the land. The story they tell in the streets is simple and ugly. There was a famine. The war had dragged on far too long. People were desperate. And that was exactly when Duane reached out, pretending to invest in the ruined territory, while he was really swallowing it whole. He squeezed the merchants with outrageous fees just to grow his own business. He taxed people into the dirt. And the family that had protected Arcanant for generations was wiped off the page. Now stand in front of that ruined district at sunset and watch a girl realize it was her home. Solia Arcanant grew up here. These broken streets used to be beautiful. The people suffering in them are the people who raised her, and she's standing there in her academy uniform with tears on her face, holding a truth she can't undo. The man who destroyed her family still lives in the manor on the hill, calling himself a count. Here's the part that breaks her. She can't do a single thing about it. She's only a third-year academy student. She has no army, no title, no claim that anyone in power would honor. She turns to the one person standing beside her and asks it out loud. Han Si Ha, what do I do now? It's not really a question. It's the sound of someone who has already decided the answer is nothing. So she tries to bury it. She apologizes for going off about personal stuff. She reminds herself why they actually came for the Vanguard unit mission, to ask about the mine. She tells herself to hold back, that she has no right to speak on land that's already been taken, and the whole time Han Sai-ha is just watching her swallow it, watching her decide she's powerless. He's seen that exact expression before on himself. Meanwhile, up in the manor, Count Duane already knows she's here. He's been told the Arcanant girl has been asking around about events from years ago, poking at the one story he buried. And he doesn't even flinch. "Fool, leave her," he snaps. "Even if they come crying and screaming, begging for their land back, it won't change a thing. He's got a proper contract to back it all up. As far as he's concerned, she's a little rat. A child playing in a grown man's domain." Then his door opens, and it isn't the girl. A blonde boy in an academy uniform walks straight into the Count's office like he owns it, one hand over his chest, and says he's come to see the Count. Duane sneers. Some brat from a noble family, acting high and mighty just because of his school. The Count's men panic, the room fills with shouting, and the boy doesn't raise his voice once. Instead, he starts handing out advice. He points out how pathetic it is that the great Count of Arcanant saw one academy student walking his streets and got so scared he sent guards armed with nothing but spears. "Were you underestimating her," he asks, "or just stupid?" Maybe both. Duane's face goes red with rage. And then Han Si-ha asks for the only thing in the world that can actually hurt him. "Show me the contract." "The one that handed you Arcanant? Right now." And the Count goes very, very still. A sword is already drawn, and the man holding it has no idea he just walked into a trap. Across the table sits the person who built it, calm, holding nothing but a single sheet of paper. And that paper is going to do more damage than the blade. Because this entire room belongs to a lie, and Han Si-ha came here to prove it out loud. Here is the wound underneath all of it. 7 years ago, a count was betrayed and stripped of his land. The man across the table, Count Duane, is the one who took it, who stabbed an ally in the back and snatched his territory while he was struggling. The boy with green hair at the desk is what survived. The rightful heir of Arcanant, who learned to crouch, endure, and quietly obey, because for 7 years that was the only way to stay alive. So Han does the one thing nobody expected. He asks to see the contract. Not the man, the document. He says he has read it thoroughly, then drops the line that turns the room cold. Under imperial law, a contract signed under coercion is not valid. Count Duane actually laughs. "Coercion," he says, "how could you even prove that?" He thinks this is a child playing at law. He has no idea the child already knows the answer. Because Han reaches into his coat and sets a fountain pen on the table. An absurdly expensive-looking pen, and the moment the Count's eyes land on it, the smirk dies. Engraved on it is the imperial crest. The room stops breathing. Everyone there knows what that means. The Emperor almost never grants a crest, marked item to an outsider, and there is realistically only one reason a mere student would carry one. The Count just realized he isn't arguing with a kid. He's arguing with someone the Empire is standing behind. And then it gets worse for him. A guard bursts in, panicking. Knights from the Kastika territory have arrived in great numbers, demanding to be let in. The name behind them is Han Tae-su, a man infamous for ruthless campaigns to swallow other people's land. The Count's allies go pale and ask the obvious question. He's not actually going to war over this, is he? The walls of Duane's safe little kingdom are closing from outside while the law closes in from within? That is the exact moment Count Duane stops pretending to be a nobleman. He grabs the white-haired girl, drags her up by the collar, and presses a knife to her throat. "Take one more step," he screams, "and I'll kill this wench. You think I'm handing it all back just like that? 7 years of stolen prosperity, and he'd rather hold a blade to a child than admit the land was never his. This is who he always was. He just ran out of room to hide it." But threatening a hostage in a room with Han Si-ha is a mistake. "You really thought that kind of threat would work?" Han says. Lightning cracks across the hall. The attack tears the room apart, sends furniture flying, and the Count's grip is gone before he understands he's lost. And while everyone is still recovering, Han turns to the heir of Arcanant, the boy who spent his whole life believing that just enduring was the only answer, and shows him it never had to be. Then he holds out a fresh document and apologizes almost politely for interrupting. He's drawn up a new contract, one where Count Dwayne returns the land and the rights he stole, and walks away. "Care to take a look?" Han asks, smiling. The heir of Arcanant stares at the paper that gives back everything taken from his family. Dwayne stares at the same paper like it's a death sentence. And now there are only two ways out of this room, and the man with the knife has to choose one. A man walks into another noble's territory, smiles, and politely tells the people who run it to get out. That smile is the whole weapon. Han Sai-ha is supposed to be a doomed F, rank nobody, an extra written to die, and right now he is leaning over a table full of masked attendants and powerful men, hiding behind a borrowed prince and signing away their grip on the land like it was nothing. One of them grits his teeth and admits the ugly truth out loud. If only Han wasn't using the prince as a shield, none of this would be happening. But it is happening, exactly the way Han needs it to. The contracts the old owners thought were ironclad get torn up. Land that was taken 7 years ago is suddenly being reclaimed in front of everyone, and the room can only watch. The old Han Ha could never have pulled a move this cold and this calculated. This one does it with a grin and a pen. The man he really wants is Count Arcanant, and Han goes straight to him. He has quietly been gathering funds and manpower to win this family's stolen land back, and to a powerful noble, that kind of decisiveness is almost unheard of in someone so young. Asking your own father to send troops to fight for another house simply does not happen, so when Solia, the Count's daughter and Han's classmate, vouches for him, the Count is impressed enough to approve it on the spot. And here is where everyone misreads him. The Count assumes a young man this devoted must be after Solia, the engagement, the family connection. Han lets them believe it. The truth is colder. He is not here for the girl or the politics. He helped the Arcanant family for one specific reason, and he is about to collect. Grateful and disarmed, the Count makes an open offer. Name your request, and if I can grant it, I will grant it all. So Han names it. Somewhere in Arcanant territory there is an old obsidian mine, and he wants to know exactly where it is. He smiles and says it is for class supplies for a professor's magic crafting course. It sounds harmless. It is a lie, and he knows it. Inside his own head, the mask drops for a second. I can't tell him the whole truth. Obsidian is a genuinely dangerous substance tied to something far worse than a school project, and Han needs it for reasons no Count would ever sign off on. He even quietly borrows a friend's name as cover. Sorry, bro. Let me borrow this for a moment. Then he watches it all go through, and even he is unsettled by how smoothly the con worked. The next day, at the Arcanant Territory's mine, the heist crew turns out to be a bunch of teenagers and one biting fox. Han's little red beast Basil comes sprinting across the field and chomps straight into his neck out of sheer affection, while a classmate cackles that this is exactly what he gets for leaving his monster alone too long. They are children laughing at a cave mouth. They have no idea what is waiting inside. Because the second they step in, it is wrong. No one has set foot in here for a very long time, and the demonic energy detector that should be screaming reads absolutely nothing. Not low, nothing. Then someone looks up, freezes, and can barely get the words out. It's huge. Something enormous is buried in this dark. And meanwhile, back at Ardal Academy, someone jolts awake from another nightmare about the calamity, asking why they can't break free, while the thing in the cave waits silent in the black. A young man braces against the dorm window, coughing so hard he can barely breathe. And then his eyes go wide because he is not seeing the hallway anymore. He is seeing a different one, red, blood running down the wallpaper, dripping off the walls. This isn't a nightmare. In this world, a vision is a glimpse of the future, and the future just showed him a slaughter. But back in Han Sai-ha's room, the mood could not be more different because the crew just pulled off a heist. They've swept an entire cave clean, and they tip out a crate that is nothing but obsidian, pile after pile of it, the others staring up at the hall like they can't believe their luck. Somebody asks where it all came from, since there was never any buried in that mine. The answer is simple. Someone got there first. That someone is a man named Dwayne, who talked a whole ring of obsidian dealers into handing it over while going around calling himself a prince he is very much not. And while they're laughing at his honest persuasion act that nobody at the table buys for a second, Adela still hasn't told a single soul what she saw. Either way, the result is real. They beat the buyer to it, scooped up the obsidian left behind, and Han Sai, already has a plan. Build a detector right now before the trail goes cold. And then reality lands like a brick. Midterms. Because no matter how high the stakes get, this is still a magic academy, and exams are coming, whether the world is ending or not. The whole conspiracy gets shelved mid-sentence, so a room full of teenage prodigies can go cram for a test. It would be funny if one of them weren't quietly falling apart. That one is Adela. She hasn't looked right in days, and when a friend gently asks if something is wrong, she says nothing, blinks back a tear and bolts. Don't worry, she tells them. Just focus on your exam prep. And everyone lets her go the way you let someone go when you have no idea they are walking straight toward the worst night of their life. That night, the hallway windows should all be shut. One of them isn't. A wind that shouldn't exist is curling through the dark, and when Adela turns, there is a figure by the glass. A black robe. A black mage. She tries to scream, and a glowing red finger snaps her shut like a switch. Be still, it says. She can't move. She can't make a sound. And the thing in the robe says it only came here to tell her something very, very interesting. Then it reaches into the one wound she never lets anyone touch. It knows where she's from. It calls her the girl who survived the cursed village, the one whose hometown was wiped off the face of the earth, her whole family annihilated. It says it spent 10 long years searching for her, and then it leans in with the offer underneath all of it. Don't you want to make them feel the exact same pain, the people who did this to you, and the name it puts in front of her belongs to Han Si, Ha's family. What did you say? That is all she can get out. Days later, the exams end. A carriage from Castica sweeps her away before anyone can reach her, and Han Si, Ha, is left chasing a friend who's already gone. Then a red-haired man slides an envelope across a desk. An invitation. A grand social gathering to bond the houses of Castica and Arcanent. It sounds like a party, but somewhere in the dark, a hooded figure is already glowing purple, waiting, and parties like this one have a way of ending in that red hallway someone already saw. Adela is staring at a sword floating in a burning sky, and her blood-stained hands are shaking because she has seen this exact weapon before, not in a dream, in her memory. This is the very blade that devastated her hometown, the village called Katabian, the place where she watched her entire world turn to ash, and she has just realized whose family it belongs to. But rewind a little, because none of the others have any idea this storm is coming. At the academy, the rumor mill is spinning hard. Two great houses, Castica and Arcanent, are throwing a grand gathering together, and people are whispering that the two young heirs tied to those names, Han Si, Ha, and a girl named Solia, were once supposed to be engaged. The students gasp and giggle and ask who could have possibly decided that. To them, it is just delicious gossip about other people's lives. It is not gossip to Adela. While they laugh, she is somewhere else entirely. Fighting tears, telling herself she cannot keep living like this, that staying still and silent will never give her a single answer. So she goes looking for one. She tells herself it might have all been a trick, some suspicious stranger planting lies to splinter their squad. She just needs to hear it from him. She just needs Han Sai, Ha, to look her in the eye and say it wasn't true. And then she opens a wardrobe and the lie dies. Something feels wrong inside it the instant she touches it, the air going thick and purple and familiar. Glowing tendrils curl out, and there it is, the sword from the burning sky, the one that screamed through her nightmares for 10 years. The unique magical power radiating off it has not faded an inch with time. She knows it the way you know the thing that killed your family. The memory swallows her whole. A village turned into a living hell, screams echoing without end, and at the center of it all, this blade. There is no doubt left. This is the sword that destroyed everything she loved. And the boy she had started to trust, the one she did not want to hurt, carries her hometown's murder weapon like it is nothing. In her mind, she begs the universe for any other answer. It could have been anyone. It could have been Solia. It could have been a stranger she had never met, and she would have found a way to swallow it. Why, of all the people in this world, did it have to be you? She would have happily marked any other face as her enemy. But the face fate handed her belongs to the one person she was trying not to break. So she gives him a choice he doesn't even know he's being offered. One chance. Just tell me you didn't know. At least let me see your face full of despair when you realize what your family did. She apologizes to the empty air for what she is about to do, and the day of the party arrives like a countdown hitting 0. Han-si shows up early, cheerful, completely clueless, greeting Solia, shaking hands, noticing only that Adela never came. Of course she didn't come. Not to a party thrown by the very houses that ruined her hometown. The families gather under a bright sky, friends arrive, his father, Count Han-tae, so trades barbed smiles with Count Arcanet, and for one breath it almost looks like a normal celebration. Then the outside guards go quiet. The sky turns red, and hooded figures begin dropping out of it. Black mages, here, in the middle of the party, and nobody understands why. And somewhere in the chaos, a smiling figure lifts one glowing red finger and says, "Don't worry, I'll kill everyone, so you won't feel lonely." The vision came true. A young man saw a hallway running red with blood, and everyone told themselves it was just a bad dream. It was not. It was a postcard from today. Because right now, in the middle of a glittering noble party in Kastika, the sky has turned the color of an open wound, and black magic is pouring out of it in broad daylight. This is supposed to be impossible. Kastika is wall to wall with nobles and guards, the kind of place attackers would never dare touch. And they charged in anyway, no fear, no hiding, in front of the whole world. Han-si watches them swarm and asks the only question that fits. Are they out of their minds? What could possibly be worth this much force? Then he learns the part that turns his stomach. They are killing the enemy, over and over, and it changes nothing. No matter how many they cut down, more keep rising in their place, generated endlessly out of the red sky. Every victory just resets. And somewhere in the chaos, a familiar dread starts to whisper that the longer this fight drags on, the worse it gets for every single person trapped here. The defenders are already losing the math. "Cover the civilians," one of them roars, throwing himself in front of a snarling monster. "Get the people to safety, clear them a path," but humans run out of stamina, and the enemy never does. They are outnumbered, they are exhausted, and the attackers know it. That is the whole strategy. Wear the heroes down until there is nothing left to wear. But Han-si is not just anyone with a sword. He is a tamer, and the system has been quietly watching him fight as he tames creature after creature in the middle of the slaughter. A reward unlocks, a brand new skill flashing red in front of his eyes. Area taming. The one ability his whole life trained him for, suddenly scaled up from a single frightened animal to an entire battlefield at once. Even so, the enemy is playing a game underneath the game. One of their leaders stands on a pedestal and openly mocks the defenders. "Don't worry," he says, "I don't intend to kill everyone. Sacrifice is just inevitable for the future." Then he calls Han-si, an arrogant brat, to his face, and every time the heroes finally corner the man they think is in charge, he bursts into nothing because it was only ever a clone. They have been swinging at smoke, the real one is still out there. And the cost is climbing fast. One fighter is on his knees, suit soaked through, gasping that he has lost too much blood to even think straight, asking how long he can possibly hold out. The whole room is bleeding for a battle that refuses to end. Then, out of all of it, a woman with brown hair lifts a sword over a kneeling enemy, tears running down her face, and turns toward Han Si, Ha, with the gentlest thing anyone has said all day. Rest easy, Han Si, Ha. You proved there is more beauty in this world than there is revenge. You saved me more than once. It is my turn to help you now, and just like that, the woman who was once an enemy, the one they were sure they could use, plants herself between them and the boy they came to capture, because the leaders never wanted the party dead. They keep muttering the same thing through every collapsing clone. We have to find the real one. They came to Kastika hunting something specific, something they need taken alive, and the name they keep circling back to belongs to someone nobody has thought to protect. A girl raises a glowing sword over a man she has wanted dead for 10 years, and the only thing stopping the blade is her own shaking hand. She calls this sword the one that answers her desperate heart. Swing it along the path the light shows her. Cut down whatever stands in the way, and the man who ruined her finally pays. So why can't she bring herself to finish it? To understand the blade, you have to understand the night before. A black mage who once shook her to the core appears out of nowhere and offers her a gift wrapped as mercy, a chance for revenge. He holds up a blue cube and calls it an emotion cube, a device that amplifies the feelings buried deepest inside a person and drags them screaming to the surface. And the feeling buried deepest in this girl is hatred, the nobles who buried an entire village and still sleep soundly. The ones who walk free, comfortable, unpunished, who would not remember a single life they snuffed out any more than they would remember a mayfly. She knows that comfort by name, Count Han Te So. The mage lays it all out like a man doing her a favor. Tomorrow, one of his foolish subordinates launches a solo strike on the Kastika family. In the chaos, no one would notice one more body. Just say the black mage struck. Turn a blind eye to a personal grudge dressed up as an accident. With her own hands, she could bring the whole house down. This is the part that hollows you out. She admits she could not sleep, lying awake the way she has lain awake for 10 years. She wanted Count Han Te, so to lose everything he owned and be buried in this land. She wanted that man and his child to feel the exact pain he handed her. That is the only reason she endured a single one of those years, and just in case, she secretly brought a dagger. So when the cube switches on and her hatred floods every inch of her, the sword should obey. The light should guide it clean through the target. The black mage watching from above is certain of it. His perfect little device should have worked perfectly. There will be no turning back now. Except the blade stops. The girl standing inside her own rage, sweating, weeping, staring down 10 years of revenge, says 4 words that break the entire trap. I can't do it. And then she says the thing the cube was never supposed to let her say. I wanted to save Han Si, Ha. That is the crack the whole spell falls through. The cube was built to amplify what she feels most, and the mage bet everything on it being hatred. He bet wrong. Underneath the 10 years, and the dagger, and the dead village, the thing she holds onto hardest is not the man she wants gone. It is the boy she wants kept alive. The amplifier hands her not a weapon, but the truth. A name lands in the silence. Adela Stivia. The mage who built a perfect murder around her grief watches it dissolve, and the only thing he has left for her is a quiet warning. The choice is yours. He even admits he pities her, and that he hopes they never meet again as enemies. Then the bloodied young man she was meant to destroy is suddenly right there in front of her. So she lowers the sword, and she reaches for him instead, and somewhere in that wreck of a plan, a single word answers everything. In a quiet office inside the academy, one man leans back in a red armchair and tells the other to thank him. Thank him for what, exactly? For not killing him yet. The man across the table touches his forehead and goes rigid, because the speaker is smiling when he says it. He never wanted this person breathing. He intended to do it himself with his own hands. The only reason it hasn't happened is that it would be inconvenient while the academy is in session. To understand why a man can say something that cold over tea, you have to go back. Years back, to a night under a cold moon, where a masked young woman weeps and a hooded figure delivers a prophecy. A seer has spoken, and this is no roadside fortune teller. They hear a voice from somewhere else, and their words almost never miss. The prophecy names a chosen one, born under the stars. It names a tragedy called Catablam, and it leaves only 2 survivors. One of those survivors was a son, and a father chose to throw him away to keep him alive. Everything I have given you is enough. Leave this family, run and survive, live as if you are already dead, and never show your face again. The boy stands at the bottom of the stone steps and asks the only question that matters, then why am I even alive? And his father never answers. Cut back to now, and that discarded boy is grown, sitting alone in an ornate bedroom, while something tears loose inside him. He clutches his chest as energy bursts out of his torso, and he already knows what it is. A dark force is wrapping tighter around him every second. Black magic. The same hallucinations, the same nightmares of villagers screaming his name, and now a pressure on his heart that will not let go. He tries to hold it. He fails. Purple energy crackles up the walls and across the floor as he drops to his knees, hands pressed flat, begging the power to stop. He cannot do this here. If anyone walks in and sees it, they will drag him straight to the people who execute exactly this. He has to get off academy grounds before it finishes consuming him. But the thing inside him only grows louder, and he whispers the worst sentence of all. It is already beyond recovery. The next morning, the academy wakes up to a crime scene. A black mage infiltrated all the way to the first floor, and they found clear traces of necromancy near the labs. Magic, reinforced beams hang shattered from the ceiling, and the students gather in the wreckage, whispering the same name over and over. Han Sai hears the news and goes pale because the professor at the center of it all walked away without a scratch. That is the detail nobody can explain. The breach landed right outside Professor Han's lab. The attacker was strong enough to wound seasoned mages, and yet Professor Han is completely unharmed. Did he flee the fight? Or is he hiding something far worse? The faculty stops pretending it is small. They lock the academy down, send every student to the dorms, and bring in their sharpest weapon. A masked young man, a gifted seer, and a powerful wizard, the one investigator who has never failed to crack a case inside a month. And somewhere far from all of it, a red energy entity bursts screaming out of a shattered crystal, a power that is neither defense nor light. 2 magical auras always lingered at every scene, but now one of them has vanished, and the investigator is already asking the only question that counts. Where is he hiding? Meanwhile, in a dim room, the man from the office comes face to face with the one person he never wanted to see again. He looks up, and one word leaves his mouth. Father. A man kneels in front of his own father and asks to be killed cleanly, because the father just figured out the truth. The respected professor at the top of the family is the black magician who attacked their own academy. And the man on the couch, the head of the house, looks at the son he raised and says the thing that ends everything. To protect this family, I am going to report you. His name is Han Si-hyuk. For years, he played the perfect part. He took the academy professor post exactly the way his father wanted, kept his head down, and planned to live quietly forever. But quiet was never the real goal. He spent his whole past life chasing one thing he could never have, his father's approval. And somewhere along the way, he stopped chasing and started burning. The dark power inside him is the proof of how far he fell. And he got sloppy. Professor Grint, the sharpest investigator in the academy, has already started circling him. One more suspicious move and Grint pins the whole attack on him for good. The father saw it first, but seeing it first changes nothing because of what the Empire just announced. A new imperial decree. If a black magician is found inside a noble family, the entire bloodline gets wiped out. Every name, every child, erased. So this is the choice the father is actually making. Turn in the son or watch the whole family die for him. He picks the family. I raised you for over 10 years, he says, and that was not a short time for me either. Then he puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him to leave the empire and never show his face again. The son just laughs. A broken little laugh, head in his hands. Even the man who was only ever my father in name, he says, has finally given up on me. And then it does something cruel. It cuts away from all of it, smashed to the academy, bright and ordinary, where none of these students know a single thing we just watched. They only know one fact. Professor Han Si-hyuk did not show up to teach. He was perfectly fine yesterday, and today he is simply gone, with one lesson left in the whole semester. Something urgent came up, the rumor says. He had to leave. The students start doing the math out loud, and they are closer to the truth than they realize. The only damaged room in the entire attack was the investigation room. The only person who vanished was Han Si-hyuk. A black magician would have to be insane to walk alone into a building packed with magicians unless he was already inside, unless he was one of them. But before anyone says it out loud, vacation hits. The empire keeps screaming about that decree, and everybody scatters. Then vacation ends. Our actual main character, Han Si-ha, wakes up in the dorm feeling weirdly rested, panics that he is late, and sprints into a hallway jammed with students who are not going to class. They are crowded around a board, and the poster pinned to it spells out everything in public. Professor Han Si-hyuk, illegitimate origin, black magician. The crowd reads it, then every single head turns, because there is one other person here who carries that exact same family name. Hey, Han Si-ha, did you know about this? Is it true? Say something. He gets interrogated by a hallway full of strangers over a man he barely knows, just because they share 4 letters. The gossip follows him everywhere, the whispering behind every desk, until he finally escapes into Professor Ernst's lab, where a quiet senior named Betty actually leaves him alone. She is the one person who will not ask, which is exactly why, when she turns to him with a small smile, the favor she is about to ask catches him completely off guard. A senior named Betty is dead inside the walls of Ardell Academy, and the rumor crawling through the halls is the worst kind. She was poisoned. Someone walked into one of the safest schools in the empire and quietly murdered a student, and nobody saw a thing. Parents start yanking their kids out by the dozen, and the part that makes Han Si-ha's blood run cold is the echo. This is not the first time the academy went quiet over an attack. Not long ago, a professor named Han Si-hyuk was struck down and simply vanished, and the school covered it like nothing happened. So most students do the smart thing. They pack up and leave. But Han Si-ha and the resistance group look at a poisoning inside a school full of children and reach the opposite conclusion. Running away is not the wise choice. Because if someone is desperate enough to kill inside these walls, nobody is safe anywhere, and the next name could be any of theirs. They make a quiet vow in an underground workshop. Find out who killed Betty, hunt the culprit down themselves. Then comes the detail that turns a murder into a mission. Betty was a graduating senior, which means she was deep into her final thesis, and her topic was the dangerous kind, artifacts that can store external mana. The sort of forbidden research everyone warns you to leave alone. She was a quiet lab girl, not a fighter, no enemies anyone could name. Which means she did not die for who she was, she died for what she was building. And one person at that table knew her work up close. Han Si-ha had been working part-time alongside Betty in Professor Ernst's lab, so the group does what no investigator bothered to do. They go to her workspace before the school clears it out, and they dig through her research papers while the trail is still warm. What they find rewrites everything. According to her own journal, Betty did not just theorize her artifact, she finished it. A necklace that stores mana, and far more frighteningly, pulls mana in from the outside world. It is crude, far weaker than the cube. But the concept underneath it is almost identical to that weapon's early design. A student accidentally reinvented the thing the black magicians have been killing for. And here is the chill. The necklace is gone. It was not in her lab, and it was not at the scene where she died. Someone took it. That is the whole motive sitting in plain sight. The black magicians have been getting desperate, burning through too many cubes, and a self-taught girl just handed them a homemade replacement, so they silenced her and walked off with her invention. The murder finally has a shape, and that shape is terrifying. This is the moment the case stops being a tragedy and becomes a thread someone can pull. Natalie, whose family is famous for crafting artifacts, gets pulled in to report it all up the chain to the resistance squad. And Han Sai-ha makes a call. Intel this important needs someone who never believes anything easily, with sharp enough instincts to actually crack it. He takes what they found straight to Professor Grint. If anyone can turn a stolen necklace into a killer, it is him. But the rot is already spreading where nobody is looking. The whole school has decided the necromancy department did it, and now everyone shuns those students like they carry the plague. And cornered, humiliated, sick of being blamed for a crime they may not have committed, one of them finally snaps. A fifth year named Burger gathers the others close, a strange smile creeping over his face. He has had a great idea. They should use black magic. And maybe, he says, the real black magicians out there might just be willing to help. The Emperor has decided that the easiest way to kill one hidden enemy is to burn down the entire school those enemies are hiding in. And the man delivering that order says it the way you'd order dinner. He sits in his throne room, summons two of his most powerful nobles, and tells them the academy is no longer safe for their children. There has been an incident. A student was attacked inside the Empire's most protected institution, so the families with the right blood are quietly pulling their kids out today by imperial order. One of those nobles is Count Han Tae-su, and his son Marcel attends that academy. The Emperor frames it all as concern. Your child is enrolled there, isn't he? With things like this happening, can we really leave them there in good conscience? It sounds like a worried parent. It is actually a man deciding which students get to walk out alive and which ones don't count. Because here is what the politeness is hiding. The investigation room was attacked, a student was poisoned, and in the middle of all of it, one name keeps surfacing as a suspect. Han Si-hyuk. So the Emperor turns to the head of Housecaster and gets very direct. Let me be blunt. Do you know where Han Si-hyuk is? You wouldn't be the one hiding him, would you? The Lord of Housecaster puts a hand over his heart and lies like he was born for it. He calls himself a founding noble, a trusted subject, head of his house. He swears they cut ties with that child more than 5 years ago, that the boy was never truly his to begin with, and that he only hopes the poor thing is safe wherever he is, and then he twists the knife. If I knew where he was, I would have dealt with him myself. The Emperor lets the lies sit and then makes the cruelty official. If they can't find the rat hiding inside the school, fine, then they'll just burn the whole house down. Abolish the necromancy department entirely. And if the students resist, the order is simple and monstrous. Eliminate them all. The Empire is about to commit something it has done before to children, and the people in that room agree like it's good policy. Now cut to the academy, the night before everything goes wrong, and watch the panic arrive at ground level. Fabian comes pounding on a door, hood up, terrified, begging to be let in. They're all insane, he says. Something is wrong. He barely escaped a group that was openly talking about taking out members of the royal family. He thought he just needed a place to hide for a bit. He has no idea what he's actually walked into. Because Han Si-ha hears the word that turns his blood cold. The necromancy department kids are plotting together. They've gathered in the second-floor conference room, and Si-ha has read this exact moment before. In the original novel, this became the necromancy department riot. The students barricaded that room, started a full rebellion, and seized the academy, and by the time the elite mages arrived, there were a lot of bodies. He even knows the ringleader's name, Burger. But the story is already off the rails. In the novel, a student named Betty didn't die here. This time, things are happening differently, and the names he's counting on aren't safe anymore. His friend tells him exactly what a sane person would. You're going to go meet the people about to start a massacre? Are you insane? Si-ha decides anyway. He'll go alone, and the instant he commits, the night detonates around him. A figure swallowed whole in fire, and a single scream cutting through the smoke. Everyone, evacuate. A magic circle the professors cannot break. It glows blood red around an entire dormitory, and the necromancy students who drew it just turned their own school into a bomb. The faculty's only move is to throw up barriers and seal everyone inside, which means if it goes off, nobody gets out. And the one person who actually knows what this is standing across campus reading the situation like a page he has seen before, because he has. Han Se. Ha looks at the chaos and sees a title card. Main Episode 8. The Necromancy Department Riot. He read this exact event back when this world was just a novel, so he already knows how it plays out. There is just one problem. Right next to the title in his memory sits a question mark he was never able to explain, and nothing kills his calm faster than a detail the story refused to tell him. Around him, the rumors spread fast. A student named Creek got mouthy about a snack run, and the necromancy kids dragged him off. The professors are furious, the cafeteria is picked clean, and the rebels are threatening to occupy 2 more buildings if their demands aren't met. Then a classmate mentions the fortune-teller girl, Yoon Ha Yul, and quietly worries she might get hurt. Everyone treats her like she's helpless. Han Si, Ha knows better, but he keeps that to himself. Then a panicked messenger crashes in. The prince is asking for him. The rebels specifically requested Han Si, Ha by name, and they sent someone to fetch him. To most people that's terrifying. To him it's almost convenient. He's been wanting an excuse to meet the royal family anyway, and now the riot just handed him one. 2 birds, 1 stone. So he agrees to walk straight into the bomb, and the messenger nearly faints. Because Han Si, Ha sees right through the play. If the necromancers only wanted chaos, they'd have grabbed a professor. They asked for him, an heir of House Castica, which means they want leverage, a noble name they can squeeze. He's not being summoned, he's being baited, and he's choosing to take the hook on purpose. He goes alone. No backup, no followers, just a flat order to tell the professors if he isn't back soon. On the way in, he runs into Yoon Ha Yul, smiling, holding her white cat completely unbothered. Her cards told her she'd end up here, and her cards told her she wouldn't die. She says it like it's obvious. Coming from her, somehow, it almost is. Inside, the leader is waiting. Gray hair, amber eyes, the whole building drowning in a blood-reeking circle, and a list of demands stacked sky high reveal the truth behind a poisoning. Treat necromancy as equals, revive forbidden black magic. Drag the emperor himself to the table. Han Si Ha listens, then drops the thing he actually came to deliver. The black magician who taught them this spell left out the ending. This magic doesn't grant wishes. It feeds. It takes a living caster as a host, burns short and hot, and when the power finishes consuming them, they won't even recognize friend from foe. They'll tear each other apart, and the circle will devour every last student standing in it. He came here to give them a way out before it eats them alive. He knows the original ending, the necromancy department's crushing defeat, and he's trying to rewrite it. The leader doesn't blink. He stares back with those amber eyes and lays down his answer. Dispel the circle right now, and if Han Si Ha refuses, then they can all be buried here together. A man in a purple cape is holding an entire room full of students hostage, and he just told them the plan. Dispel his magic circle, or every single person here gets buried together. He isn't bluffing, and they already know it. This whole nightmare was never really about the necromancy kids killing each other. The real reason so many classmates died tonight is standing right in front of them, smiling, because to him those students were only ever pieces to be spent. So he offers a trade. The Empire is going to come knocking soon anyway, he says, so why not deal now? Use the students as shields against the Ardal Empire, dismantle the circle, and slip away clean before anyone important notices. It is a tidy little escape. Who, after all, would negotiate with a man holding children's lives in his hands? He has thought of everything. Everything except the timing. because somebody grips their tie and goes pale. Count Han Tae-soo is already here. That name lands like a dropped weight, and the mastermind's smug face finally cracks because the Count was supposed to arrive far too late to matter. Instead, a tall man in a black coat is walking in, and he is not here to play the game everyone else has been playing. And here is the part that makes your skin crawl. The Count tells them flatly that he did not come to save young students. He came to destroy the future black magicians in this room. He admits it without flinching. He has killed countless people in the name of justice, he says, and he came tonight by the Emperor's order. But on his way in, he saw what these people did to a first-year hostage, and even a man like him feels disgust climb up his throat. How can humans be this wicked? Then he stops talking. He tells the mastermind the truth he has been hiding behind. Letting the necromancy group rampage for 3 whole days was never mercy. It was procedure, a grace period the Empire handed out on purpose, while the Academy's very survival was quietly placed on the table. You should have stopped, the Count says. And now it is too late. His sword comes forward, the circle shatters in a burst of fire, and the man who thought he held all the cards is the one buried in it. But the night is not done with its surprises. Somewhere in that purple haze, a different man named Berger starts to change. A malicious aura floods off him, his power swelling past anything a normal body should hold, and the survivors realize with horror what they are looking at. This is a rampage. And then somebody screams a name across the ruins. Han Si Ha. Si Ha and the others are already running for the barriers, herded to safety in dormitory, while the professors lock the world down behind them. From Adela's room they finally see it, the ruined landscape, the horrors that were happening outside while they hid. Someone with a glowing blue eye speaks a prophecy in the dark. The Count will be all right, and true to her word, Han Tae-soo dismantles the necromancy and cleans the entire building in 3 short hours. But Si Ha cannot let one thought go. The black magicians did not just exploit this chaos, they are the ones who pushed the necromancy kids into building the self-destruct circle in the first place. So why burn your own pawns? Why throw away that much power on purpose? And then it hits him. Those cubes they quietly moved to a new storage spot. He never checked them after the lockdown. He turns, the blood draining from his face, and whispers the 2 words nobody wants to hear. Don't tell me. The Dark Wizards did everything right. They timed the raid perfectly, slipped through the one gap the defenders couldn't cover, and walked out with the prize clutched in their hands. A flawless heist. And it didn't matter even a little, because right now that exact prize is sitting in Han Si Ha's palm, glowing, and the man can barely stop himself from laughing. Rewind a few minutes. The raid members are in full panic. The glowing cube is gone, snatched clean out of a warded vault, and everyone is talking over each other trying to figure out how bad this is. These cubes are not decoration. Gather enough of them, and you can run something called the Heart of the Machine, which is why the Dark Wizards have been bleeding people dry to collect them. Lose one, and the whole plan starts to crack. So when they realize the thieves got away, the mood in the room drops through the floor. Then one of them floats a wild idea. There might be a way to get it back. Everybody turns. What are you suddenly talking about? And here is the loophole nobody thought to check. A monster bound to a tamer answers the tamer's call, no matter where it is, no matter who is holding it. Doesn't matter if it's locked in a vault. Doesn't matter if it's hidden in that unconscious dead zone they call the Room of the Void. If a tamer owns it, the tamer can yank it straight back. And the cube was bound to Han Si Ha. So while the thieves were busy congratulating themselves, the cube simply vanished out of the Dark Wizard's office and summoned into Si Ha's hand like it had never left. He sits there feeling the magic hum off it, grinning. They pulled off the whole show stealing this thing, and now it's mine again. Somewhere across the map, the man who masterminded that heist is about to find an empty desk and lose his entire mind. That's the part Si Ha keeps coming back to. All that effort, the careful planning, the perfect raid, the gap they waited for, and it slipped through their fingers in a single heartbeat because of one rule they never accounted for. He says it plain. That bastard must be furious right now. Serves him right. But the celebration doesn't last because there is bad news under the good news. The dark wizards will come back. They have to. They still need the rest of the cubes to power the heart of the machine, and they will throw everything they have at it, so the raid agrees on the only move that keeps Ha alive a little longer. Keep a low profile at the academy. Don't give them a reason to look his way. And then, far from all of this, the story cuts to a palace. A servant announces a visitor, and the name lands like a stone. Count Han Te, so requests an audience with the emperor. The man walks in, bows, and instead of small talk, he sets a sealed envelope on the desk. It's a resignation letter. The emperor doesn't even hide his suspicion. You're not at the age to retire. There has to be a reason for this. The count just lowers his eyes and says he isn't confident anymore, which, from a man like him, means he is hiding something enormous. Then it gets stranger. The emperor reveals he didn't call the count in alone. He summoned 2 students from the academy to hear something today, and one of them steps through a golden door and freezes on the spot. He knows that man at the desk. The words barely make it out of his mouth. Siha. And across the room, a blond boy with a smug little smile and a single bead of sweat watches the whole thing land, while one name still hangs over the room unanswered. Fabian. A teenager is standing in front of the most powerful man in the empire, and instead of begging for his life, he is calmly explaining to the emperor that this entire rotten kingdom should have collapsed a long time ago. This is Han Si, and remember, he is technically on trial for treason. The emperor has already announced the plan. They intend to execute him publicly as an example to everyone watching. And Han Si, faced with that, decides the smartest move is to roast the throne to its face. So he keeps going. He tells the emperor that an empire which survives on rules this twisted should have fallen long ago. He points out that they used him like a disposable card, squeezing every drop out of him, and the second he stopped being convenient, they threw him away. The whole court goes pale. Someone hisses at him to stop. Han Si does not stop. And here is the thing that makes the room go cold. Nothing he is saying is wrong, and everyone in that gilded hall knows it. The emperor leans back, smiling that thin, dangerous smile, and asks if this brat whose head is barely dry really thinks he can lecture the master of an empire. One wrong word now, and the execution stops being a threat. For a single beat, even Han Si catches himself and thinks, damn, did I go too far this time? Then the emperor does something crueler than killing him. He turns to one specific man in the room and hands him the knife. Because that man is Count Han Te, Su, and Count Han Te, Su is Han Si's own father. The emperor smiles and says the boy is his child, so he will leave the traitor's fate entirely in his hands. It is a trap dressed as mercy, and the whole court holds its breath to see if a father will sign his own son's death warrant. He does not order the execution. Instead, the verdict comes down as imprisonment, and the news rips across the academy that same afternoon. One day Han Si is a student at Ardell. The next, the whispers are everywhere. Treason, locked away. They are saying his wise academy life just became a wise prison life, and nobody can quite believe a noble's son defied the emperor to his face and lived. But one person refuses to just whisper about it. A girl named Adela hears the word treason and her whole world cracks. This is the boy who saved her from danger more times than she can count, and now everyone talks about him like he is already dead. So she makes a decision right there in the hallway. If the people who are supposed to protect him won't, then she will. She has to find Han Si herself, no matter where they buried him. So she does the desperate thing. She swore she would never go back to that man again, but she takes the little wealth she has and orders a carriage straight to the Kastika estate. Then she begs Count Kastika for the one favor she has left. Please, just this once, help me see him. The Count warns her plainly. He is being held in the Imperial Underground prison, and if the Emperor blocks her, there is nothing anyone can do. but he tells her the location. So she rides through the night to the imperial palace and climbs down into a cold stone prison, braced for the worst, expecting a broken, dying boy in chains. And what she actually finds stops her dead. Ha is lounging on a sofa, snack in hand, looking suspiciously, infuriatingly comfortable for a man condemned for treason. Adela just stands there, tears still on her face, and stares. Because this is supposed to be the most dangerous cell in the empire. So why does the prisoner look like he is on vacation? A man is dying inside a 16-year-old's body, and he doesn't even have time to pass out. His head feels like it's about to split open. Blood is running from his nose onto the desk. If he were back in his original adult body, he tells himself, he'd already be in a hospital bed. Instead, he's locked himself in a lab and burned 3 straight days awake, because if he stops now, a lot of people are going to die. Here is what is keeping him up. There is a device in this world called the cube, and in the wrong hands it is a weapon that bleeds nightmares into the sky. The dark mages have been quietly tweaking those cubes to do more damage, and one mage named Natalie was the first to crack the secret of how. So when the enemy stole a cube and walked off with it, Ha did the one thing nobody expected. He started taking the things apart. And in 3 sleepless days, he actually got somewhere. He thinks the whole thing through, sketches the circuits out, and manages to dial a single cube's mana output down to 1/8 of what it was. But that is only step 1 of the plan he built sitting in a prison cell. Step 2 is uglier. They have to find the stolen cube and shut it off before it gets used, which means building a detector to hunt it down. He keeps muttering that he's a beast, Tamer, not a scientist. And yet here he is, inventing a GPS out of nothing. Then the lab tilts sideways. He grabs his nose, stares at the blood on his fingers, and just laughs. Because of course the body is breaking now. He's been pushing a teenager's nerves and a dead man's brain way past the limit, all to prepare for a future he can already see coming. And he is right to be scared, because somewhere far from this little room, the worst thing in the story has finally stopped hiding. Meanwhile, in an underground hideout, his brother Hyuk is doing a lot better than anyone has the right to. An old friend tracks him down, and the two of them fall straight into the kind of bickering only family can manage. She insists she was just passing by the imperial palace, totally not worried about him. He grins and asks why she came all this way then. She nearly explodes. Underneath the teasing, though, there's a real fact. His condition is finally improving, his old violent outbursts fading. But the warm room has a cold corner. A pink-haired mage who reeks of dark magic has been quietly minding Hyuk, and her kindness comes with a price. She asks an innocent little question about his younger sibling, and then twists it into a blade. Do you want them to live, she asks, or do you just want them to die? Because Hyuk has carried a prophecy his whole life that he would be the one to kill that very person, and he is done living shackled to it. He doesn't want to run anymore, he just wants out. Back in the lab, the dread finally arrives at the door. A man in a purple cape bursts in, hand to his chest, demanding to know if this exhausted teenager is truly Ha of Kastika. The prince requires his presence at the palace immediately, in the dead of night. So Ha climbs into a carriage pulled through the dark, and the closer he gets, the wronger it feels, because for night, this palace is far too quiet. Something has happened here. He just doesn't know what yet. The most powerful man in the entire empire is bleeding out on his own palace floor, and out of every name he could call, every knight, every healer, every mage in the kingdom, the one he gasps for is Ha. The Emperor of Ardil has been poisoned, and somehow our doomed rank extra is the man they drag in to save him. Rewind a few minutes, and you can feel the panic spreading like a stain. Princess Rubia is on her knees, purple energy crackling off her in shock. Courtiers cover their mouths. Nobody can believe it happened here, inside the imperial palace, the single most guarded place in the world. There was an attack. The emperor is slumped in a dark suit, his white robes soaked red, and a servant is sobbing the only words that matter. Help me, Ha. The emperor himself asked for you by name. So they pull him into the throne room, and Han Si, Ha does the math nobody else can. This wasn't a random strike. Traitors inside the palace took bribes from the black magicians, then poisoned the imperial knights and slipped the assassins past every guard. And as his memories of the novel snap into place, his stomach drops for a different reason. This was never supposed to happen here. The timing is too early, the method too crude. The story he read just went off the rails. That's the part that scares him most from his enemy Abaddon's side. Poisoning an emperor is a reckless, desperate gamble, the kind of move you only make when you think you're already losing. So Han Si, Ha keeps asking himself the same cold question. Why now? Why this? And the only answer that fits is the worst one. Something changed in this world, and that something is probably him. The bleeding has stopped, but the emperor has already lost too much blood, and they both know it. So the dying ruler does something nobody expects from a tyrant. He looks at Han Si Ha with all the rage drained out of his eyes, and he asks him for a favor. Take care of my children. The man feared across an entire continent is spending his last breath begging a nobody to protect his kids. And he gives one final order. Leave the palace before it gets worse. Run somewhere safe. There is exactly one place that qualifies, the unbreakable fortress of his most loyal vassal in Castica territory. So in the dead of night, a carriage rolls out the palace gates with Princess Rubia inside and pounds on a distant manor door. The emperor is dead. The prince will rule now, and the royal family is on the run. Then the argument starts, and it is sharper than any blade in this chapter. Someone insists they go back to the palace. Han Si, Ha says no, because returning right now is exactly what the enemy wants. The traitors are practically holding the door open, waiting for the royals to walk into their own capital and get finished off in one clean move. Fleeing felt safe. Han Si, Ha sees it for what it really is. A baited cage. 1 week later, on the cliffs of the Audrazin Mountains, the sky tears open with a strange celestial light, and the rumor has already reached every village. The emperor is dead, and Castica is sheltering the royals. Across the world, the black magician Abaddon is done waiting. War is coming, and there is one name at the very top of his list, one variable he needs erased before he can win. The high-risk individual, Han Si, Ha. The strongest swordsman in the empire just dropped out of the sky and tried to kill Han Si, Ha. No warning, no reason given. 1 second Si Ha is walking to school to grab his bag, the next a man is standing over him telling him to pick up his staff and fight or die where he stands. And the worst part is, Si Ha knows this guy. So why does it feel like he means it? But to understand how a quiet errand turned into a fight for his life, we have to back up to the day the empire cracked open. The old emperor is dead. His body lies in a coffin under a single beam of light, and the second it touches the floor, the vultures circle. Traitorous ministers vanish into hiding, provinces catch fire, and the whole machine of the empire is suddenly leaning on one teenager. That teenager is the first prince, Marcel. He seizes the empire's duties before the body is cold, and one by one the nobles who turned their backs come crawling home. Count Han Tae-su throws his weight behind the prince. But the rebellions keep dropping like dominoes, most of them stirred up by black magicians poisoning the provinces. The empire is on fire, and Marcel is running himself half to death just to hold it together. Which is how things land on Han Si Ha. With the chaos this bad, Ardell Academy gets slapped with an emergency closure order. School is cancelled. Everyone scatters. And Si Ha realizes he left half his life inside those empty dorm walls, including the Sword of the Earth, the legendary blade Adela borrowed and handed back to its real owner. So he heads to the Silent Academy to grab his stuff. Easy trip. Nothing's going to happen. That's when the sky breaks. A figure comes down hard, glowing with an aura Si Ha says is familiar and threatening at the same time. The man calls him out by name and tells him to ready himself, because there is one last thing he needs to teach him. Si, Ha barely has time to ask what the hell is going on before the first blow lands and launches him across the broken ground. This isn't a warning, this is a war. And here's the cruel twist buried in the violence. Every single hit comes with a lecture. The man tells Ha to fight at full power from the very start. Target the left arm, never drop his guard, never show an opening, because in a long fight, the longer it drags, the worse it gets. He is beating Ha senseless and coaching him through it in the same breath. Ha is gasping in the dirt, mana rampaging around them at a level that could genuinely kill him, screaming the only honest question left. Why are you doing this? Then the man answers, and it knocks the wind out of Ha harder than any punch. He says it not as his professor, as his older brother. This is Han Si-hyuk, the prophet, the man who lost his teaching post, and he came here to put his little brother through hell, because hell is the only classroom that sticks. He's burning every lesson he has into Ha's body, because he can see a storm coming that words could never prepare him for. The match ends with Ha buried in a crater of shattered rock, glowing, beaten from start to finish. But for one single moment, he disabled his brother. One opening. And Si-hyuk, smiling through it, calls that the win. Then he leaves Ha with the line that turns the whole brutal afternoon cold. If the day ever comes when you have to defeat me, do not hesitate the way you hesitated today. Because when that day comes, and you freeze, you'll die. A man walked into the most powerful empire in the world, beat its champion in a single one-sided fight, said a few cryptic words, and walked back out into the night. And the only proof he was ever there was the wreckage he left in that clearing. They call him Han Si-hyuk. The man who beat him almost convinced himself the whole thing was a dream. But the empire he visited is not dreaming. It is dying. Inside the palace, the news comes in faster than anyone can stand it. The emperor is dead. The era of peace is over. A rebellion has broken out in the provinces. The black mages are circling the capital, and a man named Abaddon is demanding land. So the nobles do what cowards always do. They gather at the long marble table and start deciding whose territory they can give away to save their own skins. And the new emperor on the throne listens to every word of it with pure contempt. He can hear their courage rotting from across the room. They want to hand the Pago territory over to appease the enemy. They want to negotiate. They want to fold. He leans down and tells the loudest one exactly what he thinks of that. If you love selling land so much, sell your own first. Give up someone else and see how it feels. But here is the thing eating at the emperor in private. He keeps catching himself reacting the way one specific person would react. The ruthless way, the unafraid way, and he knows exactly whose shadow it is. I think he admits to himself that I have been spending far too much time around Han Si-ha. Then the meeting ends, the curtains close, and the world simply moves on. 3 years later, everything has changed. In a war camp far from the palace, a group of wandering armored soldiers sit around trading stories, and one of them lets it slip that he used to serve the imperial palace itself. The others stare at him like he just confessed to a crime. Because the empire they all remember is barely standing anymore, and out here on the edge of everything, a single name keeps coming up: Kestiga. The territory ruled by Count Han Te, so the man they whisper about as the Count of Blood. But that is not even the name that scares them. There is one above it. One soldier mentions Han Si-ha, and the whole tent goes quiet. The famous academy graduate, the genius Tamer who tamed a full-grown red dragon. The man people swear feeds humans to that dragon for fun, sitting on top of an absolutely monstrous reserve of mana. That is when a blonde girl with cat ears pokes her head out from behind the curtain, grinning, and announces she wants in. She wants to hear the story about Han Si-ha in detail. The soldiers nearly panic. They warn her that he is not someone a kid can throw around so casually. Mention him too loudly, they say, and you get dragged off without a trace, because the rumors about what he does to people are not jokes. And while strangers 3 years away are still trembling at his name, we finally cut to the man himself. The terrified office worker is gone. Han Si, Ha stands calm in his own domain, petting an enormous red dragon that just got back from patrol. The hatchling from Chapter 1 is now a wall of scales named Basil, and the thing keeps growing every single time anyone looks at it, which is becoming a real problem, because at this size, somebody is going to have to figure out how to make a dragon shrink. The strongest mage in the Empire has been on her knees for over half a year, begging to see one man, and every single time, he refuses. They call Adela Stivia the #1 contributor to this war. Whole armies surrender the second they see her face. She can make the ground itself rise up and bury hundreds of enemies alive without spilling a drop of her own blood. And the one person she actually wants to reach has spent 193 days pretending she doesn't exist. To understand why that's so cruel, you have to know who's doing the ignoring. Back home, things finally went right. After they safely crowned Prince Marcel as emperor, Count Han Taeso stepped down, and just like that, the entire Castica territory fell into the hands of his successor, Han Si, Ha. The doomed extra is now the man who holds the decision-making power over a whole region. He went from a death flag to a count. So now he has the authority to send people wherever he wants. And where does he keep sending Adela? To the roughest, most remote, most miserable battlefields the war has to offer, alone. Handed a single sword and told to sweep up the ordinary soldiers while everyone else fights the real enemy. She protested. She applied to Castica again and again. She even went to argue in person, and every request was ignored completely. From where she's standing, there's only one explanation, and it's eating her alive. Han Sai, Ha hates her. She's convinced she did something to make him despise her this much. If he had a problem with her, he could just say it to her face. Instead, she gets silence, and the worst assignments, and a door that will not open. After more than half a year of this, something in her finally snaps. So she makes a decision. No more waiting to be summoned. No more polite letters that go nowhere. She's going to march to wherever Han Sai, Ha is hiding, and look him in the eye herself, and this time it does not matter whether they block the entrance or not. Her exact words are that she will meet him, even if she has to blow up the barracks to break through. The Empire's strongest weapon is about to point itself at its own commander. Here's the part that turns your stomach. He's been doing all of it on purpose, sending Adela only to rough battlefields, working her to the bone, refusing to meet her, keeping her at a distance so she'd never run into the black mages. Every one of those choices was his. He admits it himself. He avoided her like his life depended on it, and he hid the reason no matter how much it cost him, because in his eyes it really is all his fault. And the reason is the war underneath the war. The enemy commander Abaddon doesn't care if his own forces die. He's chasing one thing only. A cube planted in the heart of a machine that could rewrite the world, hidden somewhere in the Black Magistru base. Han Si, Ha, and Natalie have poured everything into tracking it down, and they finally have a way in, a tracking spell, and one cube whose location they can almost pin to a single hidden region. Almost. Because there's a catch, and it's a brutal one. Pinpointing that buried base needs detection magic, reading the mana deep underground to find what no eye can see. And in the entire Empire, there is exactly one mage built perfectly for that job, Adela. The very woman he's spent half a year shoving as far from danger as he possibly could. Now the only way forward runs straight through her, and everyone in that room knows the one flaw in the plan. The place he needs to send Adela is the place she does not come back from alive. There is a full-scale war going on, and the scariest thing in this entire chapter is that absolutely nothing is happening. No raids, no attacks, no bodies. Every territory has gone dead quiet at the exact moment it should be burning. And Han knows from the novel he read that in a war zone, peace this clean is never a gift. It is a countdown. But before the world can scare him, the people closest to him do. Solia has only ever formally asked for his help twice in her life, and this is the second time. So when he answers her support request and walks into camp, the first thing waiting for him is not a battle plan. It is Adela, who tracked him down across the entire countryside and is now demanding to be assigned wherever he is. And she is furious. She corners him and says it straight. "Do you have any idea how hard this was for me? Why do you always act like I'm not even there?" There are tears on her face, and the worst part is she is not asking for credit, and she is not asking for comfort. She just wanted him to stay by her side, and instead he keeps slipping away to deal with things he refuses to tell her about. Because he is hiding something, and she can feel it. Ha sweats his way through the conversation because Adela is too fond of him and far too sharp, and there is a secret in his pocket that could get her killed if she knew. So he gives the only excuse that won't crack. Refusing her would look more suspicious than letting her stay. He lets the most dangerous person in his life walk right into the danger with him. Now here is the secret, and it is the whole war in 5 pieces. There are 5 legendary cubes scattered across this world, and the count is already brutal. Abaddon has seized 2 of them, the Illwall cube and the Emotion cube. The final one, the cube of living spirits, a relic with the power to bend life itself, is still missing, and the smart money says Abaddon has that one too. Which leaves the part Ha cannot say out loud. He is not down to nothing. He has already tamed 2 cubes of his own, roundy and squarey, and bound them so completely that no one can ever rip them away from him. That sounds like a win until you do the math on it. If Abaddon can't take the cubes, then Abaddon has to take the man. The 2 cubes he buried so deep that no one can steal them just turned his own body into the most valuable thing on the battlefield. Solia says it plainly. You will be the first one in danger, Ha. So the moment of peace was never peace at all. It was Abaddon clearing the board, gathering his pieces, and circling the one person walking around with the prize fused into his soul. They start the preparations, requesting reinforcements from the Imperial Palace, and bracing for a hit they can feel coming, but cannot locate, because it is not aimed where they are standing. And then the chapter shows you exactly what the silence was hiding. Somewhere in the NGC zone, under a bruised purple sky, the enemy is rewriting the entire campaign. Their original target was Arcanant. Not anymore. With the cubes they've gathered, the plan has changed to a direct assault straight at Castica, the one place they had been told not to touch. There is just one thing they still need, someone who knows that fortress from the inside. And the name they speak into the dark is not Ha, it is Hyuk. An eagle drops out of a colorful sky carrying a letter, and the man who wrote it is supposed to be missing. It lands at the academy, and the sender is investigator Hyuk, a man nobody has heard from in ages, and the very first line he scrawled is a warning that should not make sense. Never trust me. He sent these instructions to the one assistant he had left in a hurry because he knew he was running out of time. But to understand why that letter matters, you have to meet the woman it was meant for. For 2 years, Adela has been quietly hunting one person, a figure she calls Sepia. She never confronted her. She just followed and recorded every move, refusing to waste a single day of it. Everyone assumed she was idle. She was rearranging the pieces in her head until she reached a conclusion nobody else in this world had. She knew where the rats were hiding. The Black Magicians have a base, a place this story calls the NGC Zone, buried in the mountains far on the outskirts. For years, it was a ghost story with no address. Now Adela is staring at the proof. The letter came with a hand-drawn map, scrawled by a man who knew the route was too tangled to memorize, the entrance marked in ink. After 2 years of shadows, the door to the enemy's heart is sitting on a table in front of her. Then she notices the cruel detail. The map has gaps, empty stretches where the drawing simply stops, as if the hand holding the pen was torn away, and the writing matches the words at the top. Don't trust him. Whatever the investigator found out there scared a careful professional badly enough to warn his own people away from the very tool he was handing them. Ha walks in at the worst possible moment, and Adela turns on him fast. She has heard he was researching how to find this exact place, and she wants in. Then she catches the look on his face, and the room goes quiet. Because Han Si-ha already knew, he recognized this from the original story, where Adela hates the black magicians to an insane degree, loses control the second she sees them, and walks straight into something she does not survive, so he hid it, to keep her alive. She is not grateful, she is furious. "Don't treat me like an idiot," she tells him. "You hid it because you knew I would go." And then she lands the line that strips him bare. You really are bad at lying. He cannot take the truth back, and he cannot stop her from leaving, because she is asking the one question he has no answer to. How many children have lost their families to this war, and how do you tell a woman like her to sit still while the people who burned her past walk free? So they stop arguing and start preparing. If it is even possible to reach that base, steal the thing they call the cube, and put Abaddon's monster Abaddon in the ground, then someone has to do it. Han Si-ha and Natalie work through the entire night on a single document, the NGC Zone Entry Plan, squeezing every point of success rate out of a route the map itself calls certain death. Then they wait a few days, and they move. But one thing about that letter still claws at Adela. Han Si-hyuk was a perfectionist who never left a stray mark. Yet his message stops dead in the middle of a thought, like the pen was ripped from his fingers. He would have delayed it a day before sending something unfinished. So what happened to the man who drew this map? And far away, the answer is already kneeling in the dark, bloodied, before a towering white-haired figure with purple magic bleeding off his cloak. A bloodied man wakes up on a stranger's floor, and the second his head clears, he wishes it hadn't. The pale figure standing over him is smiling under floating embers and purple light, saying it like a gift. He only meant to knock the prisoner out for a moment, but the man slept far longer than that. Then the gut punch. Every scrap of power inside him, the strength so close to dark magic that he was proud of, was planted there. By this man. On purpose. And the captor wants him to know exactly how deep it goes. He found this kid by chance in Katablam, spotted the talent, and decided to make him useful. So now he can do anything. Make him lose his reason. Make him crawl. Even force him to kill. All that power, all that life exists only because of him. So he makes his offer, still smiling. Bring me one head, and you walk free. Here is whose head it is, his own younger brother, Han Shah. Hand him over, the captor says, and everything is solved. Run and hide in the mountains with Sepia, or come back and take revenge. He honestly does not care which. It is wrapped up like generosity, and the prisoner sees straight through it, because he reads the future for a living. And the future he read is the one thing this man cannot stand to hear. So he says it anyway, that child will kill you, and then he will kill me. And with that, this whole war finally ends. The captor's smile thins. He snaps that not everything a prophet says comes true, that the boy should know that better than anyone. But the real blow already landed. You have no intention of keeping your promise. You never did. A hand closes around his throat, the prophecy hanging like a sentence already signed. Now cut to the war 2 years deep, Casticle's camp, where the lookouts squint at the enemy line and slowly go pale. Reinforcements are gathering over there, far too many of them. Then the dread hits. They never requested numbers like this. The enemy is rushing in like a tsunami, an ocean of dark mages charging without regard for their own lives, and one sentence cuts through the panic. This is not support. This is an attack. And for once, the man in charge cannot move. Han Si-ha stares at the wall of bodies and freezes. Someone grabs him by the collar and shouts him back to his senses. If this place falls, Casticle is finished, and he is the one in command. The fog clears. They are not just attacking, he realizes. They are protecting something. A wall built around one person. The leader came in person. Abaddon is here. So he stops aiming at the ocean and aims at the man it hides. To carve a path nobody else could, Han Si-ha reaches for a trump card he has never used. A small red fox at his feet flares with golden energy and triggers reversal, a technique so dangerous it was sealed the day it was invented. It pours every drop of available mana into a single partner. Because the creature that squeezes the most from that mana, the most efficient weapon he owns, is a dragon. And the camp finally looks up at the shadow swallowing the sky. Basil. The baby dragon from the very first day, grown enormous, wings spread over the whole battlefield. Soldiers on both sides freeze and scream the same word, dragon. Then Basil opens his mouth, and one enhanced breath tears through the enemy lines and wipes them out in one strike. The path is open. Han Si lifts his staff for the moment this war was built toward, and somewhere in the dark, a silver-haired man with red eyes smiles down, while a boy in a blue cape looks up and says one word, Father. The man who once kicked Abaddon out of an entire empire is now losing to him on open ground, and the worst part is what Abaddon came back for. Not the territory, not revenge. He looks Count Han Te, Su dead in the eyes, and says he only needs one person. Hand over your son. The most feared blood count among all dark magicians crossed a war just to take Han Si. For a moment, the two of them just stand there, two ghosts from the same old story. It has been a while, Abaddon says, almost gentle about it. Years ago, Count Han Te, Su drove this monster out of the empire, and Abaddon never forgot a second of it. Now he is back, stronger, standing in the land the Count spent his whole life protecting, and trampling it without a flicker of guilt. Did you come to kill me? The Count asks. Abaddon smiles. He came for something better than that. Because here is the thing Abaddon figured out. Han Si isn't just some noble's kid. He is bonded to the cube, that floating blue relic with a monstrous amount of mana sleeping inside it. And that cube is the real prize. So Abaddon didn't bring an army to win a battle. He brought it to walk out with one boy. And the second Count Han Te, Su realizes that, the calm drains out of his face completely. Then the duel detonates. Abaddon is far stronger than the man who exiled him remembers. Infinite arrows scream out of a swirling vortex. A root monster the Count summons gets shredded almost instantly, because Abaddon laughs and calls his spell formula crude and snaps it in half. Every clever thing the Count tries, Abaddon has already seen and already beaten, and he keeps saying the same chilling line. You are far more shaken than usual. I'm disappointed. And he is shaken because he isn't fighting to win anymore. Han Si is down, poisoned, and unable to protect himself, and the Count knows it. So he stops attacking. He drops to his knees in the dirt and starts carving a desperate magic circle, pouring out every drop of mana he has left to raise a barrier and pull the poison out of his son. A father who could be defending himself chooses instead to spend his entire life force shielding a boy who can't even stand. Abaddon sees it for exactly what it is. He mocks the trick, calls it pity, and tells the Count the truth nobody wants to hear. You've already emptied yourself into that circle. There's nothing left. It's my victory. The most powerful protector in the territory gave everything he had, and it still wasn't enough. Abaddon reaches for the child and gets ready to take him. But Basil refuses to let it end quietly. The dragon senses the danger at the very last instant and charges Abaddon with everything he's got, a red roar against a clear sky. It buys a single heartbeat, and a single heartbeat is not enough. In one instant, it's over. Abaddon vanishes into thin air, and Han Si vanishes with him, snatched out of the middle of a battle his own father bled himself dry to win. Now cut to the academy, where the bad news lands like a dropped stone. Han Si was kidnapped by Abaddon during the battle. Li Han flew here the moment he heard, and one face in that room refuses to wait. They've only got a partial map and no idea what horrors are inside, and the others beg them to slow down, to think, to bring backup before charging into Abaddon's lair. The answer comes back hard and final. I'll break through, so tell me, who is going to walk into that nightmare to drag Han Si back out? The smartest Tamer at the academy wakes up on a cold warehouse floor, blood drying on his face, and the first thing he notices is the worst thing. His mana is gone. not drained. Switched off, like a light in a room he can't find the wall of, Han Si has talked his way out of monsters, professors, and certain death before. But you can't talk your way out of a body that won't answer, and right now his won't. He pieces it together slowly, because his ears are still ringing. He's underground, a basement somewhere deep, with no restraints because they don't need any. The man who put him here could have killed him on that battlefield without blinking. Instead, he chose to kidnap him. And the reason that scares Han more than a quick death is simple. Nobody kidnaps a corpse. Whatever Abaddon wants from him, he wants him awake for it. Then he hears a sound he'd give anything not to hear. A low, broken growl from the dark beside him. Basil, his monster, his partner, dragged down into this pit right alongside him, bleeding worse than he is. Han crawls to him, and the words come out cracked. You should have just run. He was never someone you could beat. But Basil followed his last order anyway, the way he always does, and now he's paying for it on a stone floor that smells like rust. So Han does the only thing left. He reaches for healing magic, and it dies in his hands halfway out. He stares at his own fingers like they belong to a stranger. The mana isn't just blocked from attacking, it's blocked from saving the one creature that trusted him enough to come along. For the first time, the genius has run completely out of clever, and a single tear cuts a clean line through the blood on his cheek. That's when the smiling arrives. A figure steps into the purple light, calm and pleased, looking at the bleeding monster and the broken Tamer like a painting hung where it belongs. What a nice sight, he says. This is Abaddon, and he doesn't kill Basil, which is almost worse. He decides to keep him, a rare species too interesting to waste. Han lunges anyway, grabs the man's collar with nothing behind it, and Abaddon just looks down at him with red eyes and something close to amusement. Then Abaddon says the words that change the whole game, heir of Castica. Han isn't a stray extra anybody can throw away. He's bloodline, he's leverage, he's worth something enormous to the right buyer, and that's exactly why he's still breathing. Maybe you were raised too well, Abaddon murmurs, almost disappointed. Tie this one up. They drag him deeper, down toward the lowest floor, and the door to any version of escape quietly closes behind him. But Han doesn't know what's coming up the mountain for him, far above the magic zone. At a hidden entrance in the Obsidian mountain range, a small group has been riding day and night without sleep for 2 days straight. Everyone told them this plan was insane. The path doesn't exist on any normal map. And at the front of it is Adela, exhausted and certain, who can faintly feel Han Si, has presence bleeding through the rock. This is the place. I'll go in first. They slip inside like they were never there because they have to. Down in the dungeon, the low-ranking guards are already whispering. The heir of Castica got captured. He's locked on basement level 5, probably begging for his life by now. He'll be beaten to a pulp or as good as dead. Adela's people listen from the shadows and take the one piece of comfort that matters. He's still alive. Then one guard stops cold. Did you just hear something? The other opens his mouth to say no. He never gets the chance. Abaddon built a brand new torture chamber, and the worst part is the design. You cannot see out of it. But everyone outside can see in, perfectly, every time you flail. And right now, the man bound and bleeding inside it is Han Si, Ha. The villain leans down over him, almost gentle, and tells him the cruelest thing in the room. A guest came to watch, and she has been looking for him for a very long time. Rewind to how she got here. Far above, the others are panicking. Basil swears he could feel Han Si, Ha's mana the whole time, steady, alive, right up until it suddenly went dead. He could not feel it anymore. Something is wrong below, and the only person who refuses to accept that is Adela. They beg her through the mana channel to turn back. They tell her it is too dangerous to go deeper. Come back, okay, Adela. She is already on basement level 2 and dropping fast, and she will not answer. She knows exactly how this sounds. Turning around after coming this far is agony. But she made her choice at the top of the stairs. If she were going to flinch because of uncertainty, she would never have come down at all. so she keeps descending past the pipes in the cold purple light, deeper than anyone was supposed to go, until there is officially no turning back. And the descent is too easy. No guards stop her. The space is enormous and somehow dead silent. She finds a single locked door humming with dark energy and realizes too late that nobody was ever trying to keep her out. A voice greets her like she is exactly on schedule. "I was waiting. You came sooner than I expected." Han Sai ha let her walk right in. Because the man waiting on the other side wanted both of them in the same room. That man is Abaddon, and he can read her face like a page. He smiles, he tells her to look over there, and the whole reason for this trap snaps into focus. There is Han Sai ha, roped down and watching, the bait that pulled her all the way to the bottom. Abaddon wants the cube. He always wanted the cube, and he has just been handed the one thing in this world Han Sai ha cannot bear to watch get hurt. But Han Si ha laughs in his face. Beaten, roped to a chair, and he laughs. They will never find his cube. The others cannot be taken without his permission. No matter what Abaddon does, that answer does not change. So Abaddon stops asking nicely. There is an easier way, he says. Threaten the girl, because she will not be able to stand watching him go insane. And that is the moment the whole plan curdles in Han Sai has chest. He came down here on purpose. He drew every bit of Abaddon's attention onto himself so that it would slide off Adela. He thought if he was the only target, she would stay safe. He forgot one thing. He forgot that Abaddon is the worst kind of bastard alive, the kind who never wanted information when he could have leverage instead. Outside the glass, Adela hits a wall of solid light, a barrier blocking the path, and on the floor beneath her lies her sword with a glowing dragon crest burning under the blade. She came all this way, and a single barrier is going to stop her. No, not like this. She presses her hands together, blue energy roaring up her arms and lighting her face in the dark, and screams the only promise she has left. She will never give up on him. Enhancement. A man is strapped to a chair while his own bones are slowly being crushed by magic, and the person doing it keeps calling it mercy. The villain Abaddon leans in with a soft little smile and offers Han Sai ha a deal that sounds almost kind. Just hand over the cube he hid, and Abaddon will let both of them walk out alive. Han Sai ha can feel his ribs about to shatter, and he already knows the offer is a lie. Because Abaddon is not a man who keeps promises. Everyone in this room understands that no matter what choice gets made here, the villain was never planning to let anyone leave. So the torture drags on, the purple energy tightening like a vice, and Han Si ha hangs there bleeding, told to look closely at exactly how broken he is going to get. Then a familiar voice cuts through the haze. Adela. She has been watching her friend get taken apart, and she cannot do it anymore. She lifts a glowing golden cube into the light, the thing Abaddon has wanted this entire war, and she begs to just give it to him. Han Si ha says no. Even half dead, his answer is no. He tells her to run instead, that he does not need the cube or anything else, only her getting out alive. But Adela makes her own call. She holds the cube out to the monster and whispers that she is sorry, over and over, like a prayer she already knows will not save them. And here is the gut punch. Abaddon takes it, looks it over, and tells her the truth he was hiding all along. One cube was never enough. The relic he wants is the void cube, and he needs both halves. He does not care if the whole world ends, as long as he has it. So this was always a trap with no bottom. Hand over everything, and he still kills you. Han Sai ha, slumped and bloodied, finally lets himself feel how unfair it all is. He jumped into this doomed novel world just hoping it would not collapse on him, and now he is about to die in a basement for a cause that was never even his. Abaddon gives the final warning and demands the last cube. Han Sai ha screams. And then he remembers what he actually is. He is a tamer. There are monsters everywhere underground, sleeping in the dark all around this place, and he has never once tried to wake all of them at once, so he does. He declares himself their king, their god, and casts area taming on every creature in the depths. Hundreds of thousands of underground kobolds open their eyes at the same moment and answer to him. The whole cavern detonates. Shadow, clawed monsters burst out of the walls and swarm the villain who thought he had already won, and Abaddon, who was strangling them all a second ago, is suddenly the one screaming for someone to save him. Adela cannot believe it. Nobody performs taming this monstrous while half dead in a chair. But the cage is breaking, the barrier is cracking, and a familiar orange fox spirit comes crying back to them through the smoke. Basil is safe. The exit is open. They climb the stairs together, past glowing circles burned into the walls by allies who came down ahead of them. And right when freedom is one doorway away, Ha stops. While Abaddon is pinned and restrained, just for this one short moment there is a chance that will never come again. A chance to walk back down into that hell and smash the heart of the machine for good. He looks up, bloody and almost smiling, and says it plainly. They are going back down to end everything. They almost died down there an hour ago. So when someone says, let's go back to the basement floor, the obvious answer is, are you crazy? And Ha's answer is worse than crazy. He knows, he's barely holding on, he can feel it, and he's going back into that hell anyway, because if today is their last chance, then today is the day they settle it. Here is what they're walking into. Facing Abaddon head-on is basically suicide. Even in the story Ha remembers, the strongest hero alive couldn't beat Abaddon in a straight fight. So the team isn't going to fight him at all. There's exactly one way to win this war. Destroy the heart of the machine before Abaddon gathers all the cubes. They lose the second he completes the set, and the clock is already running. But Ha is in no shape to fight anyone. He nearly died, and his body knows it. So Adela burns through every potion she has to drag him back together, the last bottle pressed into his hand whether he likes it or not. He cracks a joke about it, of course. Somebody tells Seymour to stop laughing, and then they split up to find that machine, because the plan only works if they reach the heart before it's too late. Then Yule catches up, and the air changes. There's a chill that wasn't there before, a feeling that something in this place is wrong. They turn a corner and find someone already waiting for them. The investigator, an ally. The one who handed them the map that got them this far, and every instinct Ha has is screaming the same thing at him. That is not the man they know. Adela feels it too. She tells everyone to stop. Do not get close, because the voice is wrong, and the eyes are wrong, and the man standing there is too perfect, too neat, like something is wearing him. There's a high chance Abaddon got to him. They keep using the name Kastika like it's supposed to mean trust. It doesn't. The thing smiles at them, and the word lands like a verdict, controlled. And then it lets go. The investigator releases demonic energy from the very start at full strength, the kind of power where simply breathing the air around it can kill you. Adela throws up a wall of earth to block it, but the energy leaks through every gap, and she can already feel she won't hold the line for long. Ha is down on one knee, clutching his chest, and the whole plan is about to come apart in the first 10 seconds. That's when an old lesson comes back to him. His teacher calculated this exact day in advance and warned him about it, back when it sounded like nonsense. Exploit the man's habits, his patterns, his one weakness. He tends to attack with his left arm. And if your life is on the line, don't be clever. Don't drag it out. Go all out from the very first move, because the longer this fight lasts, the worse it gets for you. Ha didn't believe it then. He believes it now. So he calls his beast. Basil has been crouched in front of him this whole time, snarling, refusing to leave his master even against an enemy this far out of their league. Ha looks at him and gives the only command that matters. He waits for the left arm to swing, the exact opening his teacher promised would be there. And the second it does, he shouts it. Bite it, now! Basil lunges, fangs closing on the one weakness in the world, and Ha lifts a glowing sword over his head. A man is on his knees begging someone to kill him. And the cruelest part is that he has already tried it himself, hundreds of times, thousands. He is Han Si-hyuk, an investigator, and somebody planted demonic energy deep inside his body, a poison that will not let him die no matter how hard he wills it. So he asks the one person left standing to do what he cannot. End it. Now, before the thing inside him wakes up wearing his face. Because that is the real horror here. The demonic energy is denser than his body can hold, and everyone in the room knows what happens when the older brother loses control. He attacks them. He becomes the monster. They have seen it once already. The hollow voice, the purple light pouring off him, the hand that moves without him telling it to, and he would rather be a corpse than be that again. The one holding the sword is the young Tamer, Han Si-ha, bloodied, with the small red dragon hovering at his shoulder, and Adela on the verge of tears beside him. And he hesitates. Of course he hesitates. The dying man practically spits the words at him. You are foolish to the very end. I told you not to hesitate. The longer you wait, the stronger this body gets, until it outgrows anything you can handle. And when that happens, you will not get a second chance to kill me. Then the chapter cracks something open. Because these two do not share a single drop of blood. The older one is the half-brother, and his whole life was a chain of pain and regret, a hateful father, a house where the attention always went to someone else, a self quietly erased from a world that never had room for him. This is a man who once said with total certainty that there would be no one left to grieve when he finally died. And now look at the room. Adela crying. The little red dragon frozen, staring at him with a gaze he cannot read. The young Tamer unable to put the blade through, and something in the older brother breaks, soft and strange, because the loneliest line he ever told himself is being proven wrong right in front of him. Are they actually mourning me? After everything. That is something to be grateful for. There is a reason he was always pushed around, always doubted. Si-hyuk is a prophet, and a prophet can never see his own future. He spent his life blind to his own fate while reading everyone else's, but once, just once, he glimpsed his own ending in the past. And that single stolen look is exactly why he has already made up his mind about how this scene ends. If only one of the two of them can walk out of this, it should be the one with the talent and the future. That is the choice he lands on. Not me, he thinks, the one fated to slaughter his own family under Abaddon's control. Live, he tells the younger man. Everything I foresaw, I've laid out for you like a book left open, so move forward from here, my younger brother. And in that one word, a whole life of being the family ghost finally turns into something that means something. So Han Si-ha does the only thing left. He reaches for the void cube, the one he handed to Abaddon earlier, a cube that grants overwhelming power for a brutal price, your own senses sacrificed away, the cube of senses. His hands close around the glowing amber light, and he understands now exactly what it will cost him. But before he can even use it, a quiet, hollow voice cuts through the room with the only verdict that matters. We can't win. He won the fight, and the price was his own body. Han Si-ha pressed his hand to his chest and felt nothing. No touch, no weight, no ground under him. It was like gravity had quietly switched off and left him floating alone in empty space. He could still hear, still faintly smell the dirt, but the moment Adela grabbed his arm, he couldn't feel her hands at all. This was the cube. The glowing thing Adela had begged him never to use because she knew exactly what it took. It was the same cube that broke Li Han. She had warned him he could go blind, lose his hearing, or both. Han Si-ha held it anyway because he had already decided the cost was worth paying, and now he was learning what worth meant. But here is the part that should scare you. He smiled through it. He told Adela his other senses were getting sharper to make up for the loss, a wider field of vision, hearing he never had before, and that was exactly what he wanted. The man wasn't panicking over losing his body. He was already turning the loss into a weapon for what came next. Because down here, the real monster was hunting them. A creature called Abaddon, surfacing through the dark, locking on to the strongest mana it could find. And the strongest mana in the group did not belong to Han Si-ha. It belonged to Basil, the little red dragon crouched at his feet. So Si had changed the plan. Take the cure, take Basil, and run for the surface. Abaddon would chase the mana out into the open, and that would buy them the time to reach the machine's heart and tear it apart. Adela understood instantly, and she hated it. Because the plan meant he stayed down here alone with the thing in the dark. You always try to carry everything by yourself, she told him, with a tear sliding down her face. She didn't argue the strategy. She just made him promise, hold out even 1 hour, come back alive. Then she scooped up the trembling dragon and looked Basil dead in the eye. Go up there, he said. Become the protagonist's strength. Go. And then the dark cleared, and Yule was standing right in front of him. She'd fought her own way down to this floor first. She grabbed him from behind and held on like he might vanish again. When you were taken, she admitted, I really thought the worst. She had stayed calm in front of everyone else so their morale wouldn't crack. Now, with just him, she let it show. Don't you dare disappear in front of me again. Then she noticed the blood. All of it. She demanded to know which cure he'd used, and brushed it off the way he brushes off everything, until she pointed out half that blood wasn't even his, so she brought backup of her own. A small gray cat named Joy, who calmly started glowing with green light, because apparently in this world cats can heal. Couldn't feel a thing, but his wounds were already closing. For one breath, surrounded by people who refused to leave him, he was almost safe. Almost. Up on the surface, a white-haired man in a dark cloak was already waiting for them, a glowing sword in his grip and a smile on his face. He looked at the friends had sent up as bait and laughed. You're nothing but bait, he told them. Why throw your lives away for something as pathetic as friendship? Then his hand lit up. Flame of purification, an attribute built to burn the darkness right out of them. Solia braced to hold him off. But behind them, the ground was already splitting because Abaddon had finished climbing, and it was here. A boy is bleeding out in the grass, and the magic that's supposed to save him is doing nothing. One is down, demonic energy punched straight through a vital point, and you can hear it in the panic around him. His breathing is fading, and he won't last long. Adela pours golden healing light into the wound, and it barely touches him. At this rate, one is gone in minutes. And the worst part is, who knows it first? Li Han kneels there frozen, hands shaking, because at this level the healing won't help at all, and he understands exactly why. The demonic energy that tore through one was aimed at him. He dodged it. He threw up a barrier on instinct and let it pass. And it found the boy behind him instead. So when he finally says it out loud, it lands like a confession. It's because of me. Now cut underground, because while one team is buying time with their lives, another is racing the clock to make that time matter. Down on the 5th basement floor, Han Sai, Ha and Yule move through a dim cavern, hunting a machine hidden in the dark, a faint, ugly mana leaking out of the walls. They find it. A great device with 5 slots cut into its heart. Slots meant to be filled with cubes. And here's the nightmare they're standing in front of. If their enemy Abaddon fills all 5 and completes this thing, the amplified mana inside lets him take over the entire continent. But if he switches it on unfinished, the power refuses to harmonize and the machine detonates. Strong enough to blow away part of the Adries Mountains. Anyone nearby would die instantly. Either way it ends. It ends with a body count. Then Yule notices something wrong. Only 2 cubes are pre-installed, and one of them, the cube of living spirits, is simply gone. A piece is missing, and that single missing cube tells its own quiet story. Someone hid it. Someone smiled, agreed to cooperate, and quietly kept a cube back, which means they were never on the same side from the start. Suddenly, the question isn't just how to stop the machine. It's who is really lying to whom. Han Sai lays out the only 2 moves they have, and neither is fast. Pull the binding off each cube and lift them out one by one, or sabotage the mana function itself and force the whole thing to choke. Both take time they don't have, so he makes the call anyway. Start removing the cubes one by one, and when Abaddon comes back, somebody has to hold him off. He says it knowing exactly what holding off a monster usually costs. Back above, one is slipping, and his mind drifts to a quiet library and a kid who never had to be there. He wasn't the strongest of them, not as gifted as Adela or Li Han, and he knew it. He felt like he was always falling behind. But he stayed up researching black mages anyway, risking his life for a fight that was never even his, because Han Si Ha asked him to, and because he found it interesting. Asked if he regrets any of it. The dying boy doesn't hesitate. Tell Han Si Ha, I will never regret it. And that's the exact moment the air tears open. A blue portal blooms in the field, and out of it steps a tall figure in a dark cloak, white hair, calm as a man arriving late to a party he owns. Abaddon is here. He looks down at the wounded and the desperate like their furniture, and almost apologizes for the rudeness of being early. Now that I've taken care of all the small fry, he says, I got bored waiting. So tell me, how will you entertain me? The battlefield is already over. Everyone who could have fought is on the ground, and the man who put them there isn't even out of breath. He stands above the last one, still kneeling, looks down with the boredom of someone who's done this 100 times, and asks the only question left. Now that all the small fry have been dealt with, how will you entertain me? This is the cleanup after the slaughter, not the fight itself. The pale-haired man with red eyes was supposed to have missed nobody. He cut down everything in his path, swatting away academy students like insects, certain the field was clear. But it seems he missed one. Because somewhere in the wreckage, a young man with a sword has been moving the whole time. And worse than that, he's been carrying a killing intent the demon can actually feel. That survivor is Han Si Ha, and he is not standing there to win. He gets a quiet message from Yoon Ha Yul, and the real plan lands in one breath. They can't beat this thing, so they only have to stall it, hold the line a little longer until the reinforcement they're betting everything on arrives. Fail that, and the whole war collapses on top of them once again, the same way it already did. So see, Ha keeps his feet under him, spits the blood out of his mouth, and refuses to fall. The villain finds this almost insulting. He asks if Ha really believes he can win a war this lopsided. He calls the deaths around them a meaningless, worthless sacrifice. And then he says the cruelest thing he can think of. Look around you. This is the result of your choices. He wants Ha to break before he dies. Ha looks at the bodies of his comrades, and he doesn't break. He decides to chase the monster instead. And the monster is so much worse than it looks. Behind the man there is a thing called Abaddon, twisted under the power of the emotion cube. It's a black furnace of a body that devours everything it so much as touches. That is no longer human, it is closer to a demon. The villain feeds on every fight, growing stronger the longer this goes, and the demonic energy pouring off him is so thick it's getting hard to breathe. But here's the part the demon hasn't worked out yet. Han Si Ha is not enduring all of this on raw will. He is enduring it because of what he is, a tamer. And even the villain has to admit grudgingly that the idea is worth praising. He's been wondering how this academy nobody keeps surviving things that should have ended him, how he keeps moving while soaking up enough demonic energy to drop a stronger man. Then it clicks, and the demon almost smiles. The fact that Ha can use the power at all means the power is bound to him. He used the cube of senses. And that single realization tells him everything. If Han Si Ha is the key holding the cubes together, then the math is suddenly very simple. Kill Ha, and every last cube finally becomes his. Ha hears it land and thinks the same cold thought. Did he just figure it out? That's when has real partner moves. A small white cat, the one that never grew a day since they met, lunges through a burst of green light, the gentle creature whose whole gift is healing wounds others can't, and while it covers him, Yoon Ha Yul makes the only call that matters. Take joy and run right now, because the demon is reaching for the very last one. The cube of living spirits, hidden inside something alive, and it has a heartbeat. The cube is gone, and the pain it was hiding comes back all at once. Han see, Ha is still mid-fight, blood running from his neck, and now every nerve he traded away is screaming again. His limbs tremble so hard he has to clutch his own chest just to stay upright. The one advantage he paid his senses for has been ripped out of his hands, and the monster across from him has never looked more dangerous. Because the thing he is fighting does not swing a normal blade. It shapes demonic energy into a sword and changes its form whenever it pleases. One swing burns everything it touches. The white-haired mage smiles down at him and tells him his pathetic sympathy will make him hesitate at the worst possible second. And against a monster, hesitation means you lose. Ha can feel it in his bones. With every exchange, the attacks are landing harder, and he is running out of room to dodge. Then comes the news that drops the floor out from under him. Yul didn't get away. She didn't get far, so they captured her without breaking a sweat. And worse, the dark mages have already recovered the cure that was hidden inside the cat. The one thing this whole brutal night was supposed to protect. Everything Ha bled for is sitting in the enemy's hands. And they are not done. Deep underground, one by one, the dark mages slot the stolen cubes into a machine they have been building for years. A new world for the dark mages, they call it. Place the final piece, and the machine's heart wakes up. To them, this is the chance of a lifetime, the moment everything they ever schemed toward finally pays off. To everyone else in this world, it is the beginning of the end. But here is what the villains missed. While they spent the last hour gloating, the kids were not just stupidly stalling for time. They quietly unlocked a sealed circuit and armed it. You can never complete this machine, Ha tells them, because that one button they just pressed is wired to blow up this entire underground. The whole hidden complex, the machine, the dark mages, all of it, set to come down at once. The white-haired mage's smile finally cracks. He calls them crazy brats, screaming that it's nonsense to threaten that while they're already dying. And that is exactly the point. If he is going down here, he refuses to go down alone. He turns on them with a grin and welcomes them to hell so he won't be lonely. Congratulations, he tells them. Today is your death day. Then the button does its work and the underground erupts into fire. That blast should have killed every single person standing in it. It didn't, for one reason, Basil. The little dragon Ha raised from a hatchling has grown, and at the last instant he throws up a mana barrier wide enough to shield them all. Without that dragon, everyone would have died instantly. The friends survive inside a bubble of his power, while the world tears itself apart around them. But survival has a price, and this one is the cruelest yet. Up on the surface, Basil's head is now as big as a door, and someone gently touches his snout while the dragon stares up at an empty sky. Because a dragon can feel one thing no barrier can stop. The thread connecting him to Ha has gone completely silent, severed, and somewhere down in that fire his partner is gone. Ha, he says, into nothing. And nobody answers. The F-rank extra everyone was written to throw away just ended the war. Ha, and Yul went all the way down to the core to do it, and when the dust cleared, the entrance had vanished without a trace. No tunnel, no cavern, no way back up. The whole underground had been completely blown away, and the survivors standing in the rubble all reached the same unbearable thought at the same time. No one could have survived that. So the celebration never comes. They won. Abaddon is dead. The machine's heart is destroyed, and without their leader, the dark mages will scatter to the wind. The war that tormented them for years is finally, actually over. And nobody can feel it, because they all keep staring at the same crater, waiting for two people who promise to climb back out of it. One of them whispers it like a curse. You promised. You promised to come back alive. That's the part that breaks her more than the blood, more than the ruin. Not that he lost, that he swore he wouldn't, and then he went down into the dark anyway. and the dark closed over the place where he used to be. Then they piece together his last moments, and it somehow gets worse. He didn't die screaming, bleeding out on the rubble, his consciousness already fading. The boy from Ardell Academy actually smiled, told someone thank you for staying until the end, told them now they could finally live freely. He spent his final breath making sure the person beside him wouldn't feel alone. It's cold and it's scary and it hurts so much, he admits. But it's not so bad. We ended the war. And here is the part that refuses to let them grieve in peace. A small white cat keeps circling the survivors, rubbing against them, comforting them like it understands every word, except it isn't an ordinary cat. Tucked against it, impossibly intact, is a glowing green cube, the cube of living spirits. The one artifact this group spent the whole war researching and never once found, and somehow this is the only thing that walked out of that core alive. That single fact rewires everything. If the cube survived the blast, then maybe the people near it did too. Countless hypotheses cross their minds, and one of them is dangerous. Adela starts staring at that cube the way a drowning person stares at a rope. Lee Han sees the thought form on her face before she says a word, and he gets there first. Adela, don't, please, I'm begging you. Because everyone in this circle knows the rule. A cube always demands a price, and nobody knows yet what this one will take. So they make the careful choice instead of the desperate one. Leave the cube of living spirits with Solia, carry the survivors home, let the royal knights comb the wreckage. Don't sacrifice yourself, Adela, not when the price is a complete unknown. And in a quiet sick room afterward, two old rivals from Ardell Academy finally say the thing they spent years too proud to say. After everything they bled through together, they consider each other friends. The war is over. They survived it. They just lost too much to call it a victory. And then the cube decides it isn't finished. Alone on a table, with no one commanding it, the cube of living spirits suddenly floods the room with blinding green and gold light. Somewhere far from all of them, on a rooftop high above a dense, glittering city that none of these people have ever seen, someone opens their eyes, looks down at the lights, and asks the question that turns this entire ending upside down. This place, where is it? She held a green cube, closed her eyes, and woke up standing inside a dead man's mind. Cars rush past her on a strange city street, and for one disoriented second she wonders if they are mana trains because nothing here makes sense. Then it clicks. This is Han Sai, has subconscious, the inside of his head rebuilt as a quiet modern world of crosswalks and overcast skies, and somewhere in it is the person she came all this way to find. So she starts hunting. She walks into the biggest building around, a university hospital, asking anyone who will listen where Han Si Ha is. And the answers she gets paint a picture before she even sees his face. People talk about him the way you talk about someone you cannot stand. An arrogant senior who never intended to graduate easily. A guy who looks right through people like they are furniture. One of them mutters that he has a really annoying voice. Whoever this version of him is, he is not winning any popularity contests. Then a stranger points upstairs, and her chest tightens, because she knows. Her instincts are screaming that the man up there is Han Sai Ha, just a more mature version of him. The face is wrong, the face is not the one she knows at all, but she could pick him out from across a room anyway by the way he sits, the way he moves. And there he is on a couch, fully focused, completely absorbed in his phone. She creeps closer to see what has him so hooked. It is a novel, a dark thriller fantasy where everything goes straight to hell, and almost everyone dies, and the title freezes her where she stands. Wise Academy Life. He is reading the story of the world she just came from, treating it like fiction, with no idea that the girl reading over his shoulder is one of its characters. She tries to speak to him, and that is when it breaks her heart. This Han Si Ha does not know her. He does not recognize her face for a single second. He thinks she is a lost student who wandered into the wrong building. He offers to lend her a phone. He offers to call her parents for her. He is being polite to a stranger, and the stranger is someone who would do anything for him. So she stops pretending to be calm. Tears on her face, hand pressed to the glass. She finally says it out loud. She did not get lost. She came because she wanted to see him. She missed him. And the words land on a man who has no memory of ever meeting her. He just stares back, confused, asking why she is suddenly crying, what he could have possibly done. Then frustration boils over into something almost funny. She grabs him by the hair, and he yelps and thrashes and demands to know what is wrong with this insane person ruining his reputation in front of a crowd. But underneath the comedy is the cruel part she already knows. This world runs on one brutal rule. The cube of living spirits can bring the dead back to life, but every revival demands a price, and the price is another person's life. That is the real reason she is here. To save him, someone has to pay. And even staring at a man who treats her like a complete stranger, she finds she cannot hate him for it. No matter what he says, just seeing him alive makes her forgive everything. So she reaches for him one last time, and she leaves him with the only thing that matters. You have to live well. And the man who does not remember her at all can only blink back and say one word. Huh. Han-si wakes up gasping in his own bed, drenched in sweat, and his very first thought is that thank God it was only a nightmare. The walls of his estate are right where they should be. The dragon emblem still glows over the door. He fought a war in his sleep, watched his friends fall, and now he's awake and safe. Except a blonde woman named Solia is sitting beside the bed, and the look on her face is about to take all of that away. He asks her where everyone else is, and Solia goes very still, because the thing he just dreamed wasn't a dream at all. The operation against Abaddon succeeded. The war is over. But out of everyone who walked into that final battle, only Solia and a man named Li Han walked back out. The explosion took the rest, and as the memories settle back, Han-si realizes the worst part isn't that they died. It's why they died. A woman named Adela traded her life for his. He was supposed to die in that room, and she made sure he didn't. And Yul, a friend who bought the other's time at his request, held the line until she couldn't hold it anymore. They were sacrificed because of his reckless call. He survived because the people around him paid for it. So a man who came back from the dead doesn't feel lucky. He feels like a debt someone else paid. That's why he requests a private audience with the emperor. The empire is calling him a hero, the loyal Tamer who gave everything to bring down Abaddon and somehow returned alive. The emperor himself wonders aloud how strong a soul has to be to come back from death. And then this 19-year-old who hasn't even graduated does something nobody expects. He pulls out a glowing red cube and tells the most powerful man in the empire to make a choice. Here's the secret he's been carrying. Everyone believes the cubes were destroyed in that final explosion. They were wrong. Just before the machine blew, Han-si pulled the one that mattered, the sun, moon cube, and slipped it into a subspace bag that physical force can't touch. He left a dummy in its place to fool Abaddon. The Empire thinks its greatest weapon is ash. He's been holding it in his pocket this entire time. And the sun, moon cube, does one impossible thing. It turns back time. Han-si looks the emperor dead in the eye and says he's going to use it to undo the war and bring his friends back. He also admits the truth he can't hide from. If he rewinds everything, he might ruin a world that just found peace. He could become the greatest disaster in the empire's history. So he kneels, and he gives the emperor an out. If you want to stop me, kill me right here. The emperor doesn't kill him. He hands the cube back, and he tells him the price first. To rewind just 14 days, Han-si won't pay in days. He'll be thrown into an empty void, completely alone, for 10,000 times that long. Over 400 years of nothing, just to buy back 2 weeks. The emperor asks him quietly if he can really endure that. And Han-si says of course, because Adela was ready to endure exactly that kind of loneliness for him. So he thanks the man, calls him Senior Marcel, and steps into the dark. And the dark is endless. He walks and walks through a gray nothing with no walls and no horizon, and realizes this is the void, the 400 years made real. He tries to summon anything to keep himself sane. Cube, subspace bag, nothing comes, and then something does. Out of the emptiness, a scaled creature comes lunging straight at him, and a single name catches in his throat: Basil. Imagine a prison with no walls, no guards, and no door. You can't starve here because you never get hungry. You can't bleed because nothing can cut you. And you can't escape by dying because in this place, death isn't on the menu. This is the void space, a pocket of nothing the Ghost Forest dungeon boss dropped Ha into with a single mental attack. And the worst part isn't the silence, it's that the clock has already started counting. He is not completely alone, and that almost makes it harder. His baby dragon Basil got pulled in right alongside him because the taming bond ties the little creature to wherever Ha goes. So the dragon nuzzles up against him, grinning like he's dying of happiness, thrilled just to be near his tamer, even in the worst place either of them has ever been. Basil looks at him like nothing is wrong at all, and Ha has to smile back and pretend he believes it too. So he does the only thing a planner can do. He takes inventory. Simple magic still works in here, so he lights a lantern. His subspace bag is stuffed with survival gear and books, so at least he tells himself he won't be bored. He sits down on the floor, leans back, and starts mapping out his sentence. 10 years to master magic and tactics, then cooking, then training his body until it breaks records. And after that, another 10 years. And he already feels like he's losing his mind. Because here's the cruel math of a place where you cannot age. He plans out a decade and finishes it, and there's still nothing to do. So he plays chess with the dragon. He teaches Basil to think. And just like that, 30 years go by. The dragon practices so relentlessly that he learns advanced polymorph and starts winning. Ha keeps tally marks bleeding red down the wall, and one day he looks up and realizes the count has passed 400 years. And somewhere in all that nothing, he stops being a man surviving and starts becoming something else. With infinite time and infinite storage, he grinds himself into a genius. Ridiculously smart. Ridiculously strong. A mage who has read every book he owns 100 times over and can cook on top of it. By every measure that ever mattered out in the real world, Ha has become a monster. And it means nothing, because there is nowhere in this empty room to point any of it. That's when the real damage shows up, and it isn't his body, it's his head. He turns to Basil and tries to remember the name of the academy they attended. Evadon? He's not sure, his old territory. The madman who wanted to rule the world with cubes, the one he and Basil fought side by side, gone. Hundreds of years have ground his memories down to blurry fragments, and the fragments are dissolving too. He asks the dragon for help, and the dragon doesn't remember either. But there is one thing he refuses to let the void take: the faces. The people who lost their lives because of him. Those memories he made himself a promise will never be allowed to fade. So he grips that promise like the last solid thing in the world and keeps enduring this hellish eternity, even as he quietly wonders how much longer he can possibly hold on before there is nothing left of him at all. And then, for the first time in centuries, the room is wrong. The air shifts. Something brushes past his face, soft and impossible. Wind. There is no wind in the void space. There has never been wind. Ha goes still, every dulled instinct snapping awake at once, and ahead of him a light begins to spread across the dark. Has the time finally come? A boy who has already lost everything looks up and asks one quiet question. Is it time? Then he says the words that should be impossible. I'll turn back time. And across from him stands the thing that took everything from him in the first place, smiling like it has already won. That thing has a name now, Abaddon. The leader of the dark mages, the Empire's ultimate evil, the final boss this whole story has been crawling toward. Right now he holds every card. One of Sai has people is bound and helpless, sealed inside what Abaddon calls a perfect barrier, a cage that blocks mana completely. No spell gets in, no power gets out, and Abaddon will not stop talking about it. He sneers down at the trapped kid and twists the knife. You will not save him, no matter how much you little brats struggle. This barrier is too strong to break. He tells Sai, that arrogance won't win, that believing sheer determination beats 4 centuries of magic is the dream of children who never learned to fear. You will fail to protect your comrades, he says, and he means it. But something about C has eyes is wrong. His expression is too calm, too patient. Abaddon notices it a half-second too late. Why isn't the brat running? Why is he smiling? And then a hand presses flat against that unbreakable barrier, and the perfect cage that blocks all mana cracks like cheap glass. Abaddon's confidence shatters with it. What is this? How can he crush my barrier? He swings his glowing sword in a panic, and tilts his head and slips it like he already knew exactly where it was going to land. He dodged that strike. He read it before it happened. And that is when the truth finally drops. Sai messed around with time. He used the cube to turn back the clock. This fight has happened before in another timeline, the one where Abaddon won and the people Sai loved were already dead. He lived through that nightmare and rewound everything back to this exact moment, before it all went wrong when his people were still alive. He isn't fighting blind, he is fighting with the answers. And he didn't come back empty. The power and mana he built over those years didn't vanish in the reset. Basil returned with him, every ability intact. The little red dragon is at his side again. He whispers a plan, tells someone to stay back and protect Adela, says he'll borrow all their mana for one single moment because there is one thing left he has to finish. He raises a blue sword that hums with golden light, and for the first time Abaddon is the one who looks afraid. Then tells him what the weapon actually is. For 400 years he thought about nothing but tearing Abaddon apart. He forged this blade for that one purpose, built to inflict the worst pain a human can feel from the faintest graze, made to end him cleanly. But here's the part that lands like a punch. Says time dulled all of it, all the rage, all the hunger for revenge, 4 centuries of it, and in the end what was left wasn't satisfaction. It was disgust, and a tear he doesn't bother to hide. Abaddon laughs at it. So even you have something as pathetic as emotions. He doesn't get to laugh long. I don't need any of those grand titles, Sai tells him. Leader of the dark mages, the Empire's ultimate evil, the final boss. None of it matters. What matters is that the boy who lost everything came back to take it all back, and he is done talking. Abaddon feels an ancient killing intent he has never felt before, drops the speeches, and pours golden power into one last desperate scream. Just die, and the blade is already moving. A man who died of overwork once woke up inside a story, terrified, because he knew his character was written to die. Now look at where that same character is standing. He is the one driving a glowing sword straight through the final boss of the entire world. The towering shadow that screamed at him to just die gets that exact word turned around on it. Abaddon falls. And the war that swallowed hundreds of lives ends in one breath. But there is no victory pose. Sai drops to his knees in the dust, bloodied arm hanging, barely sure he is even alive. His ally Adela wakes in his arms and panics that he charged the most dangerous being alive, completely alone, like an idiot. He just smiles through the blood and tells her it is over. Abaddon is really dead. It feels like a dream. After fighting so long for a future, the strangest part is the future actually arrived. So he goes home, not a palace. To a cluttered office at the academy where paperwork has piled to the ceiling because his post sat empty while he was off saving the world. The new emperor is rebuilding fast, and gets handed the least heroic reward imaginable. He is going to be a very busy professor. The man who escaped his death flag escaped it all the way into a desk job, and somehow that is the happiest sentence in the chapter. Then comes the part that hits harder than the war did. Count Han Tae-Su, the father of the body he was reborn into, stops by to greet him. This is the family that once saw him as a worthless embarrassment, and now the old man stands there and quietly admits it. His son became a hero of the empire. The boy who was supposed to be a stain on the name endured hundreds of years alone with the sun, Moon Cube, and came back the most respected man in the realm. And here's the line that lands. The father says it no longer matters whether the boy is the strongest. There is no need to defeat anyone. Sometimes a child who does nothing at all is still enough. For a man who worked himself into a grave trying to be enough, that is the win the sword never gave him. He looks down, a tear on his cheek, and just says, "Then I am glad." Cut to the auditorium. The 9th graduation ceremony of Ardell Academy, and the place is losing its mind because the top graduate is him, Han Si-ha. Students who fought in the war are clasping hands like fans, whispering, "No way, we actually get to see him in person." The headmaster announces the speech everyone has been dying for. The whole room leans in. And Si-ha steps to the podium and tells them the truth nobody wanted. Being number one was basically an everyday thing for him. Top scores, lifetime titles. He has piles of them rotting at home. After living roughly 400 years, none of it meant much. The room short, circuits. Can a hero really be this annoying? But then he says the only thing he came to say. What actually matters is time. Time that never comes back once it is gone. Because this is a man who once burned 26 years of his old life studying for nothing, then died before he could spend the time he earned. So his advice to a room of teenagers is the cruelest, kindest thing he knows. If you cannot get the time back, at least make it worth something. That is all. Then he raises his arm, his little dragon Basil swoops over the cheering hall, and he walks off to the graduation party like a man finally free. His academy life is really over. And for the first time, the story lets him keep the one thing it always took. 3 students are placing bets on how fast they can make the new professor cry. The last one ran out of this classroom in tears after barely a week, and Magic Class 2 is proud of that record. So when the door opens, they're already grinning, already planning the cruelty, and then the man walks in, and every smirk in the room dies at once. 5 years have passed since the war ended at Ardell Academy. The necromancy department got dissolved, most of its students expelled for working with dark mages, and what was left got swept into one cursed room nobody wanted to teach. Magic Class 2. A holding pen for talented kids the Empire decided were too dangerous to trust. The professors they keep sending are clueless, and these students eat them alive for sport. But the man standing at the front of the class is not clueless. The students know his face from the news, Han Si-ha of Castica, the hero. The same man who could have named any position in the Empire after the war, and instead chose to bury himself in a school. He looks at this room full of supposed monsters, and something about that is almost funny to him. He doesn't bother introducing himself, because everyone already knows the name. Instead, he points at a diagram on the board and tells them to identify it. Alex, the blonde troublemaker who's secretly a magic genius, calls it illusion magic. He's right, and that's the problem. It's a formula that used to be taught only in the necromancy department, the one magic these kids were told their whole lives they could never touch. And then Han Si-ha tells them he intends to teach all of it. Yes, including the dark kind. There is no type of magic in this world he doesn't know, and he already got the lesson plan personally approved by the Emperor. He's watched what happens when you wall off a person's talent and tell them they're broken. He knows what a blocked dam does the moment it finally bursts, so he's choosing to open it instead. There's exactly one rule in his class. Don't cause trouble, or he buries you in the back mountain of the territory. The kids can't tell if he's joking. Neither can we. Either way, for the first time in 5 years, nobody in Magic Class 2 is laughing at the professor. They're opening their books. Later, back at the investigation office, an old friend hands him a gift. It came from Yoon-ha Yule, who climbed all the way to the top of the magic tower and is now walking the path of a prophet. Whatever she sends is never small. They expect a rare artifact or some new invention. Instead, it's a chest, and inside the chest sits a single speckled egg, a reptile egg. Sigh, ha, just sighs, another dragon. As if raising the first batch into a whole-grown family wasn't enough. He starts explaining the careful part, the temperature, the humidity, the barrier he needs to set up before a hatchling wakes up and levels the room. He doesn't get to finish. The egg cracks early, right there in his hands, and out tumbles a tiny white creature with huge blue eyes, blinking up at him, completely harmless and completely adorable. The man who once panicked over a cornered baby dragon just melts. Even after everything, taming was always the one thing his old life made him good at. And that is exactly when the worst possible interruption arrives. A messenger, breathless. The emperor wants him. Right now, immediately, in the audience chamber. Sai Ha looks down at the newborn dragon still wobbling in his arms and asks the only sane question. Do I really have to go? The dragon is cute. The emperor summoning a hero at this hour is not. Sai Ha has stared down dark magicians, dragons, and an empire's worth of monsters without flinching. Tonight, the thing that has him sweating is a single sentence he can't figure out how to say. The emperor summoned him in the dead of night, and that alone should worry you. When the man who rebuilt a fallen empire calls you to a red sofa at midnight, it is never about wine. Marcel got straight to it. The whole palace, he says, is suddenly very interested in who his hero is going to marry. They want Si, Ha settled, an heir secured, the great Castica line locked down before the old men start circling. And the emperor, smug behind his glass, makes it clear he called first just so he could enjoy the look on his retainer's face. Then the names start landing like setups for an ambush. There was talk once of an engagement with Solia of the Archinant family, and her people would very much like to revive it. Si Ha has looks, family, and the kind of reputation that wins wars. On paper, he lacks nothing, so the emperor leans in with the only question that matters. Is there anyone you're actually seeing? And here is where everyone has an opinion. Yul once pulled Si Ha aside and told him, dead serious, that he and a certain woman have terrible compatibility. Solia chimed in with a prophecy of her own, that if he marries this person, he will go completely bankrupt and end up begging in the streets. Even his friends warn him off. The stars apparently have already voted no. He does not care. After gritting his teeth through everything, after surviving the war that nearly swallowed him whole, he spent a very long time thinking about something for himself. 3 years in Ardell. 300 years trapped in the void. Through all of it, he repeated one name to keep from breaking. Adela. And he has decided, prophecies and emperors be damned, that he is finally going to be selfish. So he is going to propose. The problem is the words Sai Ha, who has commanded armies, cannot write a single line that does not make his own monsters cringe. His little dragons hover over his shoulder like the world's harshest critics. Too cliché, one of them groans. Too long, the other one cuts in before he even finishes. Give me a better idea then, he snaps, and not one of them does. Their final wisdom is gloriously unhelpful. Keep it simple. A short, powerful one. Liner is best. The red one insists. No flowery family speeches. Just walk up and say it. Should he have brought flowers? He wonders. A ring. He left empty-handed, and only now realizes it, standing on the cobblestones outside a door marked Ardell Mercenary Corps office, his nerve unraveling with every heavy step. He knocks. Adela opens it, sees him at this hour and demands to know what he is doing here, and Sai Ha, having rehearsed and panicked and overthought every word, looks at her, lets all of it fall away, and just says it. Get married. 2 words, the simplest line he could find after a lifetime of waiting to be allowed to want anything at all. Then Adela tells him something soft and terrifying in the same breath. She is the best on this continent at killing people, so he should be careful because every single day with her will be so happy he might just die from it. Cherry blossoms fall. She takes his proposal. And after 300 years of waiting in the dark, the worst F-rank villain in the story finally gets the one ending he was never written to have.